I don't care about you. I just want your vote.
Welcome to our trash revolution.
Welcome to the Turks. Cenk Uygur, Joe Kent with you today. Joe is not a guest today. He's a guest host with me for the first hour. So it is going to be a fascinating show today. Joe, we also have elections today. I don't know if that affects your side of the ledger at all. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But huge elections, including in Michigan tonight. And so Joe and I will do the first hour. We'll talk about the Iran war. We're running out of a different kind of missiles now. Is Joe and a couple of others going to start a third party? A very interesting conversation. How much has AIPAC spent in this cycle already before we even got to the general elections? A lot of amazing topics. In the second hour, Melat Morgan joins me. We're going to talk about the AIPAC collapse. And then at 8 o'clock Eastern, the election coverage starts and John Idarola joins us. So it's a guest hosting extravaganza at TYT. So look, guys, today, do we have the AIPAC Tears mug ready at shoptyt.com? We do. Are we gonna drink from it tonight? We don't know. We don't know, but about as big a non-presidential election as there has ever been in my lifetime. That's Abdullah El-Sayed, Haley Stevens race in Michigan. The Republicans lost their, stand in Kentucky. It was a valiant fight by Tom Massey, but AIPAC won that one. Now we're gonna find out what happens on the Democratic side in Michigan. So that's at 8 o'clock Eastern. But let's get started with today's show. So let's go to Iran.
Mr. President, this is at least the 5th time you've turned off airstrikes against Iran since April to negotiate. What is your message to the American people who are wondering what has changed this time? Why should it be any different?
Well, you don't know. I don't know. I think we're going to maybe get something, but I want to give them every last chance before decapitation.
Here we go again. Trump visiting the Waffle House. We're going to make peace. We're going to decapitate them. Joe, I'm going to ask you about that in a second, but I want to give you 2 quotes from Reuters today that are so important about how we're running out of missiles and get your reaction to that as well. So Reuters reporting today, the US Army has used up much of its global stockpile of highly accurate long-range missiles during its 5-month war with Iran, according to 3 people familiar with the data, raising concerns about the military's readiness for future conflicts. I would imagine so. Here's some details. The missiles are principally the Army's surface-to-surface weapons known as Army Tactical Missile Systems and precision strike missiles. The US has used virtually all of these weapons according to 2 other sources. And of course, the administration says, oh, no, that's nonsense. Of course, that's what they said about casualty figures. That's what they said about defensive missiles. But they say the United States has far more munitions than anyone in the world. Far more than we need. Our defense companies are at this moment making more munitions than they have ever made before. Well, I wonder why. In addition to expanding their plants and equipment at record levels. So Joe Kent, you were the former director of national counterterrorism. What do you make of this story out of Reuters that we might be running out of these missiles? Does it sound accurate to you?
You know, it's always hard to tell. It sounds accurate to me because for years now, we've been sending these types of weapon systems like they grow on trees to Ukraine, not planning for potentially getting involved into a conventional conflict. So to me, it makes sense that we're running short of some of these more high-end missile systems. Another possibility, too, is that this was leaked deliberately and it's a bit of misinformation to make it seem like, we're up against some kind of a restraint in order to strengthen President Trump's hands so we could have the element of surprise to go on the offense. I'm not sure if that's necessarily true. What I think is more likely is that you have people within the Pentagon who are very concerned that we are pursuing conflict with a reckless abandon and they are not being listened to by the administration. So therefore, they are taking the risk and leaking this to the press.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So there's that theory out there that this might portend ground troops. So let me tell the audience a little bit more about that and then come back and analyze it with you. So Reuters further explains the long-range munitions, which this is amazing, which cost more than $1 million each. This is an incredibly expensive war, are an important part of the military's arsenal, allowing accurate strikes from a safe distance. US supplied ATACMS, you'll have to tell me how to pronounce that, have played a key role in the war in Ukraine, allowing Ukrainian forces to attack targets inside Russia, just as Joe Kent was just telling you. The PRSM is newer, more advanced generation that will replace the ATACMs, which have a shorter range. Now, a fourth person, they explained, familiar with the matter, said that despite the high usage of precision weapons, the US can resupply. Central Command, which oversees US forces in the Middle East, has been able to reload from US military supplies around the world, the person said, but that seems to be a whole different problem because now we don't have them in places like Asia where China can take action and we would be very hamstrung, I believe. Again, we'll come back to Joe in a second on that. They say analysts agree that certain munitions, including artillery shells and several types of missiles, are being produced at record levels, but caution the supplies might fall short of what is needed for a prolonged war. Before I even get to our shortage on defensive missiles, Joe, first, it seems to me that if they're in a panic to produce more and more of these missiles, it might be because they're running out.
Yeah, that's the common sense. That's why I tend to lean towards there are folks in the Pentagon right now who are looking at what our inventories are and then what our burn rate, meaning how quickly we're firing these things inside of Iran and then how quickly we're shipping them to Ukraine. And they're saying, hey, boss, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary of War, we don't have enough of these. They're not being listened to. So therefore, they've said, well, now I'm going to take the risk and leak this to the press to hopefully get this through to the president. I am afraid, though, and maybe this is, we'll get to this here in a second. I am afraid, though, that as we run out of ATACMS and PRISMs and more sophisticated standoff weapons, that the Pentagon is then going to say to the president, hey, if you want to continue any kind of military operations, we need to get a foothold inside of Iran or, maybe on one of the islands that Iran controls so that we can shoot some of our less sophisticated weapon systems into Iran.
Yeah, that's interesting. So I just learned ATACMS and PRISMs, so I feel cooler already. Okay, so in terms of how to pronounce them. But okay, now on to the super serious stuff that you're alluding to. Today, we have 50,000 ground troops ready to go in the region, right? And Trump was talking about, World War II style attack. And in his mind, remember he's super old, so he might think World War II is like Normandy Beach, right? And so one thing is, hey, we need to be on the land to fire the more conventional missiles. Another thing might be, well, look, since we're running out of missiles, let's be more effective because guys on the ground can be a lot more effective in getting to the actual targets than these missiles. Have you seen that buzz anywhere else? Is there reason to believe that this could be marketing in that direction?
I'm very concerned about that. Yeah, actually, because if you watch Fox News and you look at the talking heads they're putting forth, General Keane, General Kellogg, these types who've been, screaming for months now that we need to do an Iwo Jima style landing on one of the islands or on the port of Bandar Abbas. That's what is continuing to be messaged to the president because they know that he is watching Fox News. They know that he is listening, to people like the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies, Dubowitz, and these types who are encouraging the president to escalate. That combined with the Pentagon coming to him and saying, we are running low on the sophisticated munitions. If you want further military operations, we need to get in closer to use what we have in our inventories. That to me could be a lethal combination. Plus the fact that President Trump is clearly frustrated by the fact that the Iranians are not giving him the diplomatic deal that he wants. And he is probably at some point, if he doesn't step back and say, hey, I just got to walk away from this thing, which I pray that he does. I don't think that he's going to do that, unfortunately. He's going to be left with more military options, and his military options are going to be limited because of the lack of sophisticated missile systems, which will put us right back at the Pentagon saying, well, all we've got left for you is short range, and for that, we need some kind of a foothold. That's how I think we could stumble blindly into boots on the ground.
Yeah, except it's not blind for some people, right, Joe? Because as you mentioned, the Dubowitz of the world, which no one in the real world knows, and has no effect and no followers and get listened to in DC all the time. So I'm going to ask you a question that's kind of obvious to all of us, but in mainstream media would be scandalous. why do they listen to Dubowitz? I mean, if he has absolutely zero followers, the neocons like him have been wrong every single time, and they got him into this mess in the first place. Why? What's the real reason anybody would listen to a dumbass like Dubowitz?
Well, I understand the skepticism because had I not been in the Trump administration, I would have said, "Who's Mark Dubowitz, and why does anybody care what the FDD, think tank that's clearly funded by the Israeli government? Who cares what they think?" Yet President Trump is told that these are very credible people to listen to. We have two things kind of working against us. Number one, Miriam Adelson and a lot of the AIPAC pro-Israel lobbyists will come into President Trump and they have access to him because they cut sizable checks to his campaign, so they have access to the president, and they will say, "Hey, this is a person that you should listen to." Another problem we have, and this is where the intelligence community really kind of shot itself in the foot in the first Trump administration, because of Russiagate, President Trump is very skeptical of things coming from the intelligence community. So when you'd have people like myself or, Deanna Gabbard or just a person who no one knows their name, who's just a working level analyst come in and brief the president, he's going to have a lot of skepticism. And then he's going to retreat back into the echo chamber where everyone tells him he's great. And, he's a historic president for taking on the Iranians for the first time in 47 years. And then he's going to listen to, General Kane, General Kellogg, Mark Dubowitz. And that's how we find ourselves in this situation, which I understand it does sound completely crazy. And had I not seen it myself firsthand, I wouldn't have believed that this is how we got here. But here we are. We do have to watch Fox News to see how President Trump's thinking is being influenced for very serious military decisions by people who have like the worst of intentions.
Yeah, so Joe, I want to get back to the situation on the ground in a second, and then where is Donald Trump going to finally land on the menu at the Waffle House? But first, what you just said is really important, so I want to stay on it for a second. I've never quite figured out, and you worked inside the Trump administration, so obviously you have better insight into it. Is Donald Trump really that unsophisticated? And he really, when Miriam comes in and says, "Oh, this Dubowitz guy is, he's the eminent, expert on this," and the Mossad agent comes into the Situation Room or zooms in, and Netanyahu comes in and they give him all this load of crap. Does he actually believe it? And is he really that, having covered politics, there's no way I would believe any of that, but I understand that I know way more than President Trump does in terms of policy and the different players in Washington, et cetera. Or is he just transactional? And he thinks, yeah, I know Dubowitz and Miriam don't know a thing about this and are probably lying to me, but Miriam gave me a lot of money and Bibi has the tapes. And so which one is it? Is he really that shallow or is he transactional and he just uses it as an excuse?
This is the question. And so at the beginning of the Trump administration, I believe that Trump was utterly uninterested in getting involved in this war. He understood, and this is the guy who called out Jeb Bush on the debate stage in 2016. Regardless of some of the mistakes that were made in the first administration, he didn't get us involved in any new foreign wars. So at the beginning of the administration, when the Israelis came with their pitch about how we needed to go take down the regime, he seemed very uninterested in it. And then something changed around the spring, early summertime of 2025, and we just didn't have it within us to hold the Israelis back. We could have held them back from the 12-day war. We knew exactly what they wanted, and we had the ability to take away some features of the defense that we give them so that they wouldn't have the capability to go on the offense against Iran. But we didn't have the will to do it. Trump tried to do, midnight hammer to take it off the table, but then the Israelis just kept coming back, and he couldn't say no to them. And for the life of me, I don't know why. I don't think he is, foolish enough to think that these people are going to give him great military advice. Like, he understood that, adventures in the Middle East are a disaster. He understood the size of Iran. He didn't listen to Bolton before when Bolton was trying to get us to go to war with Iran. So something happened, and I don't know if it's just transactional. I don't know if he thought that he could get away with just taking Miriam Adelson's money and she wouldn't come calling for it. I don't know if, and I've talked about this publicly before. I do think we have to factor in the assassination attempts against President Trump, the breaches in his security. You had a guy like Charlie Kirk, who for a very long time was very pro-Israel, and then in the last several months of his life, he was against the Iran Iran war. He was against us, getting further involved in the Iran war. He's publicly assassinated, and the next thing you know, we're getting involved in the Iran war. I do think it's a factor of potentially those things. Trump being told that, hey, you're historic, you're the only guy that can get this done. Venezuela built false confidence that we could just go in and take out one leader and a whole country would fall. And this again, where you they did a good job of isolating President Trump in that echo chamber. And none of this would happen if senior Israeli officials and Israeli donors didn't basically have unfettered access to members of the cabinet and to President Trump himself. If he was just listening to his intelligence community and a lot of his appointees, I believe that we never would have gotten into this position unless there is something else there, unless there is some unavoidable factor that compelled President Trump to take this action.
Yeah, so look, I want the audience to be aware, obviously, we're not inside Donald Trump's head. We're speculating on factors that we see in public, right? And so everybody can make their own decisions on why you think that he did what he did. For me, I interpreted it slightly different than you, Joe. Not that different, but one of them, for me, the clear, most important part was the change. Before, he was against going into these giant wars in the Middle East. I mean, you could say that was wildly imperfect, and from a left-wing perspective, I say, boy, was it imperfect, right? But he very clearly said no endless giant wars in the Middle East, and then he changed his mind on it, and it was after one of Netanyahu's visits. So, of the plethora of things that you mentioned, I think that they're all true. Everybody can weigh the different factors in different ways. But I think Netanyahu told him something about, my guess, it's just a guess, is that they have information on him. That's why he was so panicked about the Epstein files and so clearly panicked after he met Netanyahu. It was in the visit where Netanyahu got up in the middle of a public meeting with Donald Trump and said, I have something for you, and looked like he was handing him a letter. Trump recoiled in a panic and then said, oh, it's a recommendation for the Peace Prize. And he's like, oh, okay. So look, it's a speculation. You speculate any way you like at home, right? But we know what the results are. We got into a disastrous war that no one in America wants, and no one in Iran or anyone else in the world wanted except one country, Israel. That is absolutely clear. That is not speculation. And it's obvious that Israel drove us into this war. The question is, why did Trump agree? Okay, now let's go back to the state of the war. So now we're also running out of defensive missiles. That's the ones that we've been talking about for the last month or so. And so I want to show you a graph here. We've depleted about 65% of our Patriot missiles. So we had over 2,330. Now we're down to somewhere in the ballpark of 759 to 827. And we have depleted 38% of our THAAD ballistic interceptors, down from 452 to 234 to 278. And we have Tomahawks, but you need to fire them from the ships, right? So these missiles, the defensive missiles, offensive missiles we're talking about, you could fire from anywhere. The Tomahawks have to be from the ships, and then the other more conventional weapons, as Joe explained earlier, have to be from on the ground inside Iran. So that requires the ground troops. There's so many things that are going wrong here. For example, US produces only 183 interceptors per year. So it would take 3.5 years just to catch up on the ones we've already used up, let alone the ones that are ahead. And final quote is from Colonel Steve Gaynard, retired Marine Corps. He said, we've been shooting so many Patriots, so many THAADs, so many of these exquisite missiles that the industrial base just can't catch up, and the magazines are going down. And if you're Chinese and you're thinking, if we're going to make a move on Taiwan, maybe it's time to do it now, because the US is losing at a very rapid rate the kinds of missiles they could shoot against China if China invaded Taiwan. So Joe, how concerned are you about how much we've depleted our defensive and offensive missiles from across the world, and that if some other conflict pops up, that we won't be able to match our adversaries?
I'm very concerned about it. I mean, this war that we engaged in Iran and the way that the Iranians were able to hit our bases in the region and the way that they've been able to stop us from imposing our will on them pretty much destroyed the myth that the United States military, especially in a conventional fight, like we understood that during the war on terror, it didn't go well for us because we're not good at fighting insurgencies and it's hard for us to navigate these cultures and find all the terrorists. We kind of got to buy on that, but conventional warfare was supposed to be our thing. You don't mess with us. We can, project power, et cetera. And this was a lot of the logic and rationale that people in the intelligence and defense community used for us being involved in Ukraine. It was like, hey, this is the cutting edge of war. We got to be here to see how it's going to take place. We did. We invested all that money, and apparently we didn't send any note takers or learn any lessons because the Iranians clearly were paying attention, and they just basically annihilated the myth that America can go anywhere and do anything and force its will on different countries or different groups of people. So obviously Taiwan is a big concern. But then also another thing that we did is we kind of destroyed the concept of American security guarantees. We told all the Gulf states that, hey, if you settle your transactions in the dollar, if you let us put our bases here, you don't really need to have that much defense or military because you got Uncle Sam in your backyard. We are the security guarantees. Well, I mean, how well is that working out for the Gulf states? They've gotten absolutely hammered by the Iranians. So the amount of just, I think, loss to our prestige and just the threat of American force that we're suffering from now because of this war, I don't even think we've begun to scratch the surface of that. And then now all of our enemies, they probably got better intelligence that we see right now just in the press reporting. They probably understand that, hey, if we're going to make a move, let's let the Americans get even more overextended and then we'll make our move. And a lot of the people who we were saying that, hey, we're your allies or we're your not official allies, but we're kind of your allies like the Taiwanese, they've got to be reassessing the situation as well. So again, I just think the damage that this has done to American prestige, it's hard to measure how much damage that's truly done. And again, the American people have to ask, what for? What did we lose 18 lives for? What have we spent hundreds of billions of dollars for? What have we lost American prestige? The damage that's been done to the petrodollar, the long-term ramifications that that's going to have. At the end of this, when we take ledger, I mean, the American people are going to say, we got absolutely nothing out of this. This was a completely and totally foolish war. So I hope Trump sees that and realizes the sooner he gets out of this deal, the better off he'll be. He just picks up and leaves. He makes a business decision, stops listening to that echo chamber we were just talking about.
Yeah, so before I end on Trump's final decision, I want to real quick go through a couple of things you mentioned. So Taiwan, do you think there's a realistic chance that China is going to go and take Taiwan? China doesn't seem like they have a strategy of really leaning on their military. They seem to do a lot more soft power. So what's your take on that?
I think I agree with you. I think it would be soft power. And I think especially now, Taiwan's not going to have a lot of options because Taiwan just saw how well we defended the Gulf states. And so I think when the Chinese go to the Taiwanese and they say, hey, let's come up with a deal here. Let's come up with a way that economically this works out for all of us. I think the Taiwanese are going to be much more inclined to take that deal as opposed to saying, no, I think we'll rely on some of the hardware we've purchased from the Americans or been given from the Americans. And now we're ready to fight a prolonged conflict, with China. Whereas a couple of years ago, they might have thought, okay, well, if we do that, then we're going to get, a fleet of American military hardware, parked in our backyard that's going to help defend us. They know that that's probably not going to happen now because we're stretched too thin, but also even if it did, just the limitations that we've put on display for the world of our $1.5 trillion military has really exposed us and anybody that we're trying to bring over to our side with just military might or a security guarantee.
So it's not that we're so much worried about Taiwan getting militarily taken over by China. We're more worried that they're going to slip into China's sphere of influence because they know that we can't really defend them. Is that relatively right?
Yeah, that would be my big concern right now.
Yeah, all right, that makes sense. Now, in terms of the Gulf states, yeah, they learned a lesson. Don't have American bases. It makes you more vulnerable, not less vulnerable. America can't defend you, and by the way, has no interest in defending you. Will be obsessed with defending Israel instead. They learned that lesson the hard way. But is it intractable at this point? So UAE is so enmeshed with Israel, I don't know that they could ever get out. The Saudis, the Moroccans, so many of those countries, Jordan, are pretty much run by Israel. Can they extract themselves from Israel and the US and go into different relationships and partnerships, or is that basically too late at this point?
I don't think it's too late, and I think a lot of this is already happening behind the scenes. I think the Emiratis might be the exception because, like you said, they're pretty intertwined with the Israelis, and they're also pretty aggressive against the Iranians on their own. So, but the rest of the Gulf states, I really think that they are hedging. I think that they saw the Americans. We can't defend them. And so I think that they will tell us what we want to hear to our faces. But I believe because they live in the region, they've already got relationships that they've been keeping, on the back burner. I think that those relationships are going to start to slowly sort themselves out. I think a big myth we have here in America is that we tell ourselves we have to be there. Like if we're not there as the superpower, then everything's just gonna, explode and turn into chaos and terrorism. I don't believe that to be true. I think that these countries, these states, these groups of people have been able to live with each other long before America showed up to call the shots. And I think whenever it is that we're done with this, that will take place. Iran is already emerging as a regional power. Iran's going to be a regional power. I think the countries in the region are starting to recognize that as well. And we can fight a long and bloody, protracted war that's going to be horrible for us and then come to the same conclusion, or we can just accept that new reality now and focus on what's actually important to us for the region. If we really look at what's important to the American people from the Middle East, it's keeping the Straits of Hormuz, the Bab el-Mandeb open so that we can ship energy out of there. And so there isn't massive energy crises or spikes in the energy market. That's really the main issue. And then we need to have decent relationships with everyone there so that if a genuine terrorist threat, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, et cetera, pops up and they intend to harm us here in America, that we can partner with someone there and we can get heads up, we can do intelligence sharing and limited counterterrorism. That's really it. That's the only thing that we should be worried about right now. And if President Trump would just focus on those things, we would be able to really advance, the agenda of the American people. But unfortunately, as you've pointed out, we keep listening to the Israeli lobby, and the Israelis want us engaged fighting Iran in a long and brutal conflict for as long as it takes to overthrow that regime. And the Israelis don't care if that takes 20, 30 years. They don't care. As long as there's a bloody conflict going on where we're fighting, we're bleeding, we're paying, and Iran can't actually go on the offense against Israel, the Israelis and their surrogates in America are happy with that.
Yeah, and by the offense, of course, it's actually defense of Palestinians in Gaza and Lebanese and southern Lebanon, and that would prevent Israel from taking more land for greater Israel, and obviously they can't countenance that. Last military question, have drones just fundamentally changed warfare going forward? And so should we rethink our entire military strategy, given that really we get into a war with almost any country, they're gonna drone the hell out of us, and then what's the point of all of our sophisticated equipment?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, look, for us to not have seen this from how involved we were in Ukraine, shame on us. A lot of people should be losing their jobs right now because they didn't predict how warfare has changed. But the problem is Washington, D.C. is ran by these, by and large, the defense industrial base, the military industrial complex. It's ran by these big defense companies that make a lot of money on selling aircraft carriers, battleships, destroyers, Abrams battle tanks, these big weapon systems. And so we haven't updated that whatsoever to the new battlefield. And so we do need to look at the way that we fund, the way that we man, train, and equip our entire military. And it's not going to cost us much money. We're going to need a lot more redundant systems. And then we're also going to need to understand that we really just can't go marching into different countries. We had a hard enough time in Iraq and Afghanistan with just simple IEDs. But the drones have completely changed the game for smaller, less powerful countries to defend their own borders and for them to conduct attacks. Same thing with the ballistic missile game. I mean, we can't even get the vast majority of our ships close to Iran because we're worried about their ballistic missile capability. And the way that this war has emboldened the Iranians, as you pointed out, now the Iranians can act in a defensive manner. They can go on the offense now to defend their proxies in Hezbollah, whereas before they had to keep all that support kind of covert, kind of clandestine. They had to sneak around. Now, because they've been empowered and they've been emboldened, they have this ballistic missile capability and this drone capability. They can say, hey, now we're going to call some shots here. If you mess with southern Lebanon and you mess with Hezbollah, we're going to come after you. And now you're not just dealing with guys with RPGs or guys with Katyusha rockets. Now you're dealing with the threat of ballistic missiles raining down on you. So the ramifications from this war, again, I think we've just started to scratch the surface on it. And drones, ballistics, that's changing the game entirely. And I guarantee you there's going to be a lot of people fighting that in Washington, D.C., because those weapon systems are much cheaper to manufacture than an armada of ships or, a division of tanks.
Yep. Now, the final question is the hardest one, which is, where do you think Trump lands at the end of all this? I mean, I know no one knows, and he probably doesn't even know, but he says, annihilation, decapitation, World War II. Then he turns around and says they're smart. We're going to negotiate. Everything's going to be fine. Today, Scott Bessent saying a deal is imminent. The markets are ecstatic. They skyrocket back up. What's your sense here? What's his final decision? Do we go in and do a giant attack, possibly including ground troops, or does he sign a peace deal and get out?
I'm very concerned because President Trump has it in his head that he needs like one of two things to get out of here. He either needs a military victory, and I think even he knows that that just isn't feasible because he tried that at the beginning of the war. That's why we had the MOU. That's why we've had all the pauses. He knows he can't get a military victory the way that we're fighting right now. He doesn't want to take any more losses, but also then he's blocked because in his own head he wants like a piece of paper. He wants a declaration. He wants a signed deal from the Iranians, and I just don't think the Iranians are going to give this to him. Had we not killed the supreme leader, I think that this would have been possible. However, we killed the supreme leader. There was a rally around the flag effect. We did the tragic strike of the little girls' school. And so now you have the Iranian people, many of whom probably really didn't like the regime before this war started. They are now galvanized. They are emboldened. They are not going to let any of the moderates inside of Iran cut a deal with us. I don't see that happening, that the Iranians give us the deal that we want. So what President Trump needs to do is he needs to have the clarity that he had briefly this weekend. Whoever he spoke to this weekend that got the big strike called off, I hope he keeps talking to whoever that was, whether that was someone in the Gulf or someone else. And he just goes one step further. He says, we're just going to remove ourselves from the situation, and then we're going to quietly use sanctions relief as a tool to get the Straits of Hormuz open and kind of sort things back out quietly. But if he remains stuck in this situation where he wants the Iranians to give him something, that's just not going to happen. And I fear right now the Iranians are deliberating and saying, you know what, are we going to wait around for this guy to kind of jerk us around again and to attack us when we're supposed to be negotiating? Because we've already burned through a bunch of that goodwill. And the Iranians have shown that they are willing to go on the offense, like when they did the strikes against Jordan with the ballistic missiles. And so I think there's two schools of thought in Iran right now, unfortunately. One is to slowly strangle the Straits of Hormuz, the Bab al-Mandeb, and to make us feel the pain here at the pump back home, and domestically and politically that will hurt Trump. But then I think there's also a lot of other guys in Iran right now, probably the IRGC, a lot of their military folks are saying, enough of this. If we don't punch these guys back hard right now, they're going to keep coming. Let's bring on the big fight. Let's hit them hard. Let's make them try and put boots on the ground, and let's actually fight them. Let's have the fight right now. I don't think there's anybody seriously advocating to give President Trump a deal. So it's going to take him, kind of sobering up and stepping back and saying, like, I've just got to walk away from this entire thing. I fear that he can't do that, because I think if he could do it, he would do it by now. I pray that I'm wrong. If he says I'm leaving tomorrow, then I will give him. I'll give him a lot of credit, because if President Trump says we're leaving right now, and this whole thing, it didn't work out the way I wanted it to, and I'm not going to take the bait that most American presidents have taken since the end of World War II. We tend to double and triple down on foolish wars, like we did in Vietnam, like we did on the War on Terror. Even when the leaders realize that it's futile and we shouldn't be continuing to burn lives, we have a bad habit of doubling and tripling down on failure with like the gambler's fallacy, the sunk cost fallacy. If President Trump can extract himself from that trap, I think he does deserve a lot of credit. I'm skeptical just because of all the different pressure systems that are around him, from the Israeli lobby and from the war hawks. But that's kind of the decision he has to make. He has to do it on his own. He has to make the decision to leave. Otherwise, we're going to get sucked further into this.
So, Joe, I'm forced to ask another question, because you said something surprising there. So you don't think the Iranians will give him any like signed agreement, because they've agreed to get rid of their non-existent nuclear weapons program half a dozen times already. They've agreed to open up the Strait of Hormuz under some circumstances half a dozen times already. So to me, that seems like a really easy deal, and Iran doesn't lose anything from that deal, especially if they get the $300 billion from the Gulf and the sanctions relief. And I would say further, if I'm on Iran's side, I just got to get America to leave. And then if Israel wants to keep going, yeah, okay, now we could re-engage with Israel without America involved. So that's why I'm a little bit surprised that they wouldn't sign anything. You think even under those circumstances, they're not likely to give us a deal we can sign?
I think if we unfreeze the assets up front, which I don't know, I don't think President Trump politically can do that. I think he might as well I think he might as well get our guys out, then unfreeze the assets if they agree to, take the mines out of the Straits of Hormuz, et cetera. The last time at the MOU, when we didn't unfreeze the assets right away, we let the Iranians get all the oil that they had on already preloaded on the water. We let them get that out of the Straits of Hormuz. And so that was a big cash payday for the Iranians, several billion. I don't remember off the top of my head. They don't have the oil on the water right now. So us just simply removing the blockade is not a good incentive for the Iranians. And I don't think they would take that. I think you're right. If we said, hey, we will now unfreeze all the assets, then I think the Iranians might be inclined. If President Trump says he's going to do that and sign that, he is going to take a lot of flack from the lobby that will turn up their efforts to say that he just gave Iran a worse deal than the JCPOA. They know how to play to President Trump's ego, because if he signs something like that, they're going to say it's way worse than the JCPOA, because on paper it would give up more money than the JCPOA did. Short of that, I just don't think a deal exists. The deal that Trump wants on paper, that Trump would find acceptable, I don't think the Iranians are even really willing to meet him halfway, because they can't, because of what we did to the supreme leader, and because of Manab, the little girl's school, and the fact that we've been the aggressor on multiple occasions.
All right, that sounds depressing. Okay, let's see how it turns out. Let's hope for the best. So when we come back, we're going to ask Joe about a potential third party with Tucker Carlson, Tom Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Joe Kent. Is that going to happen? We'll tell you when we return. All right, let's go to our members on TYT.com. Eclectic writes in, hi all, fingers crossed. I'm getting ready to say down goes AIPAC tonight if Haley Stephen loses. Yeah, I don't want to jinx anything. We don't know for sure, but if she loses and Abdul wins, it is going to be festive at the TYT studios. I'll tell you that right now. Bloated Egos, they've spent an ungodly amount of money there. We'll talk about it a little bit later in the show. Bloated Ego says, Israel's intel is called propaganda. We do have ultimate leverage over Israel, but are conveniently refusing to use it. We need to cut Israel off totally immediately to save ourselves and the rest of the planet. I don't think anybody else should give a crap what happens to Israel anymore. I think everything you said is super obvious, except to people in Washington. Everybody in media would find what you said outrageous, and 98% of Americans would find it eminently reasonable. And the media figures claim, I don't know how we could ever put pressure on Israel. I don't know, take their money away. They're like, oh no, that would be anti-Semitic to not give all of your money to Israel. So they're just a bunch of liars. Everybody else realizes what's going on. C. Andrews 22 says, happy Tuesday, TYT family, all the love from the mountains. Really trying to get caught up on the news after the forest fires, the flooding, and just really not liking the state of our country, LOL. Hope everyone's healthy, safe, and having a great day. Well, that's the situation we're all in. Nothing ever helps you guys. We're all obsessed with what's gonna help Israel. All right, we'll be right back. All right, back on TYT, Cenk Uygur, Joe Kent with you guys, former National Counterterrorism Director, and also Commander Cody, who's our commander there, somebody who just joined and became a Young Turks member at TYT.com/join. You guys are part of the show, and we love that. Let's go to the next story.
Extraordinary photograph that emerged over the weekend And you were in this picture. It was at Tucker Carlson's home. You're in there with Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massie, Tucker. What was this? There is word that you're all planning, as Marjorie Taylor Greene put it, a new political movement. Could this involve establishing a new party?
So that was yesterday. Today we're back together again on the Young Turks instead of Piers Morgan. So Joe, tell us, could it potentially be a new third party?
It certainly could. I mean, when I got together with Tucker, with Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, as we were just kind of comparing notes, most of us came to the conclusion that most Americans that we talk to, they're sick of the Republicans, they're sick of the Democrats. Now, most of us, have been in Trump world for quite some time. All of us kind of had our own, break, to put it politely, with the Trump administration, and even a lot of like hardcore Trump supporters right now, they feel very betrayed. I mean, one of the core tenets of President Trump's agenda was no more endless wars. I became a Trump supporter in 2016 when Trump went after Jeb Bush on the debate stage, because I served and fought in Iraq, lost lots of friends there. We have all come to our own conclusions that, look, this is not working. And the confines of the traditional Republican Party, the traditional Democrat Party, most people are just sick of that. And so we do think that there is, I would say, from, a lot of your viewers, from people who find themselves, more on the left, people who find themselves more on the right, we don't think the current political system is working just because of the results on the ground. No matter who we vote for, we get another war in the Middle East. No matter who we vote for, AIPAC and these major donors, most of whom most Americans don't even know, they dictate the policy that sends our best young men and women off to go fight and die in foreign battlefields. They make our taxes go up, and then they give us nothing back in return but more debt and more wars. And so I do think there is a growing hunger in this country to have a very basic and very simple agenda that says that we're not going to get involved in more foreign wars. We're not going to let foreign lobbies dictate our foreign policy, and we're going to address the needs of the American people. And so that was the gist of what we were discussing there. Now, how that's going to look in the future, there's a lot more nuts and bolts work that needs to be done there, because as I think you understand, running as a third party candidate is challenging, not impossible, but it is very challenging. But that's kind of the consensus that we came to, that the current system just simply doesn't work, and we have to find something new to save our country.
So speaking of our audience, we're actually asking our audience both on tyt.com and on our YouTube channel's post section, should Tucker Carlson, Joe Camp, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Tom Massie form an independent third party that is truly America first? Just yes or no. I'm curious what our audience is going to say about that. But to your point, Joe, let me skip ahead to graphic 6 here. Let me show you the favorable and unfavorable for the Republican and Democratic parties. They're actually very similar. It's 58-40 and 59-39 in the two different parties, nearly identical. And in the old days, it would have been 58% favorable, 40% unfavorable, but now it's reversed. It's 58% unfavorable for the Republicans and 59% unfavorable for the Democrats. So, and now 45% of voters are independents. They're larger than the Republican or the Democratic parties. Almost never talked about mainstream media. Mainstream media loves the fake fights of the uniparty and how they all somehow magically come to the same conclusion, as Joe pointed out there. But Joe, if you guys did this party, would it be just for the presidential elections, or could there be other seats that you guys are on for?
I think there definitely could be other seats. I think focusing, though, actually on the executive branch is probably the most pressing issue, because the president has the most control over our foreign policy. All the other issues that the uniparty likes us to fight about, the president actually doesn't have a lot of unilateral authority over. When you start talking about the social issues that divide America, when you start talking about like the more local issues, you've got a lot of control at the state level for sure. But then you've also got to deal with the House and the Senate. This is why I think a lot of presidents do get wrapped around the axle with foreign policy, because anywhere else they want to work, especially in the domestic space, they have to get the consensus of the House, of the Senate, of the states, et cetera. But then when they go over to foreign policy, they're essentially the king of the world. And that's why the foreign lobbies and the military industrial complex spend so much money lobbying the president on his foreign policy. And so I think if we started with the executive branch with the presidential election in 2028, and we started forming a broad coalition coalition that doesn't agree on everything, doesn't agree on social issues, doesn't agree on a lot of domestic issues, but we agreed we're done with the foreign wars, we're done with the foreign lobbying, we're going to work together to do what's right for the American people. I do think we'd have a real chance of putting the Republicans and the Democrats to a side and just focus on this issue, because, you know, every president says they're going to do all these different things on the domestic side. You know, a lot of people on the MAGA base right now are complaining why President Trump's domestic policies haven't been addressed. And I can tell you why, because we've spent all of our time, money, and effort over on these wars in the Middle East. And it's been the same for multiple presidents over and over again. So I think starting with the presidential run in 2028, that broad coalition, and I think that broad coalition already exists. There was a lot of crossover between Bernie Sanders and between Donald Trump. I've had people point out that I voted for Bernie Sanders at one point in time, and they're like, but then you were a Trump guy. And I'm like, actually, do you realize how much similarity there was between what Bernie Sanders was saying and what Donald Trump was saying on the stump at the end of the day? Because they were both anti-establishment. They both wanted us out of the foreign wars. They wanted to put the American worker first. So I do think there's a lot of potential there. And I think that could eventually spiral down to other down ticket seats as well. But I think starting with the 2028 to ensure that we get out of the foreign wars is a good starting point.
Yeah, and obviously I think one of them meant it and the other one didn't, and the proof is a little bit in the pudding, but that's water under the bridge. Now we're going to the future, and I've got some tough questions about that in a sec, but first, just a couple of quick ones here. Who called the meeting?
You know, we'd all been texting each other for quite some time and having phone conversations or seeing each other in passing. We said, hey, let's pick a date. I don't remember exactly who that was. I think we all just decided, hey, Tucker's got a great place up in Maine, and if he'll have us, let's go up there. So we basically, between myself, Marjorie, and Thomas, we just kind of invited ourselves over to Tucker's house, and he's a gracious enough host that he fed us dinner and facilitated the conversation.
So was there any conversation about who would lead the party?
Not quite yet. I mean, we're going back and forth, and I'd say all of us at one point in time told Tucker he needs to run, and Tucker's been pretty public that he's not going to run. So we all made our pitch to Tucker as to why he should run, and hopefully he wakes up one day and Tucker says he's going to run. I would fully support that. But right now it was mostly just on how we need to work to build a broader coalition, and then look at, is it feasible to actually do a third political party? Could we get on the ballot in all 50 states? Because I just remember the Kennedy campaign had some real issues of even getting ballot access just a couple of years ago. So I think we know conceptually where we're at in terms of, like, could we put together a movement? I think we really could, because I think there is a hunger for it in the country. But then once we get that movement established, would we be, picked apart by procedure and not even be able to get someone on the ballot? Does it make more sense than to run as an insurgent candidate in one of the major political parties? That's the stuff that we're trying to figure out right now.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So look, conventional wisdom is to get on the ballot in all 50 states, even if you were able to jump through all the bureaucratic hurdles, which I think that if you put enough effort and money behind it, you probably could, will take at least 10 to 20 million. These days, it's probably closer to 20 or beyond. So is the plan to raise that from if you guys do it, from the grassroots? Because on the left, it would be kind of obvious. Our insurgents are not just against AIPAC, but against all corporate PAC money. So I don't know if you guys discussed that at all, about taking or not taking corporate PAC money and leading on grassroots or not.
We all know, especially, I've ran for Congress unsuccessfully, and then Thomas and Margie have been there. We know that the corporate PAC money, especially AIPAC, et cetera, that's how they get you. I mean, that is how the lobbies end up owning so many of our elected officials. So we all definitely recognize that there is a lot of power in the grassroots. We wouldn't have as much money as anyone in the establishment, but that's okay. We could use social media. There's platforms like yours right here I'm talking to you on. The Young Turks, Tucker's got a huge platform. I mean, Margie has a pretty huge platform. Thomas does now as well. So we think that nowadays, with the environment on social media, with unconventional media, we think that we could raise it all from the grassroots. And I think we would have to stick to that commitment, because the second you start taking the corporate PAC money, then, you get across the finish line. But what was it all for? You're not truly in charge anyways. So I think raising the money from the grassroots and then filling in the gaps in money with the tools of social media and having a legitimate grassroots campaign to get us over the finish line, as opposed to raising, $1 billion. That's the way we'd have to go to stay true to the movement.
So, Joe, any conversations about one of the toughest issues? How do you appeal to the left? Obviously, we've got some significant disagreements: LGBTQ rights, abortion, all the social issues that we've all been fighting over for the last, many decades, probably our whole lives. So, any strategy on how to get past that and appeal to the left?
I think it's, especially for the presidency, I think it is having a very, very simple platform. And it's acknowledging upfront, like, we are going to disagree on a lot of domestic policy and a lot of social issues. At the end of the day, the president can talk a lot about all those things, but he really doesn't have a lot of power. We do agree that we don't want Israel dictating our foreign policy. We don't want any more foreign wars. We don't want to have to run a massive empire all over the rest of the world. And so we build a broad coalition that says we agree on these things. And then from there, when we go to make any kind of decisions that are going to affect the divisive issues, that it's going to be more of a open discussion, and we're going to keep the presidency, the executive branch, focused on ensuring that we have the space, because we're not involved in all these different foreign wars. We have the space and we have the resources back here in America so that we can sort out all those other domestic issues relatively down ballot, essentially. So those other issues would be handled in the House, would be handled in the Senate, they'd be handled at the state level. Therefore, if you built this very, very simple platform, but a broad coalition, people could vote top ticket, for the whatever it is, the independent party that wants to keep us out of the foreign wars and stop AIPAC from calling all the shots. But then down ticket, yeah, if abortions are number one issue as a Republican or as a Democrat, as a pro-life or as pro-choice, then that could affect how they're going to vote in the House or the Senate. I would even say, like, your educated voter is going to realize that abortion in particular is probably more of a state issue at the end of the day. But I think if we can just articulate what the president can truly control in a unilateral fashion and where we agree, and we focus on that, because at the end of the day, I think every American right now who's been active politically, they should realize that when you're talking about the presidency, there is no policy but foreign policy. There's a lot of domestic things Obama wanted to do that those of us on the right were like, oh, he can't do that. It's going to be the end of the world. But then when he got into office, he was too busy overthrowing Syria and Libya and expanding the war in Afghanistan to really get any of that accomplished. Same thing with President Trump and this administration. There was a lot of things that MAGA and the right was really passionate about on the domestic end. They're not getting a lot of those things. What they are getting is another war in the Middle East. So at the end of the day, until we sort that out, all these other issues that, MSNBC and Fox News want us yelling at each other about actually don't matter.
So there is one domestic issue that would matter a lot, and even if the president couldn't do something about it directly, he certainly could put an enormous amount of attention on it. How about getting money out of politics?
Men, I think that's the reason why these special interest groups like AIPAC have so much power, is because they can flood the zone of hundreds of millions of dollars that an individual candidate simply can't raise, and then Americans don't understand why, regardless who they vote for, they get another foreign war, or our food is poisoned, or you pick the issue. There's just so much money in politics. That's going to be complicated because of Supreme Court rulings, but I think if you are of the mind that a lot of my friends are in, what used to be MAGA or on the right, we understand that money is really what destroyed the MAGA movement, for lack of a better explanation or more in-depth explanation. It was the money from the donors that caused President Trump to get us involved in this disastrous war and probably work against other agendas that he campaigned on as well. So I would agree that we need to figure out a way to get money out of the politics. Again, there's an issue there for Supreme Court ruling, but I think, again, if us and the left agree on that issue, that we would be better off having grassroots campaigns and having candidates actually have to get up in front of the people and articulate what their views are, as opposed to who can get the most money to run the most garbage AI slop ads, that our country would be in a much better spot.
Yeah, the money also destroyed the Democratic Party, and that's why it's got the disapproval ratings that it does, because they never do anything, because the corporations tell them not to do anything. And then foreign governments tell them, no, focus on us instead of your own citizens, and they listen. Money talks, and so that's been a huge problem. All right, final question. It's a tough one. So what happens to JD Vance in this equation?
Look, I like JD. He's in a tough spot. His name's on the ticket, and he has had to go along with a lot of what's taken place in this administration. And look, at the end of the day, he is going to have to answer to a lot of those same donors because he was on the ticket. And so unless he changes things drastically, which I don't even know if he has the power to do at this point, he's still going to be at the mercy of a lot of the people that are still pulling the strings within the Republican Party. And I think this is just some of the trap of the Republican Party and the Democrat Party, because if you lock us into this two-party system, you basically have to pick your side, and then you have to go down with the ship, and that's the position that JD's in right now because President Trump put the ship on the heading, towards the iceberg, for lack of a better metaphor. So look, I personally like JD. I think he, by and large, has tried to do the right thing in this, but again, he's had to get out there and he's had to advocate for this war, and so he is still associated with it, and this war is going to have. Unfortunately, this war is going to have horrible ramifications. To what degree, we fully don't know. We're already starting to feel a lot of those effects. And so it's going to be very hard for, JD Vance or anybody else who stayed in the administration to come back out in 2028 and say, trust me this time, guys. Because I just don't think that that's going to be a compelling message to a lot of the first-time Trump voters, to the groundswell that President Trump got in 2024 that had him win the popular vote and the Electoral College. People aren't going to go with retread promises like, no, I mean it this time. I was kind of against that stuff, but this time you can trust me. Even with, a guy like Vance, who I like, I just don't think that that's feasible in 2028.
Interesting. So it sounds like you guys have kind of given up on JD Vance at this point.
I know all of us still personally like him, and I know he's trying to do the right thing. So I wouldn't say we fully gave up on him. He's a captive of the two-party system right now, and he's unfortunately a captive of what MAGA has become. So that's just kind of where we're at.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, guys. So I'm going to get rid of the next ad break because I don't want to lose Joe here. We got a limited amount of time, and I'm going to tell our producer we're skipping ahead to the D block because I want to get Joe's opinion on this because it's really interesting. So let's go to this next story.
My greatest concern right now is that the state of Israel is losing support all across the political spectrum here in the US. And I believe that
why does that concern you?
I think we're leaving a vacuum on the left and the progressive wing to speak to this criticism in a way that is in line with our values.
Well, that's interesting, Joe. So that's a House candidate in Colorado. She won an improbable victory in the primaries. She's likely going to be the next congresswoman from there. Her name is Melat Kiros, but there's a little bit more to it. I want to show you that because it might involve, basically you in a sense. So let's watch the next clip.
I think we're leaving a vacuum on the left and the progressive wing to speak to this criticism in a way that is in line with our values, to where people like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, who are raging anti-Semites and white supremacists and Christian nationalists, are pretending to care about Palestinian safety when really it's just masking their overt hatred for Jewish people.
You're singing my song.
And if we are not presenting our vision of what we believe in with our democratic values that extends not just to the Palestinian people, but to the Israeli people and to the Jewish people, that land has a distinctly Jewish character, a distinctly Christian character, a distinctly Muslim character.
Yeah.
It's a land that has seen bloodshed for centuries. Mm-hmm. And we, I think, are doing a disservice to the people of that region by not offering our progressive vision in a way that isn't immediately swatted down as, bigoted or anti-Semitic. And that's going to require a lot of conversations, a lot of hard conversations. There will be things that we learn, there will be missteps and mistakes made. But as long as we're continuing that conversation, we are at the very least presenting an actual vision in line with our values that can combat and hopefully silence a lot of the anti-Semitism that's coming from the right, because we're leaving that vacuum wide open right now if we are afraid to have these conversations.
Ooh, okay, two different things there. One is she ran a very pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel campaign, and now she seems to have completely changed the way that she's framing the issue. She backpedaled on that. I'll get to that in a second. But the second thing was directly related to someone you spent the weekend with, Tucker Carlson there. It seemed like, Joe, she was saying, those of us on the left opposed to Israel are doing it for the right reasons, but those of you on the right that are opposed to funding Israel more, their funding of their wars, are doing it for the wrong reasons because you guys are anti-Semitic and you're pretending to care. Well, how do you respond to that?
Yeah, I just think that's such an old talking point at this point. Like, I just think that would have worked a couple of years ago, saying that, hey, anyone who even brings up a concern with Israel's influence in our foreign policy is only doing so because they're deeply anti-Semitic. And I kind of feel like she's insulting her own voters. She's saying, hey, Democrats, I think you guys are still dumb enough to fall for this whole like white nationalist, anti-Semitic insult. She's just assuming that every Democrat voter is going to say, well, I can't be with the racists, I can't be with the anti-Semitic, so therefore I'll do whatever you say. When in reality, this is my prediction, I don't know, but I'm guessing that if she appealed heavily to the Democrat base and won the primary because of her stance on the Israeli lobby and what's taking place in Gaza, she won based on that. That was probably a huge reason. And then she probably had the DCCC come to her and say, hey, look, the Republicans are going to smoke you because AIPAC is going to pump all the money into the Republicans on come November, so you better change your tune and you better start making promises. And this speaks to the money and politics that we were just talking about. So scaring her with the general election and all the money that AIPAC's going to give to the Republicans just got her out there basically to do that struggle session to say that, well, you better not go against Israel, otherwise you'll be an anti-Semite or a racist or a white nationalist or whatever.
Yeah, so she did get a lot of flack from the left on that. So that's the first issue we brought up. So let me be fair to her and give her statement after the interview. So she went back a little bit on what she said there, and this is graphic 5. She put out on X, I fumbled this line plain and simple. To be clear, my foreign policy priorities ending Israel's occupation, apartheid, and genocide in Palestine. I also reject the notion that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, and it's important that we distinguish the two in order to combat actual anti-Semitism. I've always been opposed to any form of ethno-supremacy, and I refuse to vote for any of our tax dollars to go to any government that discriminates on that basis, and obviously Israel does. That's me adding that. I was being asked about rising anti-Semitism in this interview, and I was trying to say that my concern is that while voters across the political spectrum wake up to Israel's atrocities and our government's complicity in it, the Democratic Party is failing to meet this moment. And when the party refuses to lead morally on this issue, they are letting anti-Semites on the right co-opt the movement for Palestinian liberation while giving fodder to AIPAC talking points. So she basically tries to withdraw the first part of the statement about, oh my God, we really got to be most concerned about Israel. She doesn't seem to retract too much that you guys are anti-Semites. So, all right, but Joe, look, there's a real concern on the left that that this is all a trick by you guys, you, Tucker, Tom Massey, MTG, etc. That okay, maybe you are against Israel, you agree with us, maybe you do care about American sovereignty. I think that sounds very believable and credible. But that once you're in charge, that you guys are going to do, pull the ball out and go, or take the mask off in a Scooby-Doo moment and go, just kidding, we're white nationalists and that's the direction we're going. So how do you address that concern?
I think nowadays with social media, I think people can make their own assessments if they just take a look at the things that, all of us have said in public life. All of us have been in public life for quite some time. I think if they got to know us, essentially, they would understand that that's just not true. But also, I think this speaks to building a broad political coalition, because if the true goal is to break free from the Republican, Democrat, false choice, then I think we are all going to have to stick with the things that we agree on, but then form a coalition where basically there is power sharing, where we do say, hey, the Republicans aren't going to get everything they want when it comes to taxes and social issues, and neither are the Democrats. We're going to have to compromise on those things, but there is going to be some form of power sharing sharing and some sort of an agreement where we do say, hey, the most important thing is that we get our crazy foreign policy under control so we can sort out the rest of this. We can focus on the things that actually unite us, which I think there's more topics that unite us than there are that divide us. I think a lot of the division is play acting. And look, there are a lot of social issues that I feel passionately about, that people on the left feel passionate about, and we're going to disagree. But at the end of the day, if the goal is to make sure the person sitting in the White House isn't going to be at the behest of any foreign government, Israel or any others, or the military-industrial complex, and the desire isn't to continue to prop up the empire and keep us in these never-ending wars, then I do think that we can actually build a real winning political coalition that takes the country back. And then, again, that by making sure that we get our foreign policy house in order, that gives us the space to actually have real debates, real discussions about how now we are going to actually fix our country on the domestic end.
Yeah, so look, I got one last question for you in this regard, but just from my point of view, this whole calling, we're for Israel again, against funding Israel for the right reasons, but the other side is anti-Semites, is disgusting. And it's exactly what mainstream media uses. That's why Margaret Hoover jumped in and said, "Oh, you're singing my song." But she'd sing that song about the left wing too. And not she would, we've seen mainstream media say it about the left wing over and over again, whether it's us, it's Hassan Piker, or whoever it might be. So just to use the mainstream and the establishment talking points against either side is not at all helpful to the cause of getting to the right policy on this issue. So I vehemently disagree with her on that. I think it's insulting, it's unnecessary, and I don't think it's true. I don't think that you guys are like, haha, just kidding. It wasn't about Israel. We secretly hate Jews. I haven't seen that inclination. There's no reason, and it's the same thing they say about us, guys. Snap out of it, right? And we can't keep using the talking points of the establishment against one another. Otherwise, we'll never have enough unity to win on this issue. But my point of view on that is clear. But Joe, even if you get past all of that, right? There is one issue, and even if you say, hey, you know what, on the domestic issues, we're just gonna find a way to leave it aside, let the states handle it, let the Congress fight over, but the executive branch is gonna stay out of it, right? Maybe doable, that's kind of interesting, right? But I think where the rubber hits the road, and I don't know again if you and Tucker and Massey and MTG talked about it over the weekend, is immigration. So that one's really tough because that's where the executive branch is relevant, right? And it does get to some of these issues in a legitimate way rather than the illegitimate way of calling each other's racist or other words that are not helpful, right? So what do you do with the issue of immigration?
I mean, look, I think when President Trump won on his platform of actually having American sovereignty, I think there was a lot to that. And again, I think this is where there is some overlap in a lot of the things that Bernie Sanders has been saying for quite some time about how open borders is, essentially a Koch brothers, a corporate scam to undercut working class people. So I do think there's a lot of common ground there. There is a lot of details that we do have to work out. Obviously, people on the right, we're not going to want to go back to, the more open borders like Biden had. I don't think most people on the left wanted that either. That's why I think there were so many crossover votes in 2024 in President Trump's favor on the immigration issue. But I do think this is another issue that I don't have all the answers for right now. But I think if we're looking at sovereignty and doing what's right for American citizens that are here right now, especially American workers who are having their jobs taken away because it's more profitable for big corporations to bring in, either H-1B visas, for example, or illegal immigrants to do less skilled labor. I do think there is a lot of common ground that we can find right there. So that is an issue that I think if we sat down and we talked real policy, I think we would end up finding more common ground on. But that's something that we probably have to sit down at the table at and kind of hammer out what's acceptable for both sides.
Again, I'll chip in here with my thoughts on it. Look, we do have some real significant disagreements on social policy issues, but I think the exercise of trying to find common ground could be super interesting. Like, if you guys go through with it and you really do reach out to the left, first of all, that instantly eliminates any positions of, regarding race, et cetera, because you're not going to be able to get anyone on the left if it's, not inclusive on issues of race, gender, identity, etc. But the parameters of that conversation and how you sort out, how you find common ground. I mean, I don't know that I would support anything like that, and the devil's always in the details. And Joe, there's no way of knowing until we actually have those super hard conversations. And are there some red lines that we can't cross, or you can't cross, or both? But would you almost look forward to that process of trying to sort out those differences, or is that going to be kind of brutal?
I look forward to it because I do think when you sit down with real people and not like talking heads that are reciting partisan talking points, I think we're going to find more common ground. I just believe that because we all exist in this society, and we all go through the majority of our day dealing with people who we might not even know what their politics are, or we know that we disagree with them, and we have members like that in our own families. So I think there are some hardline issues, and there are going to be hard conversations, but I would look forward to it, and I think it'd be healthy for the country. And I think at the end of the day, once we cut through, a lot of the partisan talking points, I do think that we probably would find more common ground, and these issues wouldn't be as explosive as we think that they are.
All right, super interesting. Joe Kent, former National Counterterrorism Director, head in America, and left the Trump administration on grounds of principle, opposing the Iran war. Really appreciate you coming on the show and hosting it with me today. And certainly a lot of very interesting and maybe even historic issues that we covered today. So thank you very much, really appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me, I really appreciate it. And thanks for having me as a co-host. Yeah,
absolutely. All right, guys, when we return, Elliot Morgan's gonna join us. And as we discuss all these really weighty and important issues, the economy might collapse altogether because of AI. And now one of the wealthiest men in the world is saying, watch out, buckle up, brace for impact. This is gonna get terrible. So we'll explain that when we return. Hey Andrew, what's up?
Hey Cenk, you ready to make the switch?
Yeah, I guess.
I promise it's easy, universal, basic, and you get income.
Yeah, you keep saying that. But you sure I'm gonna have coverage?
Of course you will. You think I would have bad service? I'm Andrew Yang, of course I have good service.
All right, let's try it. But I'm so bad at tech. So, wait, should I do this thing of the hashtag business? Andrew, you're still on, right?
Yep.
Oh, I see it. No, wait, I don't see. Oh yeah, I do see it. Here we go.
I actually did not realize that you'd be searching in real time, but I love it.
How much do people actually normally say?
Yeah, the average American is gonna save between $500 and $1,000 a year on Noble.
Yeah, no, you know what I'm gonna do, Andrew? Are you ready to become a Noble member? The two buttons are do it and go back. There's no going back, we're doing it.
We're doing it.
Here we go, Noble Mobile.
Oh my gosh, I just called you, and are you now on Noble and not Verizon?
Why didn't you tell me it was gonna be super easy?
I know, man. Now you just stay away from your phone and watch the money roll in.
I can do that. Here you go, phone, yeah.
What the Cenk, you still there?
Andrew? Oh, well, at least I got Noble Mobile.
It was really just one take. The whole thing is wild.
It's in my shoe. It's in my shoes. Hi, I'm Brett Ehrlich with breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. This is breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. Hi, Brett Ehrlich here. According to EPA head Scott Pruitt, climate change is not happening. He cited a meme on Facebook he saw. When pressed to back up this source, he said it must be accurate because the watermark said it was made by a scientist. So, your move, Truth.
At TYT, our mission is to boldly pursue truth, challenge the establishment, and drive positive change. At a time when corporate capture of our media, our government, and our politics is nearly absolute, everyday working people need a champion to fight for them and to push back against the powerful interests that threaten our democracy itself. At TYT, we're proudly progressive and call out corruption and duplicity wherever we see it, from Republicans, Democrats, or anyone else. And unlike mainstream news media outlets, we're not beholden to corporate advertisers, to defense contractors, to Wall Street, or to big pharma. We only have to answer to our audience, and for nearly 2 decades, we've accomplished that by delivering honest, timely, and insightful perspectives on the day's news without fear or favor or concern for whose toes we might step on or which powerful elites we might offend. And while we're super serious about the news, we also manage to do it in a way that is fun and lighthearted. We can do this together and serve our audience, and yes, have fun doing it.
People have died for us to have the chance to vote.
So this is just the beginning of a much bigger fight over the president's desire to interfere in the midterm elections.
He's deploying multiple strategies, using every tool available and testing out each one of them.
And you're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November.
There are efforts to stop people from voting.
The actions that we take now will determine what the future looks like.
Tucker Carlson, a terrible friend.
Back on the Young Turks, the online news show. Cenk Uygur, Captain Morgan's in the house. Elliot Morgan's here, and we've got Sneakers 1966 too. Thank you for joining through TYT.com/join. Anybody who's a Young Turks member is one of us. We're not the Young Turks. You're the Young Turks. So I love this community. All right, so we got a lot to get to, Elliot. Let's start with this one.
Let me start with the thing that I'm most curious about, because I sat here with an investor called Jeremy Grantham, who you might know.
Mm-hmm.
He told me that we're staring in the face of an AI bubble and therefore a economic collapse potentially.
If you look at the data, it would be compatible with history for the peak to be very soon. Everything is in line. This is, I think, the biggest investment bubble in American history.
What's your perspective on that?
He's right. I don't want to jump to conclusions as much as I want to explain reasonings that lead up to conclusions. I'm at a stage in my life that I want to help people understand cause-effect relationships.
So that's Ray Dalio. He is one of the best investors in world history, one of the wealthiest men alive. He also predicted the 2008 economic collapse. And he's now warning, watch out, buckle up, brace for impact, because this bubble's gonna blow. So Elliot, there's a lot more where that came from. Tell us all about it.
Yeah, we're gonna dive into more of Dalio's predictions in just a second. But first, we should probably check in on how the market is actually doing right now. So the Trump administration, including Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, are stating that a deal with Iran is within reach, which might sound kind of familiar, but as it turns out, investors are literally buying what the Trump administration is selling. So both the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones Industrial Average topped prior records. The NASDAQ 100 rose about 3%. Brent crude fell below $80. And a financial markets economist also stated, from watching the stock market zoom higher over the past 3 sessions, you wouldn't think there's anything wrong with the world. I could probably name 1 or 2 things wrong with it, but now let's hear more from Dalio. And first, we're gonna watch him explain exactly how these bubbles actually start.
What they call a bubble is when the price goes up a lot and companies do very well, and then it collapses. And that has implications for the economy, that has implications for the markets, like 1929 bubble, okay? Or the 2000 bubble, okay? Which is the dot-com bubble.
Does it impact real people as well? Because you said the economy.
It did 1929 bubble bursting impact real people? Yes, the Great Depression followed. Because what happens is there's a new technology that comes along that's revolutionary. The dot-com bubble, which was 2000, all the stuff that we have that's wonderful new technology. People get into that technology. They say that's miraculous. I can bet on that. I'm sure it's going to be successful. And then they bet on it. And sometimes they borrow money to bet on it, and they lose sight that the price of it matters. So it goes up, and it's everybody's thing, you know?
Okay, so now we understand a little bit more about how market bubbles start. Now let's learn how they actually end up bursting.
Wealth is not the same as money. So you see a lot of people getting wealthy, but you can't spend the wealth. You have to sell the wealth to get money, because you can only spend money, right? So what happens is when they need money, for one reason or another, taxes change or interest rates go up, and so they have to pay their debt service and so on. There is a pricking of the bubble so that what happens is it falls, okay? And when that happens, people lose money. And as they start to lose money, the process works in reverse, because when they made a lot of money, they have a lot of collateral, right? They can go borrow money because they're worth a lot, and that compounds on its way up. And then when it comes down the other way, it works the other way. Okay, now you got to pay your debt, and so on. Then you have to start to sell assets, and then there's less demand for things, right? So there's less demands, because if you're losing money because you put some money in the stock market and the company and so on, you're going to spend less. And as you spend less, then somebody else's income goes down, right?
Yeah, Dalio also pointed out another big problem to worry about, which is that these bubbles are especially worrisome, and this should definitely sound familiar, during times of extreme wealth inequality.
We also have some other things that are going on that happen around the same time. A big gap between the rich and the poor, and which also means the left and the right, the politics of it, right? Just as we have now. When you have the downturn, then you have people at each other's throats. So if we take politics, what you see is this, that they don't have enough money. The governments don't have enough money. We have big budget deficits, okay? Where do you get the money from in order to pay those bills? The UK has had, I think, 6 out of the last 7 years, there's been a new prime minister. And because there's not enough money for the government, and so what you start to see is people come in with their claims, but there's this, how do we get the money? And then people run who have money. They say, I don't want to be in this tax zone. That's going to be, and then they leave. And so there's a domestic political problem that is not people compromising the same way they used to compromise. Right.
Okay, scary stuff. So, Cenk, I want to get your thoughts here, but as I understand it, only about I think, top 10% of US households own the vast majority of equities, and so it can be kind of easy for people to just let this stuff go in one ear and out the other. But like Dalio pointed out, this stuff has affected working class people historically. So what do you make of all of this?
Yeah, so I think that the top 10% of about 90% of the stock market. So, but the 10% affects the rest of us through our 401ks and pensions that invest into the stock market. And obviously any amount that an average person loses is much more devastating than even if a super wealthy person loses a quarter of their wealth, they're still gonna have an enormous amount of money. But much more importantly, the amount of jobs you lose and how it devastates the economy is what's the most important. Well, that's about 12, 13 million jobs in the 2008 crash, and they weren't banker jobs. The bankers got bailed out and paid their bonuses. And so it was actually the average guy who suffered the most, of course, as always, right? So now, Elliot, I also interviewed Ray Dalio a while back, a couple of years ago. You could find it up on YouTube. And one of the things I asked him that compounds this problem was, okay, yes, there were different times that it looked like the economy was on the ropes, we couldn't get out, but then the Federal Reserve would normally come in, and in the beginning they just printed money, and that magically got them out of a lot of these messes. But you can't print too much money. And then they started buying toxic assets. That happened in 2008, and then it happened a couple of times after that as well. And we don't really know what that means. They buy it from banks, and some of it is worth some money, and then they wind up selling it, and then the Fed makes a profit, which doesn't make any sense at all. But some of it is actually toxic, and they can't sell it, or they do sell it at a great loss, in which case the Federal Reserve has lost money. That, again, this is just nonsensical talk. They're just doing things that don't make any sense, and it's not just me saying it, it's Ray Dalio, again, one of the greatest investors in world history, saying it. And then when I asked him about it, okay, but what happens in the next crisis? And here we are on the edge of the next crisis. And he said, I think we're out of bullets. I don't think the Federal Reserve can just buy their way out of this situation. And so, yeah, if we're all right about this bubble, and by the way, Elliot, it should be noted, Wall Street, almost everyone on Wall Street disagrees with us. So whether it's Ray Dalio, some of the top experts in the world, or us here that are not in the financial world but are looking at it and going, that looks mental, right? When I talk to reporters and analysts inside Wall Street, they're in their own bubble. And what they're saying is, and this is usually what they say right before a collapse, no, this one's different. It can't go wrong. And I'm like, oh God, oh no, okay. So I ask, why can't it go wrong? They say, no, this time there's just too much money. People have too much money and they don't know where to put it. So where else are they gonna put it? I'm like, I don't know, treasuries, under their pillow, real estate. There's a lot of different places you could put money if there's a crisis. So I think they're in la la land. Maybe we're all wrong and Wall Street's right, but yeah, if it turns out that Dalio's right and some of the top experts that are equally waving giant red flags are right, yeah, we will have a massive economic collapse and it'll cost an unreal number of jobs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a millennial and I feel like it's like a rerun, and I've seen this program before and it's not my favorite. And I also think that when there's all this talk going on right now about, which I know we're gonna get to in a little bit, but like why DSA candidates are doing well. And there seems to be this sort of like resurgence of a Red Scare thing. I think this is a great example of why, because people, especially young people, have watched time and time again the economy start to just completely fall off the rails. And then usually, of course, who bails them out is working class people. So it's just kind of exhausting, and I think people have a right to sort of just be like, okay, I'm tired of hearing about how it's going to burst or not burst. How does it affect me? But the reality is it does, and I think it's just kind of wearisome after a while.
Yeah, well, look, I think you're right to bring that up because I think there's going to be political consequences too. And there's going to be a rage in this country, and I'm worried it's going to be a rage larger than any we've seen before. Because we've had enough of this. We've seen this now so many times, and every time they're wrong and we're right, and they tell us in a patronizing way that we're wrong. And by the way, guys, if you're wondering, well, so who's right and who's wrong? Okay, Ray's an amazing investor. He's very forward-looking, but he's against the consensus on Wall Street. Can the entire consensus be wrong? Well, it's been wrong many times, right? The entire consensus was wrong in 2008 and in 2000. And in the Great Depression and many other times. So how can you tell who's right and who's wrong? Well, Ray Dalio and Warren Buffett got to be great investors by doing the opposite of conventional wisdom. Why? Because conventional wisdom is very, very often wrong. And Warren Buffett says something really simple. He says, every time he's asked, how did you amass this great fortune when you're just a rando from Nebraska, right? And he said, look, it's actually relatively simple. It's just that people can't get themselves to do it. You buy low, you sell high. But when everybody's selling, everybody panics and nobody buys low, they sell low. And when everyone's buying, like today, nobody thinks, oh, this is too high. They're like, oh, everybody else is buying, and they get FOMO, fear of missing out. Oh, I'm gonna buy, I'm gonna buy, I'm gonna buy. And they can't help themselves. It's human emotions that get involved. So that's why these bubbles get created, and that's why they pop. And final thing on this, Elliot, is Ray Dalio said something there that I don't want you guys to sleep on. So when the 2008 crash happened, we were on the air because we're ancient and we've been around forever. We're as old as time. And I spent a solid 2 years explaining to people to exhaustion, the housing market was the trigger, but collateral was the gun, right? So if you make a simple bet and you go, okay, I think the Chargers are gonna win, and you have $10 and you bet $10, and you lose it, that's a personal tragedy, but it doesn't affect anything else. But if you borrowed $10 million to make that bet and you don't have the $10 million, what usually happens, especially in the Wall Street and the financial world, is it creates a series of dominoes, right? And that's why all the banks fell at the same time in 2008. So, and so I don't want to freak you out more, but recently there was a story we covered about they've now loosened the collateral requirements. So don't worry, you could borrow more and more and leverage yourself up. And when disaster hits, that leverage is going to be the weapon that destroys our economy.
Yeah, it makes me feel really good about my student loans. So I think that's the one silver lining here, I guess. You're going, okay, well, at least everything else is gonna tank, so I have nothing to worry about. Great stuff.
Well, I mean, look, if you borrowed a lot of money and then you get a massive inflation, well, one of the upsides will be, well, sorry.
Oops, what can you do?
Okay, but please do not plan for that. Okay.
No.
So,
no time soon.
But you do have to brace for impact, guys. We are very worried about it, and so I don't know what you can do, but make sure you're prepared because things can get pretty bad. All right, we got to take a quick break here. We'll be right back with more potentially harmful economic news. Let's go to Super Chat. James Kelly writes in a couple times, one time. And this is the 1 millionth reason why we need to get money out of politics. I fear that they're looking into Rubio for 2032. Oh, definitely. No, the establishment wants Marco Rubio, period, okay? And so they would love like a Pete Buttigieg versus Marco Rubio. That would be an establishment dream come true. You lose either way. But I think they're mistaken. I don't think the Republicans are going to pick Rubio at all, but we'll see. Make It Make Sense says, well, this is example A. Why don't you start a war without congressional approval and public support? Mr. President, this is what happens when you don't go in with the full weight of the US war machine. Well, the full weight of the US voters and the system that we have is the real issue, in my opinion. Pakistan American for Liberation writes in, I want to ask Joe Ken if he had a chance to look at the US Middle East policy, and is it solely driven by Israeli interests? And will recent conflicts lead Arab nations to unite with Iran, ultimately isolating Israel for good? Well, he kind of answered that when he was on, and he said, yeah, they will probably start to back away from us and certainly from Israel, except for United Arab Emirates, that's too intertwined. And yes, it is solely driven by Israeli interests. He continues, all these pro-Israel, their anti-Semitic word is just a weaponized tool they use to continue to promote anti-Palestine, anti-two-state solution, and directly spreading more Islamophobia. This behavior pattern is clear. He's right about that. That's why you shouldn't use words like that when you're talking about the left or the right. It doesn't help anyone. A Woman AF on YouTube member section says, few stand on the backs of many, and that happens all the time. All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Elliot with you guys. We do have the election coverage. It's going to start in half an hour. We've got 5 states that are voting. I'll tell you all about it at 8 o'clock Eastern. But the most important race, one of the most important races, honestly, of our lifetime is the Michigan Senate race, Abdullah El-Sayed versus Haley Stevens, America versus Israel title match. So that's tonight. We do have our AIPAC Tears mug ready to go at shoptyt.com. But 222, I don't want to jinx it. Hold on, let's see how it goes. And then I want to tell you about our allies, Upwork. Upwork is a one-stop platform to find, hire, and pay expert freelancers across web and software development, data and analytics, marketing, business operations, and more. You can browse profiles, review past work, and get help scoping the role so you can hire with confidence and get started quickly. It's free to sign up, and posting a job is easy. So whether you're looking for a job or you're posting a job that your company needs and it's a freelancer job, These are the guys to go to. We always try to get you sponsors that wind up helping you in your business. So visit Upwork.com right now and post your job for free. That's Upwork.com to connect with a top talent ready to help your business grow. That's UPWORK.com, Upwork.com. All right, so now let's go to our next story, and we've got a video for that as well.
Mr. President, why is the U.S. intervening to support the Japan yen at this time?
To support who?
To support the Japanese currency.
Because we have a good relationship with Japan. We're very strong, very, very strong financially. And they are, they have a weakening yen, and they wanted a little bit of help. And we're always there for Japan. Japan's been very good to us, with the exception, of course, of Pearl Harbor.
Why bring Pearl Harbor to this? He just can't help himself. Okay, but now we've got a real big issue on our hands because we already bailed out Argentina and their currency. Now we're going to go help the Japanese with their currency. There's good reasons for it, as you're going to see in this segment, but there's also reasons to be concerned. How much can we continue to help others as our situation deteriorates? But if we don't help Japan, we might be in a bind because it might cause our situation to get worse, not better. So a lot to go over here. Elliot, tell us all the facts.
Yeah, great situation all around. So the yen has hit its lowest worth in 40 years. The Japanese government has been doing everything it can to fix the problem, but to no avail. This is because Japan has both a huge debt load, but they also have been spending aggressively. So the United States technically bailed out Japan, but we are also basically bailing out ourselves, and here's why. So far, Japan's interventions have had limited effect and raised the prospect that Japan might sell significant portions of its large pile of US treasuries to fund further intervention. Japan is the largest foreign holder of US treasuries with more than $1.1 trillion in holdings. Now, by selling treasuries, Japan could push down their price, and that could ultimately raise borrowing costs for the US government. Already, the yield on US treasuries have climbed in recent weeks on concerns about inflation. So if you're scratching your head or dozing off at the mention of yields, let's explain that a little bit further. So the 30-year Treasury yield, which is an indicator of what it would cost the federal government to borrow money for 3 decades, rose 0.11 percentage points to 5.22% last Wednesday, its largest one-day increase in more than a year and its highest level since 2007. And higher yields would mean higher borrowing costs across the economy. Also, this is not only about Japan. So moves in the yen also influence other Asian currencies, such as the South Korean won. So supporting the yen can reduce the risk that other Asian countries would come under intense pressure and need to sell their own dollar reserves to prop up their currencies. Now, a photographer caught a picture of Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's notes, okay? And they indicated that the US bought $5 to $10 million worth of the yen, but that has not been confirmed yet. Excuse me, billion. And in case you're wondering what our federal debt is looking like at the moment, US debt hit $39.84 trillion and now costs over $1 trillion in annual interest, a figure that is nearly triple 2020 levels and has surpassed defense spending. That is insane. Things are now so bad that even Steve Bannon is calling out the Trump administration for not fixing the federal debt.
Entire effort of Scott Bessent with the Japanese can be boiled down to one thing. We need the Japanese to continue to finance the massive deficits of the United States government. The United States government's going to run a $2 trillion deficit this year. Finally, on Bloomberg the other day, they had Wall Street starting to complain about it, and I think starting to reach out to the Secretary of Treasury about the unsustainability of these deficits in perpetuity, about the refinancing of the total debt and the financing of these deficits, and what it's going to mean, particularly crowding out of capital for other sources. Right now, we have the Japanese, I think, own over $1 trillion. We can't have them dump those treasuries. And guess what? We need them to finance more. We need them to buy more. Because the $2 trillion deficits come from where they come from. The guns and butter strategy. We have, I believe, I say this as a veteran, that I consider myself a hawk, out of control defense spending.
Yep, you could say that. Now, Cenk, am I misunderstanding this? It just seems like this, in addition to the previous story, is more of an indicator that much of our economy is just very fragile. And I think that goes back also to what we were talking about, where people are feeling it in their pocketbooks and they're trying to make ends meet. And then they're turning on the news and they're seeing that also the government is needing to kind of bail out some people so that they can't collapse, which would cause us to collapse. So we have to take that money. It's like robbing Peter to pay Paul, essentially. Am I getting that correct?
Yeah, but I think it's worse than that. So I think there's two different issues, right? So there's the imminent collapse that we talked about earlier in the show, and this could add to that. I'll come back and explain that. And then there's the ongoing problem that we have. The ongoing problem we have is this bifurcation where the rich are getting richer and everyone else is suffering. And so that one is not talked about much in the news because people in Washington, New York are obscenely wealthy. And so almost everybody in media is obscenely wealthy. And well, at least not in digital media, but in television, in other parts of media. So they barely ever interact with real people, and the congressmen are the same way, right? So they keep going, well, what do you mean? You know, of course, famously Pam Bondi going, Dow's over 50,000. Guys, now the Dow's over 53,000. So the bubble grows and grows. So to them, they don't get it. They're like, my accounts are going up astronomically every year. So they're adding 20% of their wealth, 30% some years, 10%, 35%. So they just keep getting wealthier and wealthier. Meanwhile, in the real world, nobody can afford a house. We're not getting any of that money. And wages are low. And they've got you working at a place where you could barely survive. And that's how the invisible hand of the market has gotten to a point where corporations have seized all of the power and they've used it to redirect wealth to the top, to themselves, to their top executives. And for the rest of us, they've got us at subsistence levels because they feel that it is inefficient to pay you anything more than what you can survive on. Well, that way you're never going to be able to accumulate enough money to buy a house. You can accumulate enough money to buy a car because they need you to have transportation to get to work, right? But they don't need you to own a house. In fact, if you rent a house, you're more indebted and hence cannot leave your job. If healthcare is tied to your job, you're more indebted to that company and cannot extract yourself from that company. All of this is designed to give corporations more power, and that has been happening for decade after decade. So that's the oppression that we all live under. But now added on top of that is this bubble. So in the last segment, we talked about how there's a massive AI bubble, and even some of the wealthiest investors in the world are saying, watch out, like Ray Dalio, this thing's gonna burst. And now you add this story we're doing here. So in good times, if you're flush with cash, like for example, in the 1990s, it's not impossible. In the 1990s, we had a great economy that was humming along, and we could bail out Argentina and Japan and maybe do a war and still get away with it. But now we're at about nearly $40 trillion in debt. So, and look, Steve Bannon in that clip is generally right. It pains me to say that, but it's true. But was he right in the past? Were the Republicans right in the past in war after war after war? No. Now they say, oh, we're sorry about that. But then Trump comes in and does another disastrous war. Yes, he loses a part of his base, but 2/3 of his base is still saying, yeah, pile up more debt. And then they complain about debt later. I'm glad he mentioned cutting the Pentagon. They never mean it, they never do it, right? But it's good that some of their voters believe that that's happening. They say they're gonna cut waste, fraud, and abuse. They had this whole giant Doge thing, and it was a giant scam. They're like, they couldn't find the $35 billion in oil subsidies? That's a robbery. Every year we get robbed of $35 billion and handed to the most profitable companies in the world. So, and then finally, of course, they do nothing but tax cuts for the rich. Trump added $8 trillion to the debt just on tax cuts for the rich in his 2 terms alone, let alone everything else, and obviously the disastrous wars in the Middle East. Come back to Japan on this issue. So look, we're damned if we do, damned if we don't, Elliot, as you explained there. So if we help out the Japanese and Bessent is wrong, and he might not even genuinely believe it. He just might be doing it because he feels like he has to because of the economic emergency that they're in. But if he's wrong about the strength of the yen and it continues to collapse, Well, that's going to cause us a lot of problems because we just bought a lot of yen, right? So that's going to add to our economic woes, our budget woes. But if we don't help them with the yen, they're going to have to sell their US treasuries. They have an enormous amount of US treasuries. And when they do, that affects the market and that affects the price of those treasuries. And now all of a sudden we have to pay more for our debt. So then our debt goes up. So we're damned if we do, damned if we don't, because we put ourselves in a situation where we already gave all the money to the incredibly wealthy. It's already gone. We already gave it to Israel in the endless wars. It's already gone. So now Japan finds itself in an intractable problem, and we're now also in an intractable problem. And Elliot, I wish I had the answers for how to get out of that, but I don't, and I think that we're gonna get the collapse before we get to any answers.
Yeah, I mean, I think the silver lining here, at least, is hopefully Pam Bondi is happy, so we got that going for us. And to your point earlier about like when we had a good economy, we also had a great economy after World War II, where I think around the 40s and 50s we had a top marginal tax rate of 94% because we were actually taxing the rich, and we had an absolutely booming economy that was doing great. But for some reason, we don't have the desire anymore to like go back and actually do what worked, because somewhere around the late 70s, we sort of got on this neoliberal capitalism train and we refused to get off of it. So now not only are people not able to afford having a home, when they do afford a car and they go to work, they can get fired because they're getting replaced by AI, which is evidently going to be a bubble that could come back to haunt all of us anyway. So it doesn't seem like a system that is working perfectly, but I'm sure everyone in Washington, D.C. knows exactly what they're doing.
Now that's the funniest thing of all. Elliot does comedy, but the idea that people
sarcasm
in Washington know what they're doing is hilarious. And obviously he's kidding. We're all doomed. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, all right, we're gonna take a quick break here. Enjoy that. And when we come back, more civil war within the Democratic Party.
The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing.
You wouldn't be high by any chance, would ya?
All right, back on TYT. So gonna go to members on TYT.com. JLR 1951 wrote in something interesting about the poll we're having today. The poll was, hey, should Tucker Carlson, MTG, Massey, and Kent start a new party, yes or no? And he wrote in, many voted yes on the TYT poll question. I hope you realize that by voting yes, you just ended the progressive agenda. No. This is important. We didn't ask, are you going to vote for them? We asked, should they form a third party, right? Remember, if they do form a third party and they do not get anyone on the left or independents to join and they just run as right-wingers, they're gonna take votes away from who? The Republican Party. So like, you should be rooting for that party either way. To me, that's just elementary political strategy. But I just want you guys to keep in mind and to be clear about what the question is. Should they form or not if you're gonna vote for it? Nerd Ferguson says, too much of the defense budget was diverted to testosterone replacement therapy. But that's actually somewhat true. That's a story we actually covered. Hegseth thinks that he and apparently the others in the Department of War are not manly enough and they need testosterone replacement therapy. Dragon with a flagon writes in, Susan Collins keeps running these ads that end by saying she's the most bipartisan senator in Washington. I don't think that's the flex she thinks it is. By the way, we didn't get the AIPAC story today. We'll do it for you tomorrow. Susan Collins is one of the biggest recipients of AIPAC money in this cycle. Of course. All right, we'll be right back. All right, back on the online news network, TYT. Cenk Uygur, Elliot Morgan with you guys. Now, we got a fascinating news story for you all. So Khanna is taking on a lot of the Democratic Party, and he just got into a little bit of a tuffle thing with Dan Goldman. Dan Goldman is a current congressman, but he just lost his primary, so he will no longer be in the House. And they had a fight over why he lost. And And you know what? This one might surprise you, Elliot, because I might disagree with Ro Khanna and partly agree with Dan Goldman. And I don't agree with Goldman's policies, but it's complicated, it's nuanced, because there's some chance they're both right. So tell us what the fight's about.
Yeah, I think nuance is definitely the right word. So this all began over the weekend when Ro Khanna made a claim that the recent success of all these DSA candidates is primarily due to the economy. People are upset at an unfair political and economic system. They can't afford gas, they can't afford food. Young people can't afford to buy a home or get a job. So this did not sit well with Representative Dan Goldman, who lost earlier this year to Brad Lander. He took to X and said, "This is wrong, Ro Khanna. All three of us who lost in NYC had very progressive records, including supporting Medicare for all, and we had the overwhelming support of actual working families, labor unions, public housing residents, and immigrant communities. That's because we all have gone to battle for those communities and offer practical and meaningful solutions that could actually get passed in a system that requires bipartisanship." So to that, Ro made a pretty lengthy, though I would contend, a very polite response. He wrote on X, quote tweeting it, "Dan, losing is hard. I lost twice. I lost to Tom Lantos when I ran the first anti-Iraq war primary in the nation in 2003. I was disappointed. I got 19%, Lantos 71%, even though the district was overwhelmingly opposed to the war. Lantos said, quote, young man, unless you're a movie star, you can't just get up and run. You need to do far more work in the community. It's a lesson I internalized. Then I lost to Mike Honda in 2014. I had glowing NYT profiles and tech leaders endorsing me. Honda had the PTA moms. He said to me after the race, Ro, there are far more PTA moms in the district than tech leaders, a lesson I've never forgotten, especially as I took heat supporting a California billionaire tax." So here's where it gets a little interesting. He goes on to say, "My point is, why not reflect on the lesson voters were sending upset about AIPAC, about money going to foreign wars, about food and gas prices up because of Middle East conflicts. You have a long career ahead of you. We need everyone on the playing field. Maybe the loss will make you a voice calling for an end to the occupation or a Palestinian state. You could help make a difference. And what happened to you in not being served coffee was disgusting and wrong, and I'd called it out on CNN when it happened. I hope you'll think about what voters were saying and help to be a part of a new generation that helps bring about a just peace." So Dan Goldman, however, is not buying that response, and he again replied saying, "Thank you, Ro. I know why I lost, and it's not because of the economic concerns of working families, which was the centerpiece of my campaign in addition to being uniquely qualified and situated to hold Donald Trump accountable, nor is it because of the war in Iran, which I aggressively opposed from its beginning. I put forward a tax policy that would stop billionaires from using a massive tax avoidance loophole and would generate $30 billion in revenue per year, more than enough to pay for universal healthcare, universal childcare, which is one of the pillars of the Dad's Caucus I co-founded in 2023. Then he goes on to say, as you well know, Republicans are adamantly opposed to raising taxes, but despite that, I've gotten very positive feedback from many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle. As you also well know, there is no way to pass any of our legislative priorities next term unless we get some Republican support. And I know you know this since you were the very first Democrat to co-sponsor my bill, which I appreciate. The voters in my district prioritized a different issue, and I respect their decision. But let's not pretend that the outcome of my race or Adriano's or NY7 was because of economic concerns of working families struggling mightily to make ends meet. So obviously, the different issue voters prioritized is, according to Goldman, Israel. And for what it's worth, Khanna replied to Goldman and encouraged him to continue pursuing his tax policy, which he is a big supporter of. None of this, however, answers the question at the heart of this very mild and I would say pretty respectful exchange, which is, are voters drawn to DSA candidates more because they're disgusted by the economy or because they're disgusted by 3 years of watching a live streamed genocide by Israel? Personally, I think two things can be true at once, and I'm not entirely sure that both of these things are actually mutually exclusive. As Khanna seemed to imply, people are fed up with an administration whose priorities seem to be completely out of whack with the American citizenry. So I want to get your take on this, Cenk, but as I see it, both the economy and Israel do seem to be massive issues for the foreseeable future. I don't see that changing, and when everyone, whether you're like a hardcore Zionist or a scary lefty, like when you're all suffering economically, Israel does seem to be an issue that could cause voters to break one way or another. But what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think they're definitely interrelated. I'm going to explain that in a second. But what's your gut say on, was it mainly Israel or mainly the economy for the voters when they went to go And by the way, Goldman lost by a lot. And he was a darling of the Democratic establishment. Some thought that he was going to run for president. That's what they were grooming him for. And so that was a big blow to the establishment. And Brad Lander beat him by, 30 points or so.
Oh, my take was absolutely it had something to do with Israel. And also, I think the general zeitgeist at that time in New York, you had incredibly popular candidates who have been making themselves very well known for their stance with Israel. And I think people are listening and going, yeah, actually, you don't sound as scary as the mainstream media has been making you out to sound. And so it's become a bit of like a shibboleth a little bit. Like if you support AIPAC, if you support Israel, it's a signifier. People know where you stand once you do that. And I think they're turning the other way.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that Goldman is right that it was more Israel, but he's really wrong when he doesn't understand why, right? So the genocide is terrible enough. The war that they dragged us into is doubly terrible. I mean, meaning not doubly, no, as twice as bad as the genocide, but it compounded our problems, created two giant problems for us. But I don't think that that's the main reason. I think that Israel is a proxy for corruption. So yes, they're voting on the issue of Israel, but what that's saying to them is, if you're going to work for Israel instead of us, you're probably also going to work for the corporate PACs you're taking money from and not us. That we just can't trust you. So I think that's what the Dan Goldmans of the world can't countenance. I don't know if they don't understand that concept. They've never heard of that. Because remember, guys, they're in a bubble. Like in their bubble, they're all angels. And then these radical anti-Semites are trying to tear down poor Israel and poor Dan Goldman. And they won't even give him coffee. And it's the savages that are the problem, right? So it's possible that he truly believes that. But do they not see that, hey, brother, if you are working for a different country instead of our country, can you not see how we might think that you're also working for Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson instead of us? And so he might be genuine about universal child care. That doesn't affect corporations quite as much also, but we still don't have it, right? But anything that corporate donors don't want to pass never ever passes. So Elliot, my sense is, so I have great policy positions on economic issues. And I think the voters said, yeah, but we don't believe you. We don't think you're going to pass any of those or even try to pass them because we think that you work for your donors and not us. Does that make sense as the core of the issue?
It makes total sense, and not to go too nerdy this late on a Friday, or no, it's a Tuesday, never mind. Man, I got my hopes up. I guess I'm so excited about the election. But there is a philosopher from the 20th century named Baudrillard, and he talked about the idea of there's a signified and a signifier, and they do not oftentimes match up. And so when people hear Israel or they hear AIPAC, someone like Goldman can go, oh, that's just that fringe folks on those lefties. That's what that's all about. That's just the genocide. It's just the actual stuff that's happened over the past few years. But for a lot of other folks, I think, like you're saying, when they hear Israel or they hear AIPAC, they're thinking PAC money in general, and they're thinking corruption in general, and they're thinking you're doing the bidding of not the American people, but whoever it is, whether it's AIPAC or any other super PAC. So I think there's a disconnect in the minds of a lot of people where when people say Israel, they're not just talking about the country, they're talking about their own politicians that they are ostensibly electing to act in their own best interests, instead acting in the interests of a foreign country.
Yeah, and so one more now, this is potentially more controversial. First, you said Dan Goldman might be thinking it's just a genocide. If you're thinking a genocide is just a genocide, that might be good enough reason to lose, right? And I think that he probably does think that way. He certainly has shown that he votes that way, and whenever he's on TV, seems to be mainly defending Israel, et cetera. But, and again, it's not just about Dan Goldman, it's about the establishment at large. So he's an avatar for it at this point, and especially because he lost, but there are much worse guys like Josh Gottheimer and Moskowitz and Debbie Wasserman Schultz, et cetera, let alone the other side filled with Ted Cruz and Lindsey Graham, the late Lindsey Graham, were huge warmongers. But Elliot, when you get to the issues that some of the DSA candidates won have, right? So for example, abolishing prisons, abolishing the Senate, defunding the police. So that has gotten a ton of attention in the press afterwards. And I think that what the press is trying to do is say, oh, these are lunatic left radicals and they won because in New York and apparently in Colorado, they want to abolish prisons. No, and that's a different thing than what Khanna or Dan Goldman is saying. Dan Goldman is saying it's because of Israel. The press is so protective of Israel. They're like, no, it's not even Israel. No way. No, it's because they're foaming at the mouth. People in New York want to abolish prisons and let all the prisoners out. So that's a trick by mainstream media. That's clear. But to me, and here's where the question comes, Elliot, do you think that anybody even knew? I'm not sure a single voter knew these obscure policy planks of DSA about abolishing prisons or the Senate. I don't think that they got talked about on the campaign trail at all. And I don't think that any of the voters were voting based on that, despite what you see on television. Or am I wrong? No. A lot of people love these DSA positions and it helped them win. What's your take?
I mean, that's a good question, because when it comes to these sort of the parts of the DSA platform, I think that first of all, you're right about the mainstream media. Like, they're implanting an image in people's minds. If you say abolish prisons or defund the police, the image that comes to people's mind is, oh, you're going to have criminals roaming the streets and you're going to have no one to protect you because the police are all gone. However, those policies have actual weight behind them, and there's a reason that they exist on the platform at all. And they're not just about abolishing or getting rid of things. They're about restructuring and kind of starting from the ground up so that you can take care of a lot of the systemic oppression that happens as a result of things like the police force, et cetera, et cetera. But in terms of the actual campaign, I don't recall anybody talking about abolishing the prisons. I think this is a great example of the media going, hey, you just need to be really scared about these people. And because they have this position and this other position, we're going to combine them in your minds so that you're extra scary and you make sure that you keep voting for the establishment. And I don't think people are falling for it anymore.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. And Francesca Hong is doing really well in the gubernatorial race in Wisconsin. It has to be noted for the record every time that gubernatorial is a hilarious word. And so now they're asking about an old post she had about canceling Thanksgiving. I mean, is anybody really running on canceling Thanksgiving? But of course not. That has nothing to do with her agenda. They're just trying to smear her, in my opinion. But I have an opinion that no, I don't agree with those policies, and I don't think it's helpful to have those policies. Do you think it matters one way or another whether they have those policies, or helpful, harmful, or neutral?
I don't think it matters one single bit. I think that they're trying to kind of take woke 1.0 back off the shelf and dust it off and try to do the same thing that was going on 10 years ago. They're just directing it at the left. But I don't think we're in woke 1.0 anymore. We're in woke 2.0. And I don't think people are super concerned about some tweet from 10 years ago. Like, I shudder to think what I posted 10 years ago. People change and they grow, and I think people are aware of that.
Not me. I nailed it in everything I ever wrote or said.
I've never made a mistake.
All right, guys. Thank you, Elliot. You're awesome. Check him out on Rebel Headquarters. And when we come back, dun, 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 title fight, America versus Israel, election night. Right back. Hey, Andrew, what's up?
Hey, Cenk, you ready to make the switch?
Yeah, I guess.
I promise it's easy, universal, basic, and you get income.
Yeah, you keep saying that. But you sure I'm gonna have coverage?
Of course you will. You think I would have bad service? I'm Andrew Yang. Of course I have good service.
All right, let's try. But I'm so bad at tech. So, wait. Should I do this thing of the hashtag business? Andrew, you're still on, right?
Yep.
Oh, I see it. No, wait, I don't see. Oh, yeah, I do see it. Here we go.
I actually did not realize that you'd be searching in real time, but I love it.
How much do people actually normally say?
Yeah, the average American is going to save between $500 and $1,000 a year on Noble.
Yeah, no. You know what I'm going to do, Andrew? Are you ready to become a Noble member? The two buttons are do it and go back. There's no going back. We're doing it.
We're doing it.
Here we go, Noble Mobile.
Oh my gosh, I just called you, and are you now on Noble and not Verizon?
Why didn't you tell me it was gonna be super easy?
I know, man. Now you just stay away from your phone and watch the money roll in.
I can do that. Here you go, phone, yeah.
What the Cenk, you still there?
Andrew? Oh, well, at least I got Noble Mode.
It was really just one take. The whole thing is wild.
It's in my shoe. It's in my shoes.
Hi, I'm Brett Ehrlich with breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. This is breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. Hi, Brett Ehrlich here. According to EPA head Scott Pruitt, climate change is not happening. He cited a meme on Facebook he saw. When pressed to back up this source, he said it must be accurate because the watermark said it was made by a scientist. So, your move, Truth.
At TYT, our mission is to boldly pursue truth, challenge the establishment, and drive positive change. At a time when corporate capture of our media, our government, and our politics is nearly absolute, everyday working people need a champion to fight for them and to push back against the powerful interests that threaten our democracy itself. At TYT, we're proudly progressive and call out corruption and duplicity wherever we see it, from Republicans, Democrats, or anyone else. And unlike mainstream news media outlets, we're not beholden to corporate advertisers, to defense contractors, to Wall Street, or to big pharma. We only have to answer to our audience, and for nearly 2 decades, we've accomplished that by delivering honest, timely, and insightful perspectives on the day's news without fear or favor or concern for whose toes we might step on or which powerful elites we might offend. And while we're super serious about the news, we also manage to do it in a way that is fun and lighthearted. We can do this together and serve our audience, and yes, have fun doing it.
People have died for us to have the chance to vote.
So this is just the beginning of a much bigger fight over the president's desire to interfere in the midterm elections.
He's deploying multiple strategies, using every tool available and testing out each one of them.
You're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November.
There are efforts to stop people from voting.
The actions that we take now will determine what the future looks like.
Welcome to election coverage 2026. I had to think of the year for a second. We've done so many years. All right, so 5 states are voting today: Virginia, Kansas, Missouri, Michigan, and the state of Washington. The 2 biggest states are Missouri and Michigan. Michigan's got a whole bunch of races. Missouri has a couple of really important races. We're going to tell you all about them. But of course, the title match is Abdul El Sayed versus Haley Stevens in Michigan for the Senate race. And we already have some results. So as we last gave you the polls, Abdul, who had been very close, tied the whole way, had gotten a 15-point lead in the polls. Is that going to turn out to be true or not? John, what are the first results?
Yes, so right before we went live, we got the first results, and I think we're ready to call it. I think.
Already?
Sarcastically. Anyway, no, but we do have results. Abdul El Sayed is at 55.4%, to Haley Stevens 39.1%. Mallory McMorrow, who remains on the ballot, has 5.5% of the vote, and that is with a nearly definitive rounded up 1% of the vote.
Oh my God, 1% in.
We're done.
Everybody, 1% is in. Okay, by the way, that is almost identical to the last poll result, 55-39.
15-point gap, yeah.
Yeah, about 14, 15 point, 16, in that case, 16-point gap. We don't know how much McMorrow is actually gonna take. Probably that's a lot of the early votes before she dropped out.
That's possible, yeah.
Right, and so they've been voting since July 27th. Today's just the last day of it. Polls just closed in Michigan and Missouri. So we've been, of course, presenting it as America versus Israel. Why? Because AIPAC alone, along with the United Democracy Project, which is kind of a hilarious title for their sister organization, put in over $30 million on this. Over 60 million, now approaching 70 million, has been put in on Stevens' side alone. And because it's not just Israel. First of all, there's other groups, Democratic Majority for Israel. So the Israeli lobby is not just AIPAC, so there are other Israeli lobby PACs also contributed to that. But on top of that, you got the AI bros, the tech bros, every corrupt industry, all backing Haley Stevens. And the good thing is that national media clarified that. Oh, right, no, I'm getting in my earpiece. They didn't clarify that at all. They did clarify that a lot of money went into Haley Stevens' side, which in the past they would just avoid altogether. In this case, it was so gigantic that it was unavoidable, right? Yeah. Such a huge part of it. But of course, they don't say the next sentence we do, which is that Haley Stevens then has to serve those people and not their voters. The mainstream media finds that outrageous. Are you saying she would serve Israel over America just because they gave her over $30 million? Yeah, that's exactly what we're saying. Yeah, it's not complicated. And in fact, you'd have to be kind of an idiot not to realize that.
Yeah, certainly the donors seem to think she will. Or else why would they give the money?
Exactly, and remember, AIPAC had given her over $20 million before this election.
Yeah.
Okay, the Israeli lobby overall, right? Because she had taken out Andy Levin in Michigan because he was for a two-state solution. And then every time she ran, she would talk about how Israel's in her dreams and she's going to Congress to represent the people of, not Michigan, don't be ridiculous, Israel. She literally says that, right? So whereas Abdul said, I'm just gonna represent you guys and we're gonna get money out of politics and money into your pockets. That was his campaign slogan, and Medicare for all. So he ran a campaign centered exclusively around Michigan voters. Now, of course, whenever he did interviews on cable news, that is not what you heard. What you heard was, aren't you an anti-Semite, a sexist, I don't know, whatever we're inventing today on behalf of the Israeli lobby, right? So did that work or did it not work? If it turns out, after spending all this money and getting all of cable news to attack Abdul El-Sayed, it works, well, then we're screwed. They knocked out Tom Massey on the Republican side for opposing Israel, spent, there was combined 32 million against Massey in a tiny little Kentucky district. It's absurd, right? And so Israel bought that seat, and right afterwards, literally every single Republican, even the ones that were pretending to be tough guys, pretending to be part of the Freedom Caucus and America First, the minute the next set of votes came up, giving another $3.3 billion to Israel, merging our military technology, every single Republican bent a knee and said, we serve Israel loyally, right? And that's the result of this money in politics. That's why we despise money in politics. That's why Israel's not the main issue. Israel's the tip of the iceberg. The iceberg is money in politics. So that's a monumental race. We're gonna keep track on that religiously as we go. We'll give you all the results as quickly as we can. And oftentimes we wind up calling it before the others do. We've never been wrong about a call as we do live election coverage on the Young Turks, and we've done it many, many times. So I'm gonna tell you about some of the other races that are also important tonight, but I'm gonna check back in with John nonstop. So John, any updates?
Not on the Michigan race, and I was just checking Missouri as well, and I don't see anything coming in from that yet.
Okay.
Obviously there are others, but those are the two that I'm most interested in.
So again, most people likely voted before today. For example, in 2024 in state primaries, about 63% of the vote was early in person or by mail. So likely that happened here as well. McMorrow was a third person in the race for a long time, and she was backed by Elizabeth Warren, and she was doing that whole thing of like, I am not for AIPAC, I am for you guys, but I am also kind of the establishment. Vote for me either way. And I was actually more worried about her than Haley Stevens, because Haley Stevens is so obviously corrupt and really one of the worst candidates I've ever seen, right? And that's why if she wins, like that means the candidate is irrelevant, right? All you gotta do is put in money and media and you're gonna win.
Yeah.
Of course, I should say, if on the other hand Abdul wins, apparently all the money in the world can't buy you a seat anymore if there's enough media attention to it. And by the way, some of that is due to my nephew, which we'll come back to in a second. But you were going to jump in.
Yeah, and you bring him up, and I think I'm going with James Carville. I'm outie. I can't do this anymore. Yeah, I was more worried about Haley Stevens because obviously she has the sort of the media drag of all the money behind her, but she, you can get away with a lot with natural charisma. And so I was worried about that, the human, no, I'm joking. Obviously, she's one of the weirdest candidates I think I've ever seen. Actually, it's amazing that she's doing as well as she is.
But John, real quick on that, it goes to show you, she's received more PAC money than almost any non-presidential candidate ever. And she's one of the worst candidates I've ever seen. She has no ability to speak publicly. She barely did any interviews because she can't talk to other human beings and function, right? So what that proves to me is it's her being a bad candidate and an empty vessel isn't the bug, it's the feature.
Yeah, they don't seem to really care about any of that. I mean, look, at least she can point to she has served in a variety of roles. It's not like they just plucked someone out of total obscurity, which they sometimes do, or it's literally just a business person that they chose. She at least has she can say, I worked with Obama or whatever, and craft sort of a story kind of, and she has held elected office. But as a candidate, as someone and especially if you're gonna try to make this race about electability or whatever, and you're gonna say that this is the person that's definitely gonna rock Rogers' world in the debates or something. She's the one that's gonna break through. I don't see that at all. And the donors just don't seem to care. They believe, whether you think it's fair for us to say that personality doesn't matter, history doesn't matter, ideology doesn't matter, the donors don't seem to care. They think, I am literally buying this vote. I will never have to worry about this person. They will give me whatever I want.
Yeah, I actually think that what I'm saying is that it's not that they don't care, it's that they prefer an empty vessel. Because a person who has an opinion or a mind might accidentally use it. And the donors don't want you to use your independent judgment. They don't want you to use your mind. They want you to take their money, shut up, and do as you're told. And if that's what you want, Haley Stevens is kind of perfect.
Yeah. And like you say, obviously this race in particular is excessive and radical, not only in the sheer volume of money. I mean, it should be the literal only thing that is talked about in this race is how maddening it is that they're spending all this money. It should enrage every single, even if you liked Haley Stevens before this, you should be enraged by this because it is obvious that they are trying to buy her and she's trying to make she's gaslighting you. If you care about this, it's an educated issue. Oh, my opponent wants to talk about campaign finance. She's being bought in full public view, and she refuses to even engage with that. It's spitting in your face. But also, it's the fact that basically one PAC makes up such a high percentage of the total money. And if it was something else, it would be bad, in its own way too. We've talked often about the crypto, investments, the donations that go into some of these races to take down progressives. And obviously now there's a whole nother section of AI sort of focused PAC spending as well. All of these are bad. The big pharma, the fossil fuel spending, all of that is bad. This one is just even more bizarre because it has obviously so little to do with the actual state.
Yeah, and so they do. You made a great point about the general election. At the end of the day, they're going to have to go face Rogers, who's a Republican candidate, and then the candidate is going to be relevant. So you picked an empty vessel. I'm saying to the donors, right? And she will do whatever you want, and she did that in the House, and you're thrilled about it. And she loyally voted for Israel every single time, but also for the corporate donors, etc. But when she goes into a general election, I guess they don't care because Rogers is also totally.
If they win this with her, they've already won. It doesn't matter if she wins in the general election or not.
That's right.
They don't even have to spend any more money.
Because AIPAC, by the way, funds an enormous amount of Republicans and is a very right-wing organization. They're only in the Democratic primaries to eliminate Israel's opponents before they have a chance to win general elections. So you're totally right about that. But corporate media, I was going to use the word disgusting again. I overuse it, but I really feel revolted by them because every single time I saw them on TV talking about it or writing in print, so well, in the general election, Abdul al-Said might be a much weaker candidate who has the less chance, who could blow the seat. And today they're having a conversation, I believe it was on CNN, about could this cost the Democrats the Senate if Abdullah wins? Why? What on God's green earth would make you think that Haley Stevens is the better general election candidate? She can't even speak, and they're so biased. And when they keep claiming to be objective, it drives me out of my mind. Now, how can you tell I'm right and they're wrong? Well, Abdullah Saeed and Haley Stevens had a debate at the end of the election just about a week ago or so, and the voters in Michigan that watched voted 95-5 for El Said.
So it's close.
95-5, because they're like, that guy is cogent and he cares about me and he's explaining things that affect my life. The other one is like, man, me like Israel, me good. Me like corporate PAC, but I'm secretly for you, even though I never vote that way. I'm for you. I'm like, what is this? What's going on here, right?
Yeah.
95-5. I've never seen a result like that.
Yeah, look, you've called this one of the most important race in American history. It's your trademark brand of over-exaggeration, but you're kind of right that this is very important because it's going to demonstrate a few things. Obviously, the money thing, the PAC thing, hugely important, and the eyes of the country are on this race. But then you also have the electability thing, which has been driving me freaking insane in the coverage of this race. There's a lot of terms I can get a little bit obsessive and pedantic about, terms that people throw around that don't mean anything like they think that it means, like centrist, independent. The media just uses that just to help out candidates that they want. It doesn't mean what they think it means. I think oftentimes people throw in terms like right-wing populism. It doesn't mean anything like they think it means. Electable is the same thing. When the media says it, they just mean moderate, which isn't moderate. Moderate's another word that they just make up. But it just is a stand-in for who's the more like centrist candidate. And look, it could be the fact that in general, centrists, all else being equal about candidate quality and all of that, do better. But you know how you would know that? By actual evidence. And you know what Haley Stevens would be doing right now to prove her electability? If she could, she'd be pointing to general election prospective polls against Mike Rogers. You know why she's not doing that? Because it doesn't show that she's more electable. By the way, it doesn't strongly show that Abdullah Saeed against Rogers is gonna be more electable. There's only been a few and it's a wash. They're all roughly equal. Sometimes Stevens is up by 2, sometimes he's up by 2. That is the actual evidence you have. Now you can also point to non-polling evidence like Cenk just did. How do you actually perform on the debate stage? Now going up against another Democrat isn't exactly the same as going up against a Republican, but he destroyed her in that poll. He's obviously better at raising money from actual people living in the state. His actual campaign events draw way more people. Now often they'll say the rallies don't prove everything, they're not everything. But that's just one of many things he has in his column that she doesn't have. So it has become clear, especially in this race, that electable just means more centrist, and there's no actual evidence for her to point to that she would, in this particular case, be more electable.
Yes. So we're going to go back and debate whether this is the most important non-presidential election in our lifetimes. And I don't think it's an over-exaggeration at all, and I've literally never said that phrase before in regards to any other election, but we'll come back and talk about it in a second. But I want to tell you guys about the other races too, okay? So we've got William Lawrence, who's running in Michigan's 7th Congressional District. He's another really solid progressive. A lot of people are behind him, and he's looking to unseat Tom Barrett in the general election, but the primaries are today, of course. And so that's going to be a really important race in the general election. And then you've got a very important primary in Michigan's 13th congressional district. You've got State Representative Donovan McKinney, who's another fan favorite of the progressives, outsiders, insurgents, populists, etc. And he's running against an incumbent Democrat, US Representative Sri Tanadar, who is one of the goofiest, weirdest, most corporate establishment candidates there are. He's kind of a weird, loose cannon within the establishment.
He's more fun than Stevens in the way that he's kooky.
Yeah, he's just so kooky that it makes it more exciting, right? But he's terrible. So I hope McKinney wins. That's a very important race, in my opinion. Getting rid of these incumbents that are so corrupt is hugely important. We'll talk about whether AOC has done enough in that regard a little bit later as well, because that was just in a Politico piece that came out today. And then in Missouri, you've got a couple of important races. You've got Cori Bush versus Wesley Bell. That's a rematch. Cori Bush, of course, was the incumbent last time around, and Wesley Bell got funded by, you're going to be shocked to find out, AIPAC. And I believe they spent about $14 million against Cori Bush. And she'd, of course, made the mistake of opposing Israel in any way, and that's why they wanted to eliminate her, and they did. Now, Cori Bush does have other issues, and I don't mean that she's a progressive. Progressives are doing amazing in these elections all throughout. She had some issues regarding spending too much money on security with people that she was tied to, spending money in ways that people didn't find kosher. So she has not been able to get a lot of traction in that race. So I thought, just on AIPAC alone, and that Wesley Bell's such a craven servant of AIPAC that she might have been able to close the gap. But the polling indicated, as far as we saw at the end, that maybe that didn't happen, but you never know. So it's election night. And the last time Cori Bush was not an incumbent and was running, she pulled off one of the greatest upsets. And so don't sleep on Bush.
Nothing yet on that one.
Okay, so that's in Missouri, as I told you. Missouri, by the way, also has Amendment 5, and it eliminates the income tax and changes it to a sales tax instead. It's a fascinating ballot measure in Missouri. We'll see how it goes. Missouri's had some impactful ballot measures in the past, including increasing minimum wage, when no one saw that coming, and it won by a landslide. So that was back when Claire McCaskill was running. But there's one more that I care a lot about, and I hope you guys do as well. Hartzell Gray is running in Missouri 4, and he's a Rebellion PAC candidate. He's both populist and a progressive, and that makes sense. A lot of people are in that same category, and I think he's just such a young, dynamic, excellent candidate. So we're hoping that the interesting races in the general election against Mark Alford, who's a very corrupt Republican that we'd love to be opposed to, but he does have a primary tonight, so we're going to check in on that one as well. And there are many other races throughout, but those are the 4 most prominent ones, and they happen to be in Michigan and Missouri. We'll check in on the results in the other 3 states, Virginia, Kansas, and Washington, but there wasn't a ton of media attention around the races in those particular states this time around. And remember, these are all primaries.
Yeah.
Okay, anything new?
Yeah, we did just get more votes in the Michigan primary, still less than 1% of the votes, and the breakdown's very similar. But I think it just about doubled the number of votes that have come in. It's still only 20,000. I mean, we're expecting way more than 1 million total votes in the race.
So obviously, guys, we tell you this every election night. What you see in the beginning is not overly relevant, especially when we're under 5%. So those numbers in the beginning could be totally topsy-turvy. In the presidential elections lately, they have been very misleading because of the way that early voting works. The Republicans wind up with an advantage, but a lot of the mail-in ballots come in and get counted later.
That's why you need to stop that. Don't count them.
So those are all votes that happen before the election, not after the election.
Don't care, don't like them, don't trust them.
But the Republicans try to obscure that every time, and then the cable news debates it. There's no debate. They were all votes before the election, and of course you should count everybody's vote. Okay. I didn't like that you voted on Monday instead of Tuesday. I'm going to cancel your vote. That's not a thing. It's not democracy. And so that's why, depending on how states do it, and states do it differently, some states count the early vote earlier in the day, on election day. So they release those first. Some release them later. California never released them. No, I'm barely kidding. They do eventually count them, but as I keep telling you, my election in 2020, only about 70% of the votes are in. So California is a mess. We're not winning with how they count votes.
You might have actually won.
Yeah, I don't think so, no. Trust me, if I thought so, I would have fought, okay? I think you could trust me on that one. But in this particular case, it's not that relevant until we start getting into 20% and beyond, right?
Yeah.
And once you get to 50%, let's say that, I just want to do simple math. We do it every election night, but it really helps you think about it the right way. If someone has a 10-point lead with 50% of the votes in, that means the other person, doesn't matter which side you're on, right? Either way, the other person has to close 20 points with the remaining 50% to catch up, okay? So you can see why it gets harder and harder and harder as it goes along. And that's why sometimes I'll call an election before the Associated Press or New York Times does, because we'll get to a point where I'm like, it just can't add up, right? And they get to that conclusion usually pretty quickly thereafter, right? And of course, a lot of times we come in after they do, we'll do a big thing. And obviously their calculations are way more relevant than me doing it in my head, right? But it's just a little fun part of it. But it's important because we like to educate you guys so you can track it as you watch as well. And so as the night gets later and later, and it's a higher percentage, then it's going to matter a lot. For now, doesn't mean much. It just so happens that in this case, it matches the polling results. But again, don't take that to the bank or anywhere near the bank.
Yeah,
just stay away from the banks.
And it is possible, if the polling is accurate, that can make it a lot easier to call earlier. I mean, a 15-point lead going into primary is pretty significant. And it's possible, look, that could be wrong. She could be doing better than we think, or that could be wrong and he could be doing better than we think. And those most recent polls might not match the change in momentum over the past couple of weeks. He might win by even more of that, which would make it easier to call earlier.
Yeah, so let's talk about that history before we go back to the discussion about how important this election is. So the polls have swung throughout this election, but not wildly, right? They have swung predictably. So there were reasons why we saw the movements that we did. So when the race first starts, Abdul El-Sayed is in third place behind both Haley Stevens and McMorrow, who wound up dropping out later. So I was more worried about McMorrow because she was a way better candidate than Haley Stevens, and she had plausible deniability on it, supporting AIPAC. I believe she did. She wrote a policy paper basically kissing AIPAC's ass. And so it was kind of a stealth candidate, a Trojan horse that I was much more worried about. So when the establishment pushed her out, I was very relieved because they should have pushed out Haley Stevens instead. But I at the time, I didn't know the machinations of why and how they pushed out McMorrow. I found that out later in other things that I read about and found out about through contacts in DC. And it turns out that the establishment are just idiots. It was an easy explanation. So they were so sure that Haley Stevens, since she had won the earlier races, especially the ones where they were trying to eliminate AIPAC opponents, and they were so sure that she would follow their orders, that they said, they basically panicked and they're like, just get her out of the race, get McMorrow out of the race. Haley Stevens is our candidate. We've already invested a lot of money into Haley Stevens. She's already incumbent in the House, although this is a Senate race. And so they did not do any careful political calculation as far as I read. They didn't look at, what trends are there? Which way is the polling going? How can we frame McMorrow versus Stevens? They just panicked and were like, push her overboard, right? Now she has to drop out, but they have levers to make her drop out and they use those levers. If you stay in the race, you'll be a spoiler. And then of course, nobody in the Democratic Party would want to support a spoiler in future elections. So that's a huge one that they use. And basically they gave her an ultimatum. Either you drop out now or you're dead to us. And you're an establishment candidate. You pretending to be a progressive, but you're not gonna win with grassroots money. You're only gonna win if we back you. So get out of the race. And she said, begrudgingly, yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And she left the race.
Yeah.
So now, but before she left the race, she was polling really well back in the day, right? And so Abdul was in third. What was the first big change in the election? It was the fact that Hassan Piker, my nephew, went to go campaign with Abdul El-Sayed. Now, is Hassan so popular that the people of Michigan were like, oh my God, Hassan's here, that's it, I'm voting for Abdul.
Yes.
I I mean, that'd be lovely. That'd be great. I mean, that would be an amazing moment in American politics. Some of that I would love. Some of it could be problematic around the edges. Okay, okay, but no, of course not. No, instead, what happened was it was massive media attention.
Yeah.
Before, it was not a race that everybody was paying attention to. So Abdul had trouble getting out of the cellar because people aren't paying attention to any of their policies, right? Abdul has the better policies. How do I know? Because he surged in the first place as soon as people found out what his policies were, right? But he couldn't get anybody to pay attention. And then mainstream media does a wonderful mistake. And they keep making that mistake, and I should shut up about it, right? But what they did was they're like, oh my God, he's campaigning with Hassan Piker. So that means he's against Israel. They said in Michigan. And the Michigan voters were like, oh, he's against Israel and the other two are in favor of it? Well, thanks for letting me know.
Yeah.
Boom, Abdul goes to first immediately. Okay, so, and they just kept piling on. And they're like, I don't get it. We've now done 8 segments bashing him for being anti-Israel, but he keeps rising in the polls. How stupid are you? To this day, I don't think Jake Tapper, CNN, New York Times, I don't think any of them get it.
Yeah, you should thank him, Jake Tapper, by the way.
Oh, definitely.
He was leading the way on that.
Oh, no question. Thank you to Hassan, but also thank you to Jake Tapper for helping us more than any anchor could have possibly helped us. By constantly bashing Abdul El-Sayed, you accidentally told people who the right candidate in Michigan was.
Yeah, it makes me think it's a different thing than the Streisand effect. The Streisand effect is you want to kill a story, and in trying to kill it, you draw more attention to it. This is like Streisand by proxy. You want to kill a candidate, so you tie them to someone unpopular, which is sometimes a good strategy. You know, if somebody's campaigning with Nick Fuentes or something, yeah, hang that around their neck or whatever. But like you have to do a little bit of like self-reflection. Do I actually know the sort of thing that's unpopular and radical? Hassan is not, in fact, Nick Fuentes. I'm not saying I agree with everything he said or everything, but and especially on this topic, as you point out, like this is the signal you want to send to the voters? Coming out of the 2024 race, that's what you learned, is that this is the thing that's gonna take him down? But of course they thought that's the thing that's gonna take him down. They've been boiling in that for decades, and it's worked for the most part. If you can tie someone to that issue, make them seem like a radical, call them anti-Semitic or whatever, totally lacking in evidence, then that's not actually, that it used to work. Now, not so much. And so I wonder if that will be one of the takeaways, that they'll regret, I don't know, like just drawing so much more attention. They would have honestly probably had a better chance if they just tried to avoid talking about the race as much as possible. Don't acknowledge Abdul El-Sayed on the particular issues. It feels a little bit like when Sean Hannity will do a segment like he used to do on AOC, and then he'll post all of her positions in a little scrolling graphic, and it's like, you idiot, you donkey-brained fool. This is actually popular, and they don't get it because they're not actually they're not real people. They're not existing out there. They don't know what people actually want, and usually it's the right that does that. In this case, it was the center right on CNN and I guess a little bit on MSNBC as well.
Yeah, so give you a quick update as the numbers tick up, and then I want to talk a lot about that because they did figure it out. I'm going to tell you what they did next and why it moved the numbers. So 3% reporting.
Oh, and then we do have an update.
Yeah.
Wait, again, it's so early that it doesn't matter. But at 3% of the vote in, Abdul El-Sayed is now at 62.3% of the vote, up by 28 points, based on my mental math, over Haley Stevens, with 3.7% of the vote going to McMorrow at this point. So about 22,000 votes just came in, and those were even more biased towards El-Sayed than the previous batch had been.
Yeah.
Should we call it? Maybe we wait until 4%.
Okay, so look, it's only 3% reporting, but I'd rather be the 62 than the 34, right? So what happens when you start with 3% on the wrong side, right? Like let's say it was flipped. Okay, what goes through my head on election night is, hey, it's 3%, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Okay, he could flip it, but secretly you're panicking, right? When you're up 62-34, you know it doesn't matter, but you do feel way better.
Yeah.
It does matter, it just is not anywhere near determinative. Okay, so, all right, now, back to the conversation we were having. So I know that they figured out, putting the kidding aside, I know that they figured out, oh wait, let's not talk about Israel anymore. That's only being counterproductive, right? How do I know that? because both the ads, the talking points in the ads that AIPAC was running, and the talking points on cable news, which really weirdly were identical, yet another stunning coincidence, they changed. So AIPAC started running ads about, the real problem is sexist. And now why did they go to sexist? Because the Israel thing's not working at all. They're savvy enough, at least on the ads, not to do that at all. And so now is Abdul El-Sayed sexist? Not even close. The 4 things that they made up were comically wrong, right?
I didn't even see those ads actually.
Yeah, they spent a lot of money on those ads.
Yeah,
okay,
well, it was wasted on me.
Yeah, well, you're not in Michigan, so that's one of the reasons why you didn't see it. So then you're thinking, but why run the sexist ads against the guy with such flimsy evidence that isn't anywhere near that, right? He's like a really well-respected doctor. Nobody's ever, because it worked in getting rid of Graham Plantner.
Sure.
Right? So and in that case, they apparently had a target-rich environment, according to many, right? I'll leave that alone. So they're like, oh, okay, good, we got it. We just make women hate them, right or wrong, doesn't matter, okay? So then they start attacking in that direction. But again, like evidence is so flimsy. Like when I saw like one, I didn't see a lot. I just saw one instance where they were asking about it, and the anchor looked kind of embarrassed, like there are charges of sexism. Like thinking in their heads, obviously made up, but okay, I'm supposed to ask you about it. Yeah. Okay, I'm obviously over-interpreting, but that was my sense of it. Okay, then the next thing they went with, Haley Stevens is for black people. There's a lot of black voters in Michigan, right? And so they ran ad after ad of Obama saying, Haley Stevens helped me on some random thing that she helped him. He
endorsed her?
No.
No, that's what what they bought with that is. Wait a second. Exactly. No, he didn't actually.
He didn't endorse her. He never weighed in on but it doesn't matter because there's an ad that they saw 1 billion times where Obama's thanking Haley Stevens from back in, I think it was 2018, right?
She did work for him. I mean, that's something.
Yeah, and so that's, look, within the frame of politics, enormously fair, right?
Sure.
Yeah, of course you can run that ad. But then, of course, one of the dirtiest people in politics, Jim Clyburn, comes out and implies that he's racist. Now, again, wait, Abdul El-Sayed's Muslim, why would he, and that doesn't mean like that he's definitely not racist, but there's no indication of that at all. They can't even make up a charge. So what did Clyburn say? He said he saw a picture of one of his rallies and didn't see enough black faces in there. Oh, come on. I mean, Clyburn is one of the dirtiest politicians in America. And he's constantly making up charges of racism against fellow Democrats who are
a person of color.
And people of color and progressives who look to protect minority communities the most. And he does it to help corporations, he does it to help Israel. And predictably, when I criticize Clyburn on that, exactly, this is their favorite strategy in the world, then Neera Tanden comes in and comments on my post, typical that he would say this against Clyburn, which means like, a person of color, that's it, now you're a racist for daring to disagree with this guy that we bought in, that corporations built decades ago to serve this role, right? And so, but the good news, guys, is none of it worked. I mean, the last poll, Abdul's up by 15. Again, we're gonna have to see it tonight to see if it holds. Do we have an AIPAC Tears mug ready to go at shoptyt.com? We do. Okay, but hold. It's only 3%. We could pre-order there, but okay, hold on. Don't jinx it, John. Don't jinx it. Okay, so. But just to really quickly finish up like the pattern that I was describing. So because of all the media attention, Abdul takes the lead, goes to #1. They push McMorrow out. They try the sexism angle, they try the racism angle. None of it lands. And then the reason why we feel more confident today than we felt throughout the entire election is because before the debate, the last set of polls that came in, 2 or 3 of them were still way too close for comfort. Super duper close. But that 95-5 debate seems to have, ended the conversation. We hope, cross fingers, okay? Because it was just humiliating for Haley Stevens. She's not of the same caliber, right?
Yeah.
And Abdul put on a masterclass in that debate.
Yeah.
So, and it doesn't really matter what we subjectively thought of the debate. What matters is that the voters thought it was 95-5. It is super hard to recover when everyone is paying attention. It's a giant blowout in the debate, and it's about a week before the election.
So a couple things. You know, the one I was so wild about that 95, not 5. I don't think Joe Biden's debate against Trump was 95.
No, not even close.
That's how bad that is.
Yeah.
Joe Biden almost died during that debate. He did better than Haley Stevens did.
Way better than Haley. So that's a great point.
Yeah, so a couple other things. First of all, I looked it up because I had a suspicion. Obviously, there are cities and there's communities and stuff in Michigan. Michigan overall is nearly 80% white. So if you take a random picture of a crowd, it's probably gonna look a little bit white, Jim Clyburn. Now, just as a general rule. Now that said, I love diverse crowds. I'm just saying, it is Michigan.
And which part of the crowd did you take a picture of?
And how do you even know? You see the back of their heads and you know if the dudes, I don't know, whatever. It's just ridiculous. But also, let's bear in mind, it is very much a trope in attacking progressives and attacking DSA. I don't know, a little bit too educated, a little bit too white, a little bit too male. Which, like, historically, active participation in some of the socialist organizations going back maybe have been that way. But there's been black socialist movements, there have been Latino socialist movements and things like that. It's absurd to say that it's only like a college educated Dave Matthews Band listening white crowd that does that sort of thing. And even if you think it might have been true decades ago, it is absurd to say it in this cycle where DSA backed candidates have won a lot of different races in a number of different areas, and almost every single one of them has been a person of color.
Yeah, I'm gonna say one quick thing about that that's really important, but new results, 5% in now, 63-34, Abdul picks up a percentage there. So getting better and better. This is looking, okay, now with 5%, it's starting to get like an iota of real, especially because it's not 55-45. 55-45 swings all the time. 63-34 is a giant lead. Okay, so, 5%, but okay. I wouldn't want to be on the other side of this so far. That's all I'll say. Okay.
I think McMorrow's got a chance. She's still sitting there at 3.3. She can do it.
So to John's point, so whenever you're talking about somebody like Jim Clyburn, they go, it doesn't matter who voted for him. Nothing matters. Okay, it's a person of color, and that representation in Congress is so important. Okay, there's a good argument for that. I think that that's overblown. I think it depends on who you're actually representing, right? But okay, at least I understand the logic of it. So all those Democratic Socialists supported AOC and they were white, they claim are white liberals. But AOC is a person of color. So I thought representation in Congress was the end all be all. Now all of a sudden they flip it and they go, it doesn't matter that you're a person of color. Who cares about your stupid representation? The voters that voted for you are the only thing that matters. Oh, so that's pretty convenient.
And in fact, even if you are a person of color, Abdul al-Sayed, you have to be elected by a non-white crowd for it to count.
And not only
even
that,
if you draw
they
white
have
voters,
to show up at your rallies.
Yeah, getting white people in Michigan to vote for you doesn't count, even though we're explicitly making the race about electability. Doesn't make none of it makes any sense.
But that's why I am most furious with cable news and traditional media, because guys, none of their talking points stands up to 5 seconds of scrutiny, yet they all repeat it like parrots. So how can, and guys, this is not a new phenomenon, right? So they kept saying Hillary Clinton was more electable than Bernie Sanders all the way back in 2015, 2016. And we showed you dozens of polls where Bernie polled better than Hillary against Donald Trump. And those polls would come out that day, and CNN would lie on air the same exact day, the same exact night, and every night, and tell you that, well, of course, one of the things that voters most care about is electability, and Hillary Clinton, of course, is a much better candidate there. And let's talk about, the debate is about how terrible Bernie Sanders would be in the general election. But there's a poll showing he's better. And by the way, also true on the Republican side, because, but in a little bit different variety, obviously we covered the hell out of that election. And in 2016, I actually predicted that Donald Trump would win the Republican primary before any of the voting started back in October of 2015. Now, why did I predict that, right? There was 2 reasons, but it's super relevant to this conversation. One was he was running a populist campaign. Now, I know Donald Trump is fraudulent con man, and I said that from day one, and I said it a billion times, right? But at least he was savvy enough to run a populist campaign talking about draining the swamp. That's very popular. But the main reason was because I can read numbers. And I'm like, he's crushing the field. What part of this is complicated? And he wasn't winning by a little bit, he was winning by a lot. And everybody's like, oh, Cenk, you're so silly. It's obviously gonna be Jeb Bush or Marco Rubio. These early polling numbers don't mean anything. The electorate is gonna wake up and select Rubio, okay? And no matter how far the election went, it was like we were in Ohio and the election was almost over. They're like, but when is Rubio gonna make a comeback, right? Because they're so biased. They're so unbelievably biased. And it's not just that they're biased in terms of wishful thinking, which is also true, but they're trying to manipulate you into voting for the candidate they want, not the one you want, right? So on the back to the Democratic side, they all loved Hillary Clinton. They all hated Bernie Sanders. So they did everything they could to make it seem like he was less electable. Not true. Same exact thing in this election. Everything that I read was that she's more electable based on absolutely no evidence. Then you look at the polling and he does better in the general election in Michigan. So they're at the point where they're past like, oh golly gee, I happen to get it wrong because I'm the most biased person in America. So I think some of them are now actively lying, okay? And I don't say that generally. I think they're mainly in a bubble. I think 95% of them can't see straight. And if you told a mainstream media reporter they were biased like that, they're like, what do you mean? That's outrageous. And they would mean it, right? Yeah. So, but one other thing that's related to back to 2016 Bernie race. Guys, we tell you the patterns here so you can see it for yourself and you see we're not making it up. You could even predict the future based on what we tell you, right? So what did they do to Bernie Sanders? They pretended he was sexist. That's why they did the whole Bernie bros thing. Oh, these Bernie bros, oh, they're just against Hillary Clinton. Not because she's a corporate candidate and made millions of dollars speaking to banks and then promised them that she would deliver everything for the banks. No, it was because she was a woman. And all those progressives who claim that they care a lot about women's rights and actually show that and vote that way and act that way. No, they secretly hate women.
Yeah.
Right? Why? Because it's a stupid, dirty trick done against every progressive candidate, but honestly against every outsider candidate in both parties.
Yeah.
On the right, sometimes it's true, like with Donald Trump, it is enormously true. Sometimes it winds up being true on the left as well with some of the candidates, but overwhelmingly, the majority of the time, it's a trick. And this is the most important thing I'm gonna tell you about that trick. Guys, when you see what charge they give, understand that they went through investigated 1 million charges before that. So if they're saying that Abdul might be racist because some people in his campaign weren't at a campaign rally were not black, that means they already looked into whether he was racist. They found no direct evidence, they found no indirect evidence. They didn't find a single person who could make that charge. Then they couldn't find a single person who could even make that charge anonymously off the record.
Yeah.
So they had to go to the weakest thing in the world. I saw a picture of a couple of people and they weren't all black, right? So that means they already threw the kitchen sink and got nothing. So when you see, same thing with the sexist ad that AIPAC ran against Abdul. So when you see them saying, an anonymous source once said that Abdul was not kind to someone and she happened to be a woman, that means they tried and tried. Is there anybody he dated? Is there anybody he worked for? So remember, when you see a charge, if it's not thermonuclear, that means they probably are almost certainly not sexist or racist, and that's why they had to make up weak charges against them.
Yeah, so we, a little bit in Michigan, but first, the first results are coming in the Bell-Bush race, 16% of the vote, so jumped up ahead of the other race we're tracking, and as of right now, at least Wesley Bush has a very significant lead of 77% to 20%.
So I prepared you guys for that. 17% is a real number, and that is a huge difference. Like if it was 17%, but again, we're 55-45, you could make that up, right? 17% in that number, oof. So Cori Bush not likely to win in this election. But we knew that going in, the polling was disastrous going in.
Yeah, I mean, it looks at this point like it might end up being a far bigger gap than than the previous race.
Yeah, and so there's two other factors there I should tell you about. One is, for whatever reason, Democratic voters don't like redoing elections, okay? So when Nina Turner ran the first time around, she nearly won. When she ran against Shontel Brown again, she lost by a huge number. And mainly because they were like, we just had this election. And so, and then it helps the establishment propaganda. They're like, oh, she's a gadfly, she's a radical, she's a nuisance, she won't go away, she's a sore loser. They like now when somebody that they like runs again, they never say any of those comments, right? But that's a lot of times devastating to those candidates.
Well, yeah, and if you want to get into like electability or something, in that case, you can say, hey, I won a primary, I won the general election, I have an aura of electability and all of that. But yeah, when some people run over and over, Joe Biden ran for president for 40 years.
I know,
like over and over and over.
And never were they like, Joe Biden running again, how dare he? He should get out of the race immediately, right?
Yeah.
But they do it to Cori Bush, they do it to Nina Turner. But the allegations of personal corruption were devastating for Cori Bush. She just couldn't recover from those allegations. So we'll get Wesley Bell, but probably on another day. But there was one last funny thing about that race. So today I saw a number of articles saying maybe the real bellwether is the Cori Bush-Wesley Bell race. I was like, oh yeah. Now that you see the polling, right, showing she's going to clearly lose, then they write the articles about, oh no, forget Abdul El-Sayed. Did we say that was the bellwether and that was super important? That's not important at all. No. This is Cori Bush race. Yeah. Now, bow to Israel. Okay, I thought you were objective.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been talking about this being a bellwether, but now it looks like it's gonna go the other way. I don't want anyone to learn any lessons from this. I definitely don't want you to learn any lessons ahead of the 2028 Democratic primary. Learn nothing.
And guys, if I thought it was a bellwether and we lost, I'd tell you, right? Like, so for example, on the Republican side, Tom Massey race was definitely a bellwether. It was a hugely important race, and the pro-Israel side won. They bought the seat, and they had Trump and Hegseth and Rubio and all those guys. They had the media advantage. They had every kind of advantage. I thought that Massey making it close was, given all of that, was kind of impressive. But he wasn't incumbent, right?
Yeah.
And he had a real chance of winning, and he didn't, right? So if you wanted to end Israel's influence in the Republican Party, that was a devastating election. And there's no excuses, right? So they always have more money. They always have the media on their side. That's a given. You can cry about it, but it's not gonna make any difference. You still have to run the obstacle course as it is, right? So Massey lost, and Jamal Bowman lost. It was $18 million spent against them, but it is what it is, right? In the case of Cori Bush, that race is really not about Israel. I mean, look at all the startling victories in New York and Colorado that I think were about Israel, and candidates that I couldn't have imagined could win, unseated incumbents in amazing fashion. So those, and again, Israel's a proxy. So, and we just had this conversation on the Young Turks about the Ro Khanna Dan Goldman debate from today. Did Dan Goldman, who got killed by Brad Lander, and Dan Goldman was an incumbent and a golden boy of the establishment, and he lost by about 30 points to Brad Lander in New York. And was that because of Israel or because of the economy and affordability? I actually agreed a tiny bit more with Dan Goldman when he said, no, it was about Israel. But what Dan Goldman doesn't get is, yeah, but if we think you're not serving us, the voters, on that issue because you're taking PAC money or for whatever reason, then I've lost faith in you entirely. Then I don't think you're gonna represent me on any issue. He's like, but I had good policy positions. But this is what Democratic leadership and establishment doesn't understand. It doesn't matter what your policy positions are because we don't believe you. We don't believe you're gonna do any of that. How do we know? We just spent the last 40 years with you not doing any of the things you said you were gonna do. It's not complicated.
Yeah, you don't, whether you think this is fair, you don't get to be for sale on just one issue. Once you've sold yourself, you are now for sale, and other people can buy you on other topics. We do have updates on some of the other races we're tracking.
Yeah, let's definitely do that.
So first of all, you can see here in Michigan's 7th congressional district, 14% of the vote is in, and William Lawrence is actually has a nice sized lead right now of about, I'm gonna say 13 points.
So I'll call that one relevant, and I'm glad he's the one that's leading, but William's basically supposed to win that primary, that the more interesting race there, in my opinion, and it's easy for me to say, I'm not in his position, is the general election, where he'd be up against a Republican that's beatable and could help flip the Congress. And then we'll talk more about the general election later in tonight, because it's super relevant. It's relevant in the primaries and then obviously beyond. So he would be going up against Tom Barrett. But the good result, there's obviously some other people in that race that are getting solid number of votes, but also splitting the votes a little bit. So that's good.
We also have 2% of votes in the 13th district, where Donovan McKinney is up by 33 points. Not a lot's in, obviously.
What percentage is in? I don't know.
2%.
Okay, that's not relevant yet. Too small.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still, the more progressive candidate in all these races is currently leading.
Yeah, of course, I'd always rather be ahead, and especially by that number, but 2% is too small.
Sure.
Go back to the William Lawrence race for a second.
Okay.
Because I want to say something relevant about that, because there's a little bit of drama around that one. So I don't have my glasses on. Can you read the names of the other two?
Bridget Brink and Matt Mazdam.
Okay, so what happened, guys, is establishment Democrats are furious at Elisa Slotkin in this race, because William wasn't supposed to win necessarily, and they never think the progressive's going to win until they split the vote, right? And why did they split the vote? The establishment backed Brink, the woman in the race, and they did this whole spiel about, oh, you have to support the women and about sexist, blah 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 blah, and they had that whole thing going. And then Slotkin out of nowhere supported, what's his name?
Mazdam.
Yeah. And so they're like, Slotkin, what are you doing? We all have to rally around Brink so we could defeat the progressive. Who cares? They're both widgets, right? Like, they're gonna vote exactly as we order them to. Why? But for whatever reason, Slotkin cared, and she's built a lot of her thing around women, women, women. So when she supported the man in the race, they were doubly perplexed.
I'm immediately suspicious. Yeah, I don't know why.
Oh, I have a guess.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, in the beginning, I was like, wow. This doesn't make any sense. Why would she do this, right? She's establishment 101, right? It's possible she didn't want another successful female Democrat in Michigan to compete with, okay? So now you might think, oh, that's crazy. Why? I mean, I know, like for me, I wouldn't care. I'd want to support, like, it was and I don't care if it's a man. Like, I'm not gonna support other men, right? If it's somebody Turkish.
I try not to, but.
So for me, it's not relevant in the equation, right? And it's not relevant for progressives because we care about the policies more, right? But politicians are super dirty. Like they have way less morals than you would imagine. They're way more catty, and they are obsessed with internal political competition.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would need to hear some insider source, like if she made a comment or something. I don't know enough about her personality.
Yeah, I want to be perfectly clear. She has not. I don't have any evidence of that. Okay. I'm speculating, and not even so much on Slotkin, but on how much politicians are dirtbags in my experience.
Sure.
And I have seen many other politicians do perplexing things like that on purpose, and I'm like, what? Why would you care, right? But here, I'll tell you a quick story, unless you have an update.
I don't, no.
Okay, so we talked to a state rep from Illinois. He's a good guy. I don't want to give away he was said in private, so I don't want to say who it is. And he said, he's a guy who cares a lot, he's progressive. And he said, there was only, everyone in the state house that he was in Illinois, he said there's only two things they ever cared about. And they would barely show up for anything else. One was everybody had a pet issue. Well, they care about education, they care about healthcare, whatever they promised on the campaign trail. If they'd have a bill because they want to pass it, partly because they care, to be fair to them, right? They're human at the end, right? And there is sometimes a real reason why somebody got into a race, that they cared about one particular issue. And that also applies to progressives, who applies way more to progressives. Like I remember Amy Villela in Las Vegas. She lost her, in Nevada, she lost her daughter because her daughter didn't have private insurance and they wouldn't treat her and she died, right?
Yeah.
So that animated her a lot. So it could be partly that, to be fair to the greasy politicians as well. But also they want to be able to pass a bill so they could brag about it, right?
Sure.
Okay, so I said, what was the second thing that they would all show up for? redistricting, because that affected their power. Okay, so the only things they cared about was their own power. But if you got, hey, look, we got a housing bill, it's so important, housing prices are going, yeah, whatever. You couldn't get them animated about anything else. So what I'm telling you is, do not underestimate how immoral most politicians are. Their moral character is way lower than the average person. So anyways.
We do have strong evidence of that.
Yeah, so you can take that with a grain of salt as it applies to Slotkin and why she did that curious thing. But at the end of the day, I'm super glad she backed Mazdan, split the vote, and now William Norris looks like he's more likely to win.
Yeah.
You got an update?
Yeah, so this is on two of the, well, I know we talked about one, but I know another is important too. Two of the ballot measures in Missouri. There's 17% on Amendment 4. That's to modify the threshold for citizen-initiated amendments to the state constitution. To modify it is at 17%. To keep it the same is at 83%. So
what was it modified to increase it?
To the initiatives would have to win in each of the state's 8 congressional districts rather than by passing a simple statewide majority, which Republicans in a number of states have done to make it effectively impossible.
Yeah, so that's a trick, and it looks like the voters of Michigan figured out it was a trick, and they're voting overwhelmingly against it. For now,
yes. And on Amendment 5, that's eliminating the income tax and replacing it with a sales tax. That's with 11% of the vote, and that's at a similar, exact same 17% yes to 83% no.
So they want the income tax.
They want to keep it the way it is right now.
The way it is now, which is income tax.
Yes.
Okay, so that's another trick, because a sales tax is a regressive tax. So it takes up a lot more of your income if you're poor or middle class, whereas a billionaire, oh, you're charging me 8% on my milk and bananas, I couldn't care less. Right, it's a tiny percentage of his money.
Well, and look,
okay, wait. Oh, big change, 17% reporting. Now we're getting back to more realistic numbers, 53, 44. Okay, now this is good news, bad news, guys. So bad news that shaved 10 points off of the last numbers we saw from Abdul, which he was at 63, now he's down at 53. But we warned you that, hey, don't take those early numbers too seriously. But the good news is 17% is a real number.
Yeah,
okay, and he still has about a 9-point lead right now. Okay, so I'm a little bit more nervous. Okay.
If she does end up winning after all that polling, that would be pretty fascinating, disturbing. I don't know. I was secretly always for her anyway. I just find her to be charming. But go Israel, go Israel, go.
If she wins, I'm definitely going to look into what Hugo Chavez was up to tonight.
Look, maybe this is like overly woke of me or whatever, but like a lot of like Democrats just want to represent the people in their state. I like to include the people of other countries. I think we should take into account their concerns. But anyway, that's a lot closer, definitely. To the prior to the replacing the income tax with the sales tax. Yes, so it's obviously very regressive. I believe I read that there are 5 billionaires who would obviously massively benefit from this. And there's also, once you get into the nitty-gritty of it and stuff, it also has all these requirements on localities that based on how much revenue's coming in, they potentially also have to start taking down property tax and other taxes, and just basically replacing lots of taxes with just the sales tax, which obviously benefits the wealthier people. So anyway, it doesn't look like it's going to work.
For now, it looks like Michigan's rejecting both of those tricks. So good job, Michigan. You know what I love? I love races that have a lot of media attention. The reason is, oftentimes there you go. All right, hold on. We'll get to that. Wesley Bell, that election has been called. He wins over Cori Bush. All right, well, the representative from Tel Aviv is going back into Congress. And look, guys, Wesley Bell is unambiguous. He always votes with Israel. He will always vote with Israel. His entire career is owed to the Israeli lobby. He will never waver, and so he doesn't represent you at all. So, I would have never voted for him in a million years. But I'm not in that district. I don't know what they saw. We told you all the issues, and we're honest about the issues that Cori had. So, as far as the movement is concerned, I'm not overly worried about this election because it's mainly an asterisk. It's an exception because of the other giant issue in the race.
Yeah.
That affected it so much, and by the time we got to election night, we kind of anticipated that Corey wasn't going to win. So it's a shame, but not overly surprising to say the least.
Yeah, and so I would anticipate that you're probably not going to get that rematch. There could be redistricting, which could change up the opportunities for Cori Bush in future races in the area, but there's also a million other ways that she could still, be involved in activism, organizing, supporting other candidates, lots of other stuff.
Yeah, and there's a million things that could happen. She could play an incredibly important role in a different way. She could be appointed to a role. She could run for a different office. There's a million things like that.
Working in administration.
Right. But I'm never gonna let Wesley Bell go or George Latimer go. So I'll needlessly add Ed Galrine to that list, who beat Thomas Massie, because those are three people who raised their hands and said, I will loyally serve Israel and only Israel.
Yeah.
And so we can't have them in our Congress. So we're gonna do it the right way. We're gonna vote them out. If it's not this time, it'll be next time. And if it's not next time, it'll be the time after, because we're never gonna forget.
Yeah, I'm not amazing at mental math or whatever, but as we're throwing out AIPAC is spending $30 million on this particular race, and then against Thomas Massie, they got another $20 million, and Barry Madelson will give $100 million to Donald Trump. I feel like if they just cut out the middleman and just use that money, they could have the military that they want. Just put that money directly into the bombs rather than electing candidates to give you the bombs.
Yeah.
I feel like you could have a world-crushing military if you just put all your money directly into it.
Yeah,
but of course they don't just want the funding; they also want us to fight wars. So that costs a lot more.
That's right. And look, the reality is, so AIPAC has spent more than $100 million in the last 2 election cycles, in each of the cycles. They're already at $104 million, and that's just AIPAC and one sister PAC that they have. I think it's called United Democracy Project, which ironically tries to destroy our democracy. And again, all the reporters miss it. They're like, oh, the real problem with our democracy is Donald Trump and Russia. There's another country that interferes in our elections nonstop and at a thermonuclear level, but every political reporter in the country is apparently an idiot and missed it, okay? Yeah. So anyways, we didn't miss it. Sludge is a great site that tracks money in politics. Shout out to Sludge. And they showed $127 million in the last cycle, #1 donor class in the 2024 cycle. We haven't even gotten to the general elections yet. We're still in the primaries, and they've already spent $104 million, and that does not include groups like Democratic Majority for Israel and other parts of the Israeli lobby. So AIPAC has spent a tremendous amount of money trying to buy this Congress. But John, to your point, okay, let's take the $127 million from last time. But what happened? So after 2024, Trump won, and he gave them another $13 billion.
Yeah.
On top of the 3.3 they're getting every year. So they've had another 2 years of that. So add that in, now we're at about 20 billion, right? And then on top of that, they're now trying to merge our military technology, which would let them take potentially trillions of dollars off of us. Plus they got 2 wars against Iran, which has now cost us over $100 billion. That's a lot of money. So somebody did the math on it, and this is super rough based on a lot of different things because it depends on how you count all the money Israel's getting from us. But an elementary look at it was a 30,000% return on investment. That's why they do the money in politics. So they put in $1 and they get back, multiples of that.
Yeah.
They get back 300 times that, 3,000 times that. So it's just a robbery. They give some money to our politicians, and then our politicians rob us blind, give it back to people who give it to Israel. I don't know if any of that money flows to Israeli supporters here, but either way, they wind up with our money in their pocket, right? Yeah. And that's how this game is played. And then again, AIPAC is by far one of the largest lobbying groups involved. And then our media lies to you and does these machinations about, oh, well, technically among the lobbies, they don't spend as much. I'm like, really? What about all this money? No, we're not counting that money. We're only counting the money where it's lobbying, where they take you to dinner or something. Why wouldn't we count all the money they spend on campaigns? Unless you're trying to deceive people.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So
yeah.
Obviously they were huge in these races.
I did want to look in on one thing in the El Sayed Stevens race. We've only gotten like 1% more. It's still like an 8-point gap or whatever. But I thought, since we recently found out that Abdul Sayed is a lifelong devoted racist, I thought, okay, well, so Michigan has rural areas, it has suburban areas, it has urban areas, it has obviously the city of Detroit, which is a big city, and roughly speaking, something like 75% African American city. So she is narrowly up in Wayne County, which is a county that includes Detroit. I mean, only a couple percent of the vote is in, and like the nearby suburban county, Oakland, Stevens is just very narrowly up. That one has 60% of the vote in, and 8% here. Abdul Sayed is up slightly. So this might be one way that we can like start to evaluate if that's an attack that might have worked. But we also know, like, look, just in past elections, it's a thing we see sometimes in the Democratic primaries. Older black voters sometimes support more moderate candidates, like especially candidates that might be tied to Obama. That might have been a successful tactic to use here. But we need actual evidence, so we'll see.
Yeah, look, we have to be honest about political trends, right? And so the political trends is, yes, black voters in general have supported more. I wouldn't use moderate, more conservative Democrats.
As I said earlier, moderate is a term they use.
Yeah, we talk about moderate centrists, those are nonsense words. They're not moderate at all. Their positions are radically pro-corporate, right? So why do black voters support candidates that are more conservative when they're not more conservative, right? We're not talking about social issues and et cetera. They're not. It's not based on that. Honestly, it's based on the endorsements, right? And so that's why AIPAC locking up some of the older African American representatives, and they've been doing that for a long, long time, makes a huge difference, because then they roll out Clyburn to tell everybody, well, if you're black, you got to vote for the candidate that we're calling moderate, but in reality, and they don't even say moderate. They just say that's the candidate, right? And so, but now there's a lot of younger African Americans who are totally breaking up that system, right? Yeah. And so that they're on wobbly legs on that too, but they keep using that. So what happened, for example, with the DNC recently is they reordered the states that the presidential election is going to go to. And since they still believe, and based on the evidence from the last cycles, that black voters are more likely to vote for the most conservative, most corporate Democrat, not because they're conservative or corporate, but because they're gonna get tricked. They believe, the Democrat leadership believes they're gonna get tricked by Clyburn, and if we're being honest, Obama, he's not as bad as Clyburn in how Clyburn does it very aggressively. A lot of the older black politicians do it very aggressively. Obama does it more subtly, like in South Carolina, he called everybody Buttigieg, Klobuchar, et cetera, and got him to drop out because he was panicked that Bernie Sanders might win. And he didn't want Bernie Sanders to win. And I have my theory on why. And my theory is that Bernie Sanders would have actually gotten some things done, and that would have been greatly embarrassing to Obama, because he didn't get much done and he didn't try much. So he doesn't I hope I'm wrong about Obama, but he's still up in his castle. I never see him.
Yeah, I mean, in his defense, he could have endorsed in the Michigan primary if he wanted to.
No, that's about his legacy. And so he knows that if he goes on the wrong side of this, he's talked to the, Pod Save America guys. He understands which direction things are going.
That's why he's cozying up to like Zohar Mamdani and stuff.
Yeah. So he's now modulating. He's now going to, I always like progressives. Israel. But to be fair to Obama, look guys, everything is nuanced, everything's complicated, nothing's black and white, and the ridiculous binary thing that the mainstream media represents you with. Obama was very courageous in doing the JCPOA, the deal with Iran. It was a great deal, one of his best accomplishments, and he defied Israel in doing it, and the Israeli lobby hated him ever since, even though he gave them Iron Dome, which turned out to be a disaster. I was in favor of it too back then. I thought it was just gonna protect civilians, but what it did was it encouraged Israel to attack all of its neighbors because they think there's no downside, right?
Defensive weaponry tends to have that effect,
Yeah, what we underestimated was the lack of care that the Israeli government officials would have about other human beings that weren't Israelis. Yeah. So they're like, oh, this is wars where we get to slaughter their civilians and they can't touch ours? Stovetop, I'm staying.
Yeah.
So that turned out to be a disaster, but it didn't matter. So the Israelis needed iron. They wanted Iron Dome super bad. Obama gave it to them. He gave them the 10-year memorandum of understanding, gift wrapping 38 billion. But no matter what he did, it never overcame the fact that he didn't start the war with Iran. And so when he made that deal with them, then Israel didn't have an excuse for war because then Iran didn't have a nuclear program anymore. And Israel desperately wanted them to have a nuclear program to use as an excuse to attack them and destroy their regime and install a puppet like the Shah who would serve Israel instead. Yeah. So Obama's complicated, he's not Clyburn, but overall he has always been in my lifetime, well, which is all of our lifetimes because that's when he came up in politics, very establishment, always, almost always supporting the establishment candidate, almost always against the progressive candidate. So when you put that into the equation, and then you got the Clintons, remember the press declared Bill Clinton the first black president. Did he earn that? That's very debatable, right? But was that a trick to get from then on, if you're black, you have to vote for Clinton. You have to vote for Bill Clinton, you have to vote for Hillary Clinton, you have to vote for Joe Biden, you have to vote for all these people. So that is why you see that historical pattern. But like I said, it's beginning to break down now because a lot of younger African Americans are in absolute revolt over this. And I'll give somebody credit here. Charlemagne the God has done an amazing job of getting people to realize, no, our values, African American values, line up with progressives. They don't line up with the establishment Democrats.
Yeah, well, and obviously the media, landscape is very different than it was 10 years ago, let alone back when Clinton was in power. And obviously, we'll see what ends up happening with the racial demographics and the exit polling and everything. But even if they think they have some kind of idea of what making South Carolina earlier in the Democratic primary will be, black voters in South Carolina are not black voters in Detroit. It's a totally different thing. It's a totally different part of the religion is obviously a different thing and everything. And in terms of the mixing up, I do think that they should mix up the states. I don't think it should have always been Iowa and New Hampshire. I think Nevada, being early, it was already pretty early, but I think that's an important one. I probably wouldn't have gone with South Carolina. I think Georgia, would be a great state to have weigh in early, considering that it's theoretically a swing state and everything. I would rather have that than South Carolina. I think they're doing it for a different reason.
Yeah, don't give them any ideas because the establishment kind of likes Ossoff, and Ossoff's again a very nuanced candidate. No prejudgment, okay? But if it was Georgia, Ossoff would be like, yes.
Definitely. Oh no, I'm trying to give my but obviously I don't have a dog in the 2028 race or anything. I'm trying to give my just if it all else being equal, I think it makes more sense if you're trying to have the Democratic primary vote give you an idea of who could potentially do well in the general election. I think Georgia makes a lot more sense.
Right, it's like you say, you check off the southern box, heavily minority, but at the same time it's a swing state. So
exactly,
I totally get it. So, and by the way, guys, just last thing on that point, please don't buy into the ridiculous thing they say was, oh, we put South Carolina first. We care so much about black voters. No. They put South Carolina first because they think black voters are going to vote for the corporate candidate. Okay, let's prove them wrong so that they never try that trick again, right? And we'll do everything we can to make sure that happens. So, but it's not like, oh my God, the corporate guys, they just care so much about African Americans. No.
Yeah, and by the way, so if I'm looking, I know we're really on 2028 now, but if the first 5 states across 1 month is South Carolina, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Mexico, Michigan, that's not terrible for progressive necessarily. South Carolina will be the first one, and that might not benefit a progressive candidate. But Nevada, big union state and everything. New Hampshire, generally, progressives have done pretty well in New Hampshire. New Mexico, I think, kind of similar to Nevada a little bit. And Michigan is apparently showing that they're down for a progressive, maybe. That map does not look terrible for a progressive in 2028.
No, it doesn't. I agree with you. Look, first of all, I concede nothing. Progressive will win South Carolina, okay? But let's say that doesn't happen. Let's say conventional wisdom holds. Nevada, Bernie crushed in Nevada.
Yeah. Oh, right? Sorry. No, we'll stay on that.
So and New Hampshire, is mixed bag. Bernie kind of split with Hillary Clinton and then Buttigieg, if I remember right.
Yeah, I think so.
But there's no reason why a progressive can't do well in New Hampshire. I think my guess is New Mexico is a similar dynamic to Nevada, just like your guess. And Michigan's great. Michigan is no lock. I mean, you're seeing what's happening here. I mean, this is no lock. But I don't know if it's because there were like Ken Martin is supposed to be a progressive. It certainly does. He hasn't acted that way at the DNC, but I think he got more bullied than he got voluntarily did it, and maybe he had a little bit of a role in, or other progressives in the building did, in saying, well, okay, if South Carolina is going to be first, then we should go with these other states.
Yeah.
And if you're going to say, hey, you care about African American voters, then you have to care about Latino voters in Nevada and New Mexico.
Yeah. Yeah, we're at 18% now in Michigan, so it's inched up a little bit. I mean, it's 260,000 votes now, and that's a significant percent. We're expecting, like I guess between 1.2 and 1.3 million in the end, which is, by the way, also not a bad sign that we're going to see a 20 to 30% jump in voter involvement in the primary compared to the last cycle.
Yeah.
So that's good. You want Democrats to be, regardless of who ends up winning, you want them to be enthused and everything. Right now it's looking closer, but again, you never know which share of which counties. Like Ann Arbor is obviously, that's got, it's a college town. And obviously only highly overeducated socialists, like socialism or whatever, I don't know. But like he's doing pretty well there. Yeah.
How much of what percentage is reporting in Ann Arbor?
That's for 53% right now.
Oh,
and he's
so
got
that's a lot of his voters have already come in Ann Arbor there.
Yeah.
Okay, so it makes me a little bit more nervous. It's changing as we speak. Reading out, John?
He's up 0.1% in the most recent drop right there, 52.6 to 44.3. But we're still at 18%. We only got like 2,000 votes right there in that little update.
Okay, I got you. But those updates are exhilarating.
They're taking their sweet time.
Yeah. So guys, a couple of different ways to look at it. You look at it as the last poll had him up 15. Right now he's only up about 8 or 9 points with 18% reporting. You go, could be better, right? But if you told me 3 months ago it's election night, 18% reporting, and Abdul's got a 53-44 lead over Stevens, I would have said, what happened to McMurrow? Then I would have said, yes, right? Because look, if you told me right now, oh, my bad, it's 18% reporting and Stevens has the 53-44 lead, I would immediately change to despondent.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So even though it's not determinative, I would much rather have the 8 to 9 point lead.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's particularly nice, just like on a personal level, as we're waiting for more votes to come in. That he's always seemed like a really cool guy. He's been coming on our network for years, way back in the campaign back in 2018. It's just cool to see someone who gave it their shot or whatever and didn't quite make it there, and then just kept putting in the work year after year.
Okay, I have a quick personal story about that. So I would go to progressive events, including Bernie Sanders has this thing called a gathering, right? And everybody goes up to Vermont, and then you discuss strategy for the year. What are we going to do, et cetera? And it's a great event. I only got invited once, but
I always say no.
So, but also at other progressive events, I would see Abdul, right? Because he cared. Like, so there's a couple of guys that you see all the time. Abdul El-Sayed, Brent Welder, James Thompson. These are all in the original Justice Democrats class.
Brent Welder.
Yeah. Yeah, so wonderful guys, all of them, right? And they're still, like, even if they've moved on and they're, have a legal career or whatever they're doing, they care. And they always try to help in different ways. And that's how Abdul was. And then this opportunity came up. He's like, all right, I'll give it another shot. But he's meant it all the way.
Yeah.
And so he's, I think, totally wonderful guy. So, okay. Now, I wanted to go back to one of the conversations we started with in the beginning. John scandalously claimed that me saying this is the most important non-presidential election of my lifetime was an over-exaggeration. Okay,
I think I said your stereotypical charming over-exaggeration.
Charming. Okay, but I don't over-exaggerate. Okay.
You've never once over-exaggerated. No.
Oh, by the way, I didn't even say that, so you can see that I was, see? Okay, but I do hype up sometimes. But then the question is it right or is it wrong, right? And I've never, so don't get me wrong, I'm using it in this context, which is kind of ironic and hilarious, but I despise that most important election of our lifetime that they use in every presidential election. And I have literally said to a lot of people's chagrin at the time, like in 2012, I'm like, Mitt Romney versus Barack Obama, definitely not the most important election of our lifetimes. Let's be honest, guys, a lot of their positions are nearly identical. Their foreign policy is nearly identical.
Yeah.
Obamacare was Romneycare before it was Obamacare, right? And they're both kind of establishment. And people will remember, of course, were furious at the time. How dare you? Obama's nothing like Mitt Romney. They're diametrically opposed. This is the most important. And by the way, the first time I ever said it was before the Young Turks even started, back in '96. I'm like, Clinton and Dole. And remember, back then I'm a Republican, right? And I'm like, I can't tell the difference between these guys at all. Their policies are like 85% the same. This is the most inconsequential election we've ever had, right? So I thought the last election was super important, obviously, not because of Kamala Harris, but because Trump is a unique danger. And here we are in the midst of that unique danger, right? So, but I'm using this superlative in regards to this race, and one I've never used in a non-presidential race. I don't even use it in presidential races, right? But because if Stevens loses and Abdullah Saeed wins, it's at least two things happen that are so important. Number one, it liberates the Democratic Party, because then you're free to vote against Israel. And if it turns out, even if they spend 60, 70 million against you, you could still win, right? Before, if you voted against Israel, what happened to Marie Newman, another Justice Democrat, 4 million against her, eliminated. Andy Levin, pre-Justice Democrats, in a sense, eliminated for just saying two-state solution, about a 4 million against him, if I remember right. Then Cori Bush eliminated 14 million, Jamal Bowman eliminated 18 million. And so everybody in the Democratic caucus got the message: do not oppose Israel. If you do, it's a political death sentence. Same thing in the Massey race, the Republicans got the same message. But now, after they spend a spectacular amount of money, if Abdul wins this, then you're free to vote against Israel. You're free to vote your conscience, because it turns out they can't buy every election.
Yeah.
So now it's not going to be all like rainbows and unicorns, because still people will be worried about 20, 30, 40 million being spent against them. And especially if you don't kind of get the kind of media attention this race, Scott, they could take you out in the dark of night, right? But it liberates one of the parties. The Republican Party is still locked up, totally in the tank for Israel. And they've always been in the tank for all the PACs, right? So, but this would be huge in liberating the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
And then there's a second element to it.
Ooh, that just narrowed by 0.3 down for him, 0.4 up
now
for her. 20% of the vote is in. He's up by 7.1.
52 to 44.9. Okay, now I'm nervous. Definitely nervous. Okay.
Yeah.
So you know how the right wing clipped up our Trump coverage back in 2016? Maybe AIPAC sitting there on our stream going, okay, they're nervous.
Let's start saying nicer things about Haley Stevens. Let's ruin it. Let's make it harder for them.
No chance that happens.
Yeah, I think it's a great point. It's fascinating too, because like we've had all these super high profile, like, insurgent, progressive or whatever, and everybody's talking about the DSA now, and socialism is everywhere. Trump wants you to believe in everything. The fascinating thing is that Abdullah Saeed he's not even in the DSA. Like, like they're acting as if Zoran Mamdani. No, he's very progressive. He wants Medicare for all and all that, and he has for many, many years. He's consistent on that. He's not a socialist. Like, he's not.
Yeah, I don't want to cause him any harm, but his positions are nearly identical to mine.
Yeah.
Right. So he says he's not a socialist. He says he's a capitalist, but he wants regulations just like we do.
Yeah.
Et cetera. But and they put him in posters. Even the media puts him in posters with the other DSA candidates and goes DSA.
Yeah. which might have a Streisand by proxy effect.
Yeah,
it's becoming more popular if it codes you as, I don't know. But anyway, yeah, I'm a contrarian, so I immediately was thinking, well, like the really fascinating Senate race where Barack Obama won was obviously very consequential because shortly after that he would run for and win the presidency. That was a pretty important one, rocked by scandal and everything. And I also
there was one other small thing about it. It was just A, it was less in doubt than this one was throughout.
Sure.
Okay, and B, it wasn't two sides of a party. It wasn't like two giant. They were both establishment candidates. Obama was more of an insurgent at the time, right? More of an outsider at the time, and we were rooting for him, right? But that you see what I'm saying? Less consequential because of that.
Yeah, and then I don't know, I'm going to be unbearable, but and you probably guess what I'm going to say. I do think that AOC's primary win was pretty consequential.
Oh, absolutely. No, that's the look. I mean,
is that number 2 then for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So and look,
I'll take that.
Yeah. But previous to this one, I would have said it's probably the most consequential of our lifetimes. And look, I'm biased in a couple of ways there, but most importantly, I was a little bit involved in that race.
Yeah,
right?
Just a Democrat.
Yeah, I was co-founder of Just Democrats. We launched it here. I named it. And so was that determinative? I don't know. I don't know that it was determinative, but did it help? Of course it helped, right? And our coverage of her, et cetera. So the fact that we collectively, and you guys most especially through your volunteering and donating and all that, created one of the biggest political upsets in American history, so it's super consequential because of that. And it took it down one of the top establishment figures who was likely to be Speaker of the House, right? And it meant that progressives could win when no one thought we could win at that point, right? And it put us on the map in a lot of ways, massively consequential.
And like morale-wise, it was such a reinvigoration following 2016 and how disappointing the double blow of Bernie losing and then Donald Trump gets elected. To have her win and with her particular story and how unexpected it was, particularly by mainstream media, and that it inspired other people to run and get, or not even just run, but get involved, which births other people winning. I think it was very consequential.
Yeah, unquestionably. So if Abdul wins, I think it's still a little bit more consequential. It's the AOC victory is definitely a bigger upset. So they score 1 for that column, right? For that, if you look at it from that perspective. But for Abdul, it affects the party so significantly, right? Because after AOC won, it wasn't like everybody was like, well, I guess we got to vote progressive, otherwise we're all going to lose our races.
That's true.
Right? Yeah. And so they weren't like, okay, we're doing Medicare for all. That's it, you win, right? So, and we don't know that they're going to do that yet on Israel at all. But here's an excellent reason why we think that is much more likely to happen, because it didn't start with Abdul's race, it started with Mamdani. Right, and if you remember, they spent about 30 million against Mamdani. I lost track if it was 30 or 40, right? And he was the original Abdul al-Said, and they wanted to beat him so bad.
Oh my God, they did.
And they lost, and he won. And then, but you could have said, oh well, maybe that's an outlier. Maybe that's like AOC. She wins, and it's amazing, and it's a huge upset. But it's not necessarily indicative of which way the party's going to go. But when the 2 progressives won in New York, or the 3 progressives won in New York, and then Melat Kiros won in Colorado, then it was like, oh my God, it's a trend.
Yeah.
And then it went from 9 votes to take away funding from Israel to 103 votes to take money away from Israel in the next vote.
A signal, had been given.
So that's why then, partly because of that, AIPAC's like, oh, we got to double down, triple down. We cannot let this trend continue. We have to defeat Abdul al-Said, otherwise we're going to lose the Democratic Party.
Yeah, it could look in the short term, it could be that Haley Stevens loses, and the lesson they learn is next time it's 100 million.
Yeah, and by the way, she might not lose. There's only a 7-point difference now with 20% reporting. If she wins tonight, then AIPAC is going to throw the biggest party you've ever seen, and they're going to dance a jig, and they're going to pop their champagne, and they're going to say, "Ha ha, we told you." And by the way, after every election that they win, they put out public posts, bragging and going, we won that seat, and now and Israel this and Israel that. And then Jake Tapper goes right back on camera and goes, it has nothing to do with Israel. Anyone who says it has something to do with Israel is an anti-Semite. One of the groups is called Democratic Majority for Israel. He's like, nope, it's about Ottawa. No, it's about healthcare. What do you mean? It says Democratic Majority for Israel. What part of that is complicated?
Yeah.
He's like anti-Semite, but it doesn't matter because if we win elections, despite them saying that 24/7, despite $60 million, then, so by the way, so that is a second reason why this race is so consequential. Because John, really, once you get past a certain point, whether it's 60 million or 100 million, I don't think it matters.
Yeah, at a certain point, you've run too many ads.
Yeah, they already bought every ad.
They already bought every ad, yeah,
right?
That's true.
So that means, oh my God, if you have enough attention on a race, even money in politics stops working. And we also know that because of presidential races.
Yeah.
Where Trump had less money than Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris, a lot less, and he won anyway because he got free media attention, right? And interviews. By the way, Haley Stevens calls herself, well, she can't do interviews because she's utterly incompetent, but they cost themselves a lot of points by picking a candidate who can't do interviews because interviews are free media. Yeah. They're worth, in a race like that, tens of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Because now Abdul gets attacked in every interview, at least on TV, but still he's getting his message out, right? And they're attacking him for being anti-Israel. That also gets his message out, right? So that's a big advantage for them. And so this race also affects the power of PACs. There's a third reason. So I heard from our side that a lot of the donors, whatever wealthy donors we have, which is like 3 of them, right? But in those circles, they're like, well, if Abdul loses, we're not like the other side. We don't have that much money, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe politics just isn't gonna work. Like I literally, before he took the lead, I heard people saying, maybe we just get out of politics altogether. Okay, so it would have greatly depressed our side, right? If Abdul loses, if Stevens loses, at some point, even the AIPAC donors are gonna be like, look, I love what Israel's doing. The genocide's amazing. All the wars are fantastic. And I really hope we hit Turkey next, right? Mm-hmm. But if I give you 60 million and I get no results, then even I'm gonna reconsider whether I give you 60 million.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's another effect that it has. And then if it leads to us beginning to extricate ourselves from Israel, that's another monumental effect, right?
Yeah.
And if it leads to corporate media losing and online media winning, because it's very clear where the two sides are, then that's another huge effect of this race.
Yeah.
So,
and in that, I think, again, it could go Stevens, and then we could get Gavin Newsom in 2020, and nothing changes. We just hand another $100 billion to Israel or whatever. Or alternatively, you could have the House Democratic Caucus turning against the funding, the Senate Democratic Caucus turning against the funding, and all of that is good. And it puts a lot of pressure on Democrats running in 2020 in the presidential primary. But also the backdrop of it will be potentially an ongoing forever war with Iran, which is gonna turn more and more Americans against all of this and make it very easy to cut this sort of funding. Because we're gonna be sick of it again. If we're 3 years into a war with Iran at the point the new president gets inaugurated, I think that makes it much easier to say, no, we're not doing endless spending and all of that. We've been stuck in this quagmire for so long. Donald Trump lied to you. He said he was gonna get you out of the wars. By the way, I'm a dummy on the internet, but I told you the entire time as he was running, don't believe it. He's gonna get us in wars. He didn't take us out of a single war in his first term. He kept them all going. He increased the bombing in the ones we were in. He always will increase the military budget, but whatever. The desire will once again be stoked for a candidate who's actually gonna make good on those promises, and 2028 could potentially provide one.
Yeah, color me shocked that Donald Trump turned out to be a liar.
I know, it's just like in that one in particular, my God, they were so, like the glue they were huffing to think that he was pro-peace when he wasn't in power.
Like I have a million things to say. There's a bunch of great comments. I want to check back in on some of the other races.
Yeah.
But just to that point real quick, as I just forgot, the 18 points I wanted to make on those.
Sorry.
What was the last thing you said, John?
I was talking about 2028. It'll be comparatively, there will be pressure on a Democrat to be against this funding, but also I think that the domestic environment will be even more anti. Constant military involvement, more money going into we're going to be stuck in this thing.
So in case you missed it. Earlier in the first hour of the Young Turks, we had Joe Kent on, and he said something that was deeply depressing, so I wanted to share it with you. Look, I had it at 50-50 on whether we're gonna wrap up the Iran war, because we just can't keep going. We're running out of defensive missiles, we're running out of offensive missiles. There's no way to open up the Strait of Hormuz. That's it. There's nothing left to do, right? No matter how much Israel wants it. And it seems like Trump understands that, because he keeps panicking and saying, oh, I'm gonna kill them all. Oh, forget it, I'm not doing it, right? And he's chickened out a bunch of times. But Joe Kent said, no, there's, Iran won't sign the deal. And without a signed deal, Trump's gonna go back in. And so I don't know if he's right, but he seemed pretty convinced, and he's on the right, so he has more contacts. He was in the Trump administration, so he has more contacts. He seemed to think that no, we're gonna keep going. And
just bombing for another year, or he means go in?
Going, but we talked about ground troops, and he said, yeah, and in fact, he said, the Reuters article about running out of offensive missiles could be true, probably is true to some degree, but it could also be propaganda to say, well, now we got to use ground troops.
Yeah.
Because we can't fire them from a distance anymore.
Or it could be true, and then they send in the ground troops. Because they want to keep it going, but they can't do it at range anymore.
Yeah, and there's 50,000 ground troops ready to go in right now. And
madness.
Absolute madness. And so if that happens, back to John's point, oh no, there's nothing they could do. There's no amount of money they could spend if this war keeps going that wouldn't make the American people furious at wars, at Israel, at Donald Trump's lies. No, if the war keeps going, and he does that World War II style attack he's talking about, or puts in ground troops, I guarantee you economic collapse, and I guarantee you rage in America like you've never seen in your lifetime.
Yeah.
Because this is now no longer partisan. 2/3 of Trump voters are still holding, but remember, it used to be like 95%, right? Now he's down to 2/3, a whole third are in revolution, and now Kent and Massey and Tucker, et cetera, are talking about a whole new party because they're so disgusted with the Republican Party. And I asked them today about JD Vance, and he indicated they basically given up on him.
Yeah.
So that's a hell of a thing. If I told you Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene are going to give up on JD Vance less than 2 years into Donald Trump's and Trump, and they're going to think about running against them, I mean, nobody would have believed me, right?
Yeah, I mean, I always assumed that everybody thinks you become the VP, it raises your stock or whatever. Yeah, but Donald Trump's an idiot and he's going to create chaos and you're going to be tied to that. Why would you want that?
In fact, that's what Joe Kent said. He said he's too tied to the administration. He can't get it off of him.
Yeah, he already has the stink of being a slimy politician. Now he has Trump stink on him.
Yeah,
ketchup and butt.
The war stink and the Israel stink. And he mentioned something that's very relevant. He's like, he's still raising money from the same people.
Yeah.
Yeah, so my jury has been in on JD Vance from day one.
Yeah.
Like the minute he popped up in the petri dish, as Peter Thiel was, putting the little experiment in. Oh, there it is. I'll call it JD. Okay, and so I knew from there on, I never, not 1% ever of any hope. And then all this BS about how he's anti-war. BS. The New York Times ran a story about he told Trump to go big into Iran. And then had to backpedal out of that later when it started going disastrously.
Yeah.
So that was always baked in. We never had one scintilla of hope in any of those guys, let alone JD Vance. But I'm surprised that the Tucker contingent has lost all hope in him, because Tucker was a big part in picking JD Vance.
Yeah.
For the VP slot. So that's how deep it goes. And so they're not going to be able to stem this tide.
Yeah. I don't know if they thought that maybe Trump wouldn't do some of the disaster stuff that he was cartoonishly lying that he wouldn't do. Maybe they believed him, or maybe they thought that the American people wouldn't mind it as much, the economic disaster, the foreign policy disaster, I don't know. Obviously a lot has changed in the past year and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to do some of the other races?
Yeah. So we're still at 22% in Michigan. We don't have much on that. Not that it matters at this point, but Cori Bush has moved up a little bit. And
yeah, that race is already called.
Of course, I'm just saying that she's not doing as disastrously as it seemed.
Yeah.
Michigan 7th, we're at 29%, and it has been narrowing pretty steadily. And it really does seem like if the vote wasn't being split, this would not be super close necessarily.
Thank God. I mean,
now it's almost 1/3 to each candidate.
Yeah, the establishment doesn't often make this mistake. It's a bit shocking that they made this mistake, and that's why they're furious as Slotkin for it.
Yeah.
So, John, can you read those numbers out loud?
Yeah, so William Lawrence is at 37.9% of the vote, Bridget Brink at 31.5%, and Matt Mazdam at 30.6% with 29% of the vote in.
29% of the vote in, so about a 6-point lead, a little over 6-point lead with 39%.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad. He's the favorite, definitely the favorite, but definitely not over.
Yeah, and so for some reason this race, we're still only at 3%, so take a grain of salt, 2/3 of the vote going to Donovan McKinney.
Yeah, no, that's not relevant.
No.
Yeah.
And then, so it looks like they've actually called the two ballot initiatives, Amendment 4 and Amendment 5, the modifying the Constitution and the eliminating the income tax Missouri ballot measures have failed disastrously. Well, it's 34 and 33% of the vote, but that's not close.
Yeah, so attaboy Missouri. Missouri's done a great job on ballot measures. It's
and it has in past cycles too. They've done some interesting stuff around.
Yeah, so can you look up Hartzell-Gray? Well, I'll tell you a quick story that was also in my book, Justice is Coming. So Missouri had the minimum wage ballot measure on the same year that Claire McCaskill was up for re-election in that same state. Claire McCaskill was a corporate Democrat extraordinaire. Right after she lost, MSNBC hired her immediately. And they're like, okay, our election guru. I'm like, she just lost, right? And they're like, no, the centrist Democrats are the way to go. She just lost, right? So she did not run on the minimum wage because she thought it was too progressive, too liberal, too left wing. The minimum wage won 62 to 38, and she lost by 6 points. So if she had run on the super popular progressive issues, she might have won. She was an incumbent, she had a lot of advantages, a ton of money, right? But she chose to run against her own party and against our policies, and she lost. Because when you run towards the Republicans, what you basically tell people is, they're right, we're wrong, why don't you vote for them? And they go, oh, okay, thank you very much, I will.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
We have District 4's at 20% of the vote in, with Jordan Herrera at 33% of the vote, Hartzell-Gray the third at 18%.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not a good sign. He's down by 15 with 20% in. Okay, all right, let's see, we'll track that. We'll see how that goes. He's a dynamic guy. You might have seen him on our air. Check him out if you get a chance. Let's see what happens. Maybe we get a Kara Eastman situation here.
Oh, awesome. I need to watch that. I'm actually not familiar with him.
Yeah, so when I say a Kara Eastman situation, Kara's here now, but one of my favorite election nights of all time was me and John covering Kara's primary in Nebraska too. And there was a corporate Democrat she was running against. She was a Justice Democrat, and she was way behind, and then she started picking up and picking up and picking up. Again, the votes were from earlier, right? But as it was coming in, it was super exciting. And then at the very end of a very long night, she squeaked out a victory by like 0.4% or something, and we went nuts, and it was super fun.
I prefer to think that our coverage led people at home to rush out to go vote, and that's how the new votes came in.
No,
it's
more
exciting.
Obviously. So the three most, I'll give 5. All right, I'll give you the top 5 favorite election nights at TYT.
Okay.
Before I do that, somebody wrote in, it's Lindsay from Nebraska, fitting. We're just talking about Nebraska. It's crazy to think I've been following John and Cenk primary election night coverage for over a decade now, but I wouldn't want to spend it anywhere else. Wow. Love you guys. Thank you, Lindsay, really appreciate it. She's a member on tyt.com. You can be too, go to tyt.com/join. By the way, it helps us put on election nights like this for you guys, and I want to thank everybody behind the scenes. Skip's stage managing tonight. You got Bart on the 1s and 2s. Who's TD tonight? Craig. All right, Craig. We love Craig. We love everybody involved. Marissa's producing, Judith, Brett. I keep going all night. So all the wonderful people that are got this together at the last minute did a brilliant job with it. So so my 5 top election nights that I could recall. Obama 2008 when he beat John McCain. We did the did we do confetti in the studio? We did. It was like something.
I wasn't here yet, actually.
Yeah. And we were so excited because we're like, we docked the ship. You know what we were mainly worried about? Oh my God, it'd be so fun to go back and watch that.
War with Iran?
Exactly. Yeah, because we're like, at least Bush didn't do the war with Iran. We were so worried he was going to. And if McCain wins, he's definitely going to do the war with Iran, which by the way, he would have.
He had a song ready to go.
Yeah, bomb, bomb, bomb Iran, right?
Yeah.
And so we're like, we docked the ship, no war with Iran. Oops. But that's because Israel's relentless. To be fair to them, back in 2008, Iran was weeks away from a nuclear weapon. And by the way, as you all know, you've probably seen the tapes by now, they literally said that.
Yeah, and I don't know which, you got 4 more. That one, most important election of our life. It was pretty important.
It was really important.
I mean, look, Obamacare obviously didn't go nearly far enough. It did help a lot of people. It was a pretty consequential piece of legislation.
No question, and we didn't do the war with Iran, and we did a peace treaty with them, and so it's not. Obama did plenty of good things.
Yeah.
We just wish he would have done a lot more.
Yeah.
Okay, and so now that was one. Another one was Bernie Sanders, 2016 Michigan. He was in polling showed that he was going to lose by 18 points. And he won by 2 points. And so
I don't remember.
Yeah, and we kept talking about let's whisper of a dream.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And then the way he was coming back, and then we went nuts when he won.
I gotta watch that.
Now the downside of that is weird stuff happens in Michigan all the time.
Yeah,
the polling often does not match in Michigan. Historically bad polling in Michigan, so look at that Abdul El-Sayed race. I'm a little bit worried about it. Give us the latest on it real quick.
23% of the vote, 51.7 to 44.9. That's a 6.8% lead, I think.
So we're looking at about 7 points there with 23% reporting.
Imagine if the McMorrow vote actually ends up determining the winner.
Yeah.
It's just a couple points, but.
So, look, I don't know which way the McMorrow voters would have voted, but I know the conventional wisdom is that they would have voted for Stevens.
I'm guessing it's probably 70-30, 80-20, something like that.
Yeah, it might even be 60-40. I don't know, but I know the conventional wisdom is that they would have gone to Stevens. So if she loses by that margin, the establishment is going to be furious at McMorrow.
Yeah. Yeah.
But by the way, she couldn't. I don't think she could have dropped out any earlier than she did. But it doesn't matter. They're not rational actors. They'll be furious with her. And by the way, that might end her career, even though she did exactly what they wanted.
Exactly. Yeah. So what's the third?
Okay, and then one was Cara Eastman winning that election, which was amazing. By the way, why is she not in Congress now? That same corporate Democrat then turned around and cut an ad for the Republican in the race. And she lost by 1.5 points. And vote blue no matter who.
Yeah.
My ass, we've seen them betray us over and over and over again. The uniparty is very real.
Yeah.
They're very happy to support a Republican over a progressive. But that night was magical. Obviously, AOC's victory.
That was just me and you, I think.
Yeah.
I think it might have been.
Yeah, oh, really? You remember, Skip? Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
If I remember correctly, I think, I'm not saying it was just me and you throughout that season. I feel like you and I teamed up on primary after primary after primary. And before AOC, it's just everything was so dark. There was really nothing good to look forward to, but we were still covering it. We were dead set on covering all of them. And then we had that night and made it all feel justified.
Yeah. And I remember you telling me the early numbers and I was in disbelief because she had such a big lead in the beginning. And I was like, I didn't know if she was gonna win. And I knew some of the polling behind the scenes.
Going into it, I didn't know polling wise what her chances were. I thought it was almost impossible.
Yeah, so I knew that before Shoykot made the fateful decision, Shoykot Chakrabarti ran Justice Democrats. He was the most important person in that organization. He made the fateful decision to go become AOC's campaign manager and put all of his chips in, all of our chips in to AOC. He did that despite the fact that there was a poll that we knew about where she was down 35 points. And Shoykot was like, no, she's gonna win. Okay, and I'm like, wow, super bold, okay? And by the time, if I remember right, by the time we got to the election, there was a poll that showed it as very close. So she'd already closed the lead. But then when she had such a big lead on election night, I was like, that can't be right, right? But it turned out it was right. And our get out the vote was much more effective than Crowley's, who sleepwalked through the whole campaign. And that was not an accident, by the way. That district was not an accident. We targeted Crowley partly because he actually didn't, even though he was such a big Democrat, didn't have much of name recognition because he was basically anointed into that seat and never had any real competition. So the voters had no reason to ever hear about him. So we thought we could ambush him, and we did, right?
So he had kind of a facade of some of the benefits of incumbency, but in reality didn't necessarily.
Yeah, because the number one advantage of incumbency is name recognition. And so he actually had a lot less name recognition than people realized in that district. Okay.
Really, I mean, we've only moved up 1%, but it is kind of like each update's negative 0.1 for El Sayed, plus 0.1 for Haley Stevens. She's gained about 0.4 over the last couple of points or so.
So we're closing in on this, only a 6-point lead. What percentage reporting?
That is 24% of the vote in.
Getting more and more nervous as we go, and that Ann Arbor.
2/3 of Ann Arbor's in.
That does not help. Okay.
Detroit's only Detroit's also like evenly split right now with 4% in. I'm just trying to look at like big areas.
If she managed to hold on to the black vote and only 4% of Detroit's reporting in, then I'm very worried.
Well, right now, look at Wayne County. It's 48.7 to 48.5. He's up 0.2%.
I know, but it's only 4%, so it doesn't mean much.
Yeah, that's
Whereas the polling earlier, on the other hand, the polling said he was up by 15. So forget the polling in Michigan. So, but if you forget the polling in Michigan, then all of a sudden this is anybody's race.
I would love for them to turn in some results.
So look, guys, if these were the numbers at 50% reporting, then I'd be more comfortable because then she'd have to win the rest by 14 points. But now we're down to what, 6.5? Again,
yeah, that's 6.5. It just went back 0.1 towards him, minus 0.1 for her.
And there's still 75, 3/4 of the vote to come in. So that could easily change, easily. So, oh boy, buckle up. Okay, the other one, the fifth one, just in case I know you all were A, wondering and B, taking notes for trivia one night.
For Hostmates.
Yeah, was not an election night coverage. It was, I happened to be away. I think I was in Colorado or somewhere, because I remember we were at an Airbnb, and Cori Bush won, and it was a shocking win. And I went nuts, and I remember like jumping up and down in that random house. So those were great nights. Now today, AOC, there's a Politico article about who's going to be the heir apparent to Bernie Sanders. Is it going to be AOC or Ro Khanna? And I have a different point of view than I did back then.
Yeah. Look, there's areas where I would have done things differently if I were her, but still my girl right now for 2028. But we'll see. We'll see. And I like Ro Khanna, by the way. I really like Ro Khanna.
I'll just say one quick thing about that, and then I'll read some of your comments. We keep updating you on the races, one of the they interviewed me too for that piece, and one of the things I said is, look, I don't care about your stupid win-loss ratio, which in DC they're obsessed with. The endorsements, how many of them won, how many of them lost, and that's your political power. It's nonsense. Most people don't even find out about the endorsements, right? Like, by the way, just pause real quick. Side story: the biggest myth in politics is the assumption and the framing that traditional media does about what elections are. They make it seem like every voter in the district or in the state goes into a room. They hear all of the policies on one side and all of the policies on the other side, and they have perfect information, and they decided, that's it, we're rejecting that side and we're voting for this side.
That'd be great.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That would be amazing, right? And by the way, they only do that in elections where the establishment candidate won, right? And they're like, well, Bernie Sanders, he was rejected by Democratic voters, right? Nina Turner was rejected by Cleveland voters. No, in Cleveland, AIPAC literally bought almost every ad available in television news, local television, and in local radio. They had no idea what they were voting for. Are you saying that the voters are stupid? No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying they literally have the wrong information. You could be the smartest person in the world. If you have the wrong information, you're gonna make the wrong decision, right? Yeah. And so, does everybody know who endorsed Abdul El-Sayed? No, they don't know. Like, I don't even know if you know, did Ro Khanna endorse Abdul El-Sayed?
I didn't hear that he did.
See, he did, but you don't know it, right? Well, yeah. And you only know about AOC and Bernie because it got some media attention, right? Yeah. And they did a rally together, right? Yeah. So I don't think they know. So what I am concerned about is AOC's bought into the establishment idea of the win-loss ratio and your power and blah, blah, blah. So she's not endorsing a lot of these progressives who badly need endorsements to help them, because an AOC endorsement does bring you media attention.
It does,
right? It's like a rare endorsement, Bernie and AOC, that brings you significant media attention. So Rashida Tlaib, it's great to have her endorsement, and I love it, and it's wonderful, but it doesn't bring the same kind of media attention.
No, definitely not.
Right? And so whereas Roe is generally endorsing way more people, so yeah, he loses more of those races, but who cares? He's trying to help people.
Who knows what percentage he's won or lost? How would you, what kind of weirdo dork with a spreadsheet would you have to be to know what his win-loss record is?
No, here's what happens. If they, let's say that he runs for, irrespective of AOC, let's say that Roe runs for president, some douche at, is gonna be like, oh, that his endorsements, he only won 18.9% of the time. That means a loser, right? And they're gonna do that kind of propaganda. So it is a real risk because you're gonna get a marketing blowback from mainstream media who's disgustingly corrupt, right? But you're running against them anyway.
Yeah, I hope that that's not on AOC's mind. It probably is. I hope that instead it's something else that I don't think should overly be on your mind, is probably, and all of this is speculation about what we think she's going to end up doing, of which there are multiple options. She could run for president, she could run for senate, she could stay in the House, she could leave politics altogether. And that, if we knew for sure, if we had a crystal ball, then maybe we could get into her state of mind more. It's also possible that she's just worried that I'm gonna endorse a person and oh damn, it turns out that they sexually assaulted someone. And then they're gonna hang that around my neck for the rest of my career.
By the way,
which again, I don't even think you should be so overly worried about that, but.
Yeah, so we almost covered the Max Miller story today. So that's the Republican who's done just atrocious things to women and people inside his own family.
Kids.
Right? Yeah. Now, to be fair, they're asking the Republicans about him, et cetera, right? But my guess is that it will be different than Graham Plattner, because once Graham Plattner lost, I instantly predicted this because it's super easy and obvious if you track politics, and then it immediately happened, which is I was like, now they're going to use this to attack every progressive that endorsed Graham Plattner, because they're going to do guilt by association. Now, how the hell would they know what Graham Plattner did 12 years ago in a relationship? There's like literally no way of knowing that, right? But it doesn't matter, and that's what they've been doing ever since, including, I think even in the article today, but Ro Khanna endorsed Graham Plattner, he's guilty. To be fair, it's a pretty good article. It was pretty balanced, which is a bit shocking, right? But they're doing that to Bernie Sanders, they're doing it to Ro Khanna, they're doing it to everyone, right? Now, once Max Miller, we hope, gets out of Congress, are they gonna go back to all the people who endorsed them, who were Republicans, and go, you endorsed Max Miller, but you didn't know about his personal life. You're guilty forever. They're not gonna do that. By the way, are they doing that about everyone who endorsed Eric Swalwell?
Yeah.
Nope, they did it to 0 people who endorsed Eric Swalwell.
Yeah, they endorsed Donald Trump, and he was adjudicated by a jury to have sexually abused someone. That doesn't seem to have hurt him. And as of right now, maybe he'll leave, but I don't know what Kalshi is saying about whether Max Miller will even leave. Donald Trump, like earlier today, is like, I'll leave it to the families; they can figure it out. Like you sounded a little bit different when it was Graham Plattner. And like Graham Plattner was instant. Before the story even came out, the reports were like he's gonna drop out or whatever. With Max Miller, he was arguing with Jake Tapper tonight about it.
Yeah, look, you guys know, if you watch the Young Turks, you know how I feel about that. Regardless of how you view Graham Plattner, was he targeted for destruction? Yes, of course he was. That's why they literally talked to every single girlfriend he's ever had.
Yeah.
To be fair, they did the same thing to Chuck Schumer.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Of course they didn't. Of course they've never done that, right? So usually if an establishment guy gets caught, it's because somebody was like, hey, over here, like this is like, no, I'm telling you, he did this. And they're like, here, I'll give you an example. The right wing thinks that happened to Kavanaugh. But what actually happened in the Kavanaugh story was that Christine Blasey Ford reported it to Dianne Feinstein, and Dianne Feinstein buried it.
Oh, okay. My God, I didn't know that. Yeah.
Do you know who exposed it? Ryan Grimm did.
Oh,
yeah. And by the way, when he was a contributor at TYT.
Nice.
And he was doing a video for TYT, but at the time he was with The Intercept and broke it for them too, and mainly for them, to be fair. What happened? He did this brilliant thing where he called into like a law firm or a PR agency that he thought might be representing her, and instead of saying, "Are you guys representing her?" he asked the assistant at the front desk or whatever, who's representing Christine Blasey Ford, and she directed him, and he's like, boom, got it.
Interesting.
Okay,
I didn't know that.
So they didn't want to do it to Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
So if it wasn't for Ryan Grimm, it wouldn't have happened. And you could feel different ways about that, right? Because the right wing's still furious about that.
Yeah.
But it was not a coordinated hit job that it appeared to be, right? So
yeah, still, if Troy Jackson ends up winning that, then that will be great news. If not, Graham Plattner really screwed us there with that, like not revealing that.
Among other both things. By the way, here's another thing that's super true of life, right? Not just about politics. Two things can be true at the same time. You could feel aggrieved that Graham Plattner should have told people, screwed us, etc.
And did it. I mean, that's the main aggrievement.
Right. Especially if you think he did it,
allegedly,
then of course, right? He says he didn't do it, whatever. I'm not adjudicating that at all, right? But at the same time, he could have been targeted, of course. Eliot Spitzer was definitely targeted when he was Attorney General in New York and then later governor in New York, and he was going after crooks on Wall Street. And they did get him. He was with a prostitute, right?
Yeah.
So both of those things are true at the same time. Now, they targeted Abdul, but they couldn't get anything to stick, as we talked about earlier. They they threw the kitchen sink at him, and he was so squeaky clean that it didn't really work. That doesn't mean he's gonna win the election. Give us one more update.
Yeah, by the way, Eliot Spitzer, like all throughout the Trump years, do you think every new thing about Trump that comes out, he's like, oh, you're telling me they took me down for one prostitute and this guy becomes president?
I know.
But anyway, we're at 27% of the vote, which is really the tipping point, I think. And Abdul El-Sayed is at 51.2%, Haley Stevens at 45.3%. That is a 5.9% lead. It just ticked up a little bit, but it doesn't seem to have changed the percentages. So very slightly less than 6% with a quarter in. And we're starting to get, you can see more of the counties are colored in at least a little bit. So some of the smaller, more rural counties are starting to give in a little bit of their vote.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get to what we promised you earlier, which is discussion about the general election and how it's gonna play out in the different scenarios. But I want to squeeze in a couple of your comments from members, because you guys make this show possible as we go along. Let's start with TYT.com members. Lennox22 said, I work with a few people that live in Michigan. Excitement is palpable, whisper of a dream. We are whispering of a dream, but before we were a little louder, now we're back down to a whisper here, as the lead is now only 6 points with 27% reporting. Zalasal writes in, I rallied everyone I have contact with to vote for progressive. It was my great pleasure to help my blind friend and his blind mom all vote for Abdul and Lawrence. I wish I could do more, but I've tried. I love you guys for doing that. Thank you for trying. Thank you for helping others vote. I told you if you know anybody in Michigan, call them, see if you can get them to vote. And a lot of you did that, and I love it. Jonesy says, and by the way, look at how close it is now. So you might have made the difference. Jonesy says, I'm watching CNN at the same time tonight. Van Jones just acknowledged that there's a political revolution happening tonight in front of our eyes. Right before him and Scott tried to convince the audience that AIPAC is being unfairly called out. Axelrod pushed back, best you could ask for on CNN. So Axelrod is with Obama, obviously, and that camp has realized, let's stay neutral on AIPAC. Okay, we don't want to tarnish our legacy. And by the way, it might cost us elections. It might cost the Democratic Party elections. But Van Jones has been deeply, deeply disappointing in how he has backed the Israeli lobby from A to Z, right?
I don't get it.
So no, I have a strong suspicion on what happened, but I'll leave it alone. But it doesn't matter because the proof is in the pudding. But at least according to Jonesy, who's watching, saying he started out by defending AIPAC, but is now begrudgingly accepting that there's a political revolution happening. Van, I remember, I'm old enough to remember when you were part of that revolution.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he's still pretending to be part of the political revolution or if he's aggrieved about it, but it doesn't matter what you're pretending. We can, I don't know if you know this, when you're on TV, we can see you and we can hear you.
Brett Ehrlich, my co-host this Friday on the Damage Report, tune in, sent CNN live update about the Cori Bush Bell race. The headline is Cori Bush's projected loss is an early blow to the left push against AIPAC. So they acknowledge the $8.5 million spent against her. They say her race is a bright spot for AIPAC and other pro-Israel groups as they face a much tougher race in Michigan's US Senate primary. And then they talk about Bell saying that it wasn't about Israel, even though millions and millions and millions of dollars say that it was. Which is, look, in CNN at least, they're acknowledging this is money that is intended to benefit Israel that is flooding in and was a significant factor in this race.
No, you did a logical jump there. So I want to clarify something. In this race, they definitely talked about AIPAC. Mainstream media did, traditional media did, right? So they didn't hide that because it was too big. You couldn't, it's like trying to hide an elephant in the room. Everybody can see it. It's just got embarrassing. It's like when they lied about my David Duke interview and they said that I agreed that he wasn't racist. People watch the interview, they're like, he called him racist. So you guys are just lying now, right? So it does get to a point where even the New York Times gets embarrassed, right, about the propaganda. So, but no matter what, give them credit for mentioning AIPAC. But there's two other jumps. You said, so they're acknowledging Israel's role. No, they're not. If you told them they're trying to buy the seat for Israel, they say, are you anti-Semite? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean? It's the Israeli lobby. It's the lobby first. No, those are Americans that are giving it. They just happen to, they could be giving it for anything. It doesn't matter. And if you say that it's because the Israeli lobby is trying to influence or control Congress, then they'll be like, no, you're a monster. You're an anti-Semite, a Hitlerian anti-Semite. But bro, you're telling me it's the Israeli lobby that put the money in. What do you think they're trying to help Norway or?
You're right that they don't spell. I mean, I would hope that if you read, like they could have just said AIPAC and hope that people don't know what it is. So they say AIPAC and other pro-Israel groups, at least identifying that these groups are not in it for America is something. I mean, I won't reiterate how much I hate pro-Israel as a term. I hate that.
Yeah.
As if it's not about one particular government. It's not about the country. It's not that they're pro-olive groves or whatever. They like the Dead Sea or something. It's one government and their policy, particularly their military policy. They make it's like when you hear pro-America, something's pro-America. You know that is propaganda. You know that doesn't mean what it's saying it means. But anyway, whatever. But at least they're identifying that is a weird factor in a Missouri congressional primary. What, like, it's not like we're gonna bring up, maybe we'll have updates actually on, well, we do have a little bit of updates on William Lawrence and, let's find out the Venezuelan PAC's influence on this. Like, As you always say, there's one case in which it gets to be a weird part of it. Anyway, he's improved. It's 40% of the vote is in. William Lawrence has improved his standing by like 1% versus the Brink and Mosdam.
So what's he up by 5?
He's at 38.6, so he's up by 7.4 over Bridget Brink.
Ooh, 7.4 with 40% reporting. That's good. That's good. Okay,
Yeah,
here we
it's not
go. Here
called.
we go. Okay.
We're only at 7%. Dominic, the McKinney tenor race is a lot closer. It's still about 60-40.
I didn't know that county in Michigan was in California.
What's that?
The vote is so slow. I thought.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's
All
true.
right.
So we already have that. Okay.
All right, guys. More news out of the Senate race. So now 20.
Oh, wait, one more. Oh, wait. This could get exciting. District 4, Jordan Herrera versus Hartzell Gray III. 68% of the vote in. 30.6 to 29.2.
Here we go. Here comes Hartzell Gray.
That's very close.
Wait, I can't see. So is Hartzell in second?
In second, yes,
Okay.
but only down by 1.4% with 2/3 of the vote in.
Okay, Gray matters. Okay, here we go. Here we go, Hartzell. Here we go.
Yeah, there you go. And Jeanette Cass, the third candidate, has 14.3%, which very much could be a spoiler in that race.
All right.
Yeah.
Come on, Hartzell, let's do this. Okay.
Yeah, I've read that is being described as a more red district. So that one's gonna be harder regardless of who wins on the Democratic side than some of these others, which are very much gonna be toss-ups in the general election.
Okay, so you know how we mentioned earlier about how Cori Bush could do a lot of things that could make an impact, and some people behind the scenes help folks and they don't get enough credit for it. Let me give a shout out to Nina Turner, because Nina advocates for a lot of candidates behind the scenes, including Hartzell Gray. It was probably a big part of the reason why Rebellion endorsed him, okay? And Nina also did an amazing job of getting Charlemagne the God to see that progressive is the right way to go. And so behind the scenes, Nina Turner has been doing God's work in getting attention to candidates, and getting people to be open-minded about progressives and swinging people in that direction. So and don't sleep on Nina Turner, because she's not going to run or anything in 2028, but she could be a super important part of a campaign. Okay, back to the Michigan Senate race. Now we've got 28% in, and it's 51 to 45.4.
Yeah.
So that's only 5.6%.
Yes.
So it's getting tighter and tighter as we go, and 28% in is not enough. It's not enough to hold a lead of this size. Now, by the way, of course it can and has happened many times, because where the votes come in from is relatively random, right? So it could be that a whole bunch of votes come in for Abdul and he takes a bigger lead, right?
Yeah.
But so far, since the beginning, Haley Stevens has been closing the lead. And so, do you know which county Dearborn's in? So let's see if we can look that up.
Oh yeah. You can come off of that.
Yeah. So I'll get to the general election in a second. But let me read a couple more of your comments here. Sexy Speed Racer says, that's always the goal of the establishment, an election with two bland candidates who will only represent the interests of the wealthy corporate elites. That's right. And so along those lines, that's a good segue into the general election conversation, because if Abdul wins tonight, still this race is not over. We got the general election coming up, and Mike Rogers lost last time to Slotkin, but barely. It was a close race, very close race. And so if Abdul then loses to Rogers, oh my God.
Oh my God.
Then the establishment and mainstream media is gonna go nuts. We told you should have gone with Haley Stevens. The progressives can't win. They're gonna love that. It's gonna be the greatest day of their lives, right? Yeah. Even the ones pretending to be Democrats would be thrilled if Rogers won that general election, right? On the other hand, if Haley Stevens wins tonight and she loses to Rogers, they'll say, oh, that was
It'll be
normal.
nothing.
No big deal. Yeah. It's a tough, you Michigan, you can't win in Michigan. It's too tough. It's, the trends are going in this direction and that direction. And you can't read anything into it. I have never once seen them have an establishment Democrat lose and them go, oh, well, maybe establishment Democrats are not as electable.
Yeah.
Like never, not once. Yeah. It happens zero times.
The fact that the establishment, more centrist Democrat, has lost 2 of the last 3 presidential elections is irrelevant to any conversation about 2028. Like it means I never hear anyone talk about it. Yeah. By the way, if El-Sayed wins tonight and then goes on and beats him, then maybe progressives with a savior that won the Democrats the Senate.
Yeah. Now, if Stevens wins, this is all the permutations, right? If Stevens wins and then wins the general election, they're going to say, "I told you, you gotta elect the most corrupt Democrat, otherwise you can't win a general election, right?" And so, I don't know. I'll tell you this: I won't be rooting for anyone in that general election if it's Stevens versus Rogers. I mean, if I lived in Michigan and you put a gun to my head, I'd make a choice at some point, right? But
I will be rooting, not on that issue, obviously, but Supreme Court's obviously really important. There's a few other things, but
yeah, no, I get it.
That's the way they get you, the stakes. But the county, including Dearborn, is quite split. Haley Stevens is up 2% right now, but only 7% of the vote is in.
Yeah, okay, 7%. That doesn't mean anything, because if Haley Stevens wins Dearborn, then this election wasn't real.
But it's also Detroit, so maybe. I don't know. I don't have more of a breakdown inside of that vote of exit polling and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. No, and by the way, there's no indication of that. I don't want any conspiracy theories to go wild here. But I will say this: if they say, "Oh yeah, Dearborn, the city of Dearborn voted for Haley Stevens over Abdul El-Sayed," that's okay, wrapped. Then we're totally. That's a wild card scenario where forget everything else. That means none of the elections are real, and we're totally screwed, right? Then there's no hope at all. But that didn't happen. Didn't happen. Not going to happen. Okay.
Maybe they just don't like that Abdul El-Sayed is a well-known racist, as Jim Clyburn told us. Maybe they're against that. Was it Jim Clyburn, by the way? I apologize if I'm thinking of somebody else. It wasn't even really big news, and I think it should have been. I think it was Jim Clyburn. Like a week ago, there was some it was one of the older congressmen who was like, "I just found out what ChatGPT was a week ago."
Oh,
was that him?
I
apologize. I might be misremembering.
Yeah. So I left out one.
Jim Clyburn.
Yep.
He found out 2 weeks ago what ChatGPT is.
That's why you always got to trust Jim Clyburn. He's got his finger on the pulse.
Yeah.
Like literally his own pulse. He's like, yeah, no, I'm still alive.
He would have known earlier, but he looked at a photo of El-Sayed's rally and there were no ChatGPTs in the crowd. So he couldn't have identified it.
Well, that obviously means that Abdul is racist against ChatGPT, against AI bots. So I left out one permutation, and that's Abdul wins tonight, and then he wins the general election against Rogers. Now, the establishment can try to minimize it, but that would be monumental, because that would have gone a long way, would go a long way in defeating this, what is nothing but a lie about how progressives can't win general elections. And so, but it is repeated maniacally by the establishment media, and it gets into people's heads. So what's most important is in 2028, whether it's AOC, Ro Khanna, or anyone else, right? They're gonna, if Abdul loses, they're gonna say, "See, no, you can't elect. You won't win. You're just handing the election to JD Vance. I guess if you vote for them, you want Vance to win, right? That's the dirty, dirty, dirty trick that they do every time. On the other hand, if Abdul wins and they go, "Oh, Ro Khanna or AOC or whatever can't win," you'd be like, "What do you mean they can't win?"
Yeah.
You guys told us that Abdul couldn't win in Michigan and he won, right? And that would be a heavy blow to that mythology.
Here's what's gonna happen. If he wins tonight, which I'll give you the update in just a sec, and then he goes on and wins, it was a wave election. All this stuff about ideology and everything, it's just Democrats were just winning all sorts of stuff. You can't learn anything from specific races. So we're at 28%. He is now up by 5.1% of the vote.
We need an El-Sayed County to come in pretty badly here. Let's go. Okay, vote more. I'm kidding. Sword.
Pack the vote. Where are those mules? Get some mules in here.
Yeah, what happened to our legendary vote rigging?
Yeah,
but it's Democrat on Democrat crime.
Yeah.
All right, more comments here. Brad O'Donnell, councilman. He's written in before, he's a councilman. Says, hey, see that county that went for Abdul in the Upper Peninsula? I'm calling it now. If Youpers voted for Abdul when college isn't in session, he's gonna win big. Now, Brad wrote that in earlier. Winning big could still happen. At this point, we're not looking for big, we're just looking for win. Okay, so by the way, 29% reporting, 5.4%. And McMorrow's still hanging in there with 3.6.
A consistent 3.6.
Yeah, you just can't shake her. Okay.
I want to interview some of those people. What are you doing?
Yeah, man, if.
Well, it's like those people on election night 2024. Did you mention this earlier tonight? I'm starting to get a little bit trippy. Who were like, why isn't Biden's name on the ballot? Isn't he running? Like, what are you talking about? Like, no, he's been out for months.
Yeah.
Like some people just don't know.
There's a huge Eagles-Giants Monday Night Football game when I was going to school in Philly, and I fell asleep and slept through the whole night. Rarely ever happens because I love those games. I step out in the streets in Philly and I asked the first guy, hey, who won the game last night? And he looked at me and said, what, you been living in a box? He said the Eagles won. So if you didn't know that Biden was out of the race, what, you been living in a box? What?
Jeez, we just jumped to 31%. He's now up by point, not much, 0.18, something like that. I think
0.18. It's tied. It's basically tied.
I need everyone to mentally and physically prepare yourself if there's a little, because that could happen. That doesn't mean, again, this is, in all intents and purposes, this is a random 31% sampling of the vote.
But it's not random. But the problem is, in the national election.
No, it's not random, but we don't have enough information about the ways in which it's not random to say whether it's actually reflective of the final result.
Exactly. So what I was gonna say is, in the national elections, we have a decent sense of which counties are more Democratic and which are more Republican, right?
Sure.
So for example, back in the days when Ohio was a swing state, we would talk endlessly about when Cuyahoga County is going to come in. That's where Cleveland is, and so they usually count the slowest in Ohio, in Cuyahoga County. So the Republican would have the lead, but then the Cuyahoga County would come in, and the Democrat would retake the lead until they never did anymore in Ohio, right? Yeah. So
maybe this Senate cycle.
But in the case of Michigan, we don't know enough which counties are more likely to be progressive and which counties are more likely to be, establishment Democrats, because it's a Democratic primary. So that's why John says it's kind of random at this point, because we don't have enough information to be able to know if more of the votes that came in are in her areas or his areas.
Yeah. What we
wait. Okay. 32% reporting. We're back up to a 2.6 lead.
There's some nonsense going on.
Okay.
A 1% increase in the percentage of votes that have come in shifted the result by more than 3 points. Clearly, the percentage of the vote in is not 100%.
2.5.
They don't know for sure. I know, but I'm saying like 1% more vote changed the result by more than 2%. So I wouldn't be 100% sure about this percent vote in, but he's back up now to a 3.1% lead.
No. Oh no, you're right.
He's up by 3.1%.
Yeah.
Now I will say, I looked at Wayne County, so it's got Dearborn, it's got Detroit, and mainly I'm interested in it because it's big. And we don't know for sure if the breakdown of percentages right now is actually reflective of the final result, even at the county level. But if it were, then this is potentially bad news for him, because Haley Stevens now has a 30-point lead in that county with nearly 80% of the vote still to come in. So if that doesn't shift, then the full Wayne County results would massively shift the results. But again, it's still early. We have 33%. Yeah.
Okay. So when they got tied, my panic was palpable. So at least he's back up to a 3-point lead with 33% reporting. And so it's a billion miles from comfortable. So it's a dead heat at this point. That could easily flip. And by the way, I have seen the New York Times, and there's other outlets too that are tracking it, obviously, but I have seen the New York Times sometimes yo-yo back and forth, and it's just a matter of they're reporting it in a weird order and stuff. So right around now, right, like middle-ish of the reporting is when it gets dicey and weird. So we'll keep track of that. Okay, so I'll go back to some of your comments here. Brad O'Donnell, the councilman, wrote in earlier as well, saying, based solely on every boomer conservative Democrat I know here in Michigan, calling her Israeli Haley, I'm not seeing a path to victory for her tonight. Brad, look, I'm not saying that your earlier posts are jinxing the situation. No, I'm kidding. I love your enthusiasm, and let's hope you're right. And then, so she was closing, and then he retook the lead. So again, it's being reported in random times, random districts. So he could then go back up to a big lead. So
I actually, this is just me. I preferred when he was up by 30. But anyway, now look, to give you more information about what a politician's win-loss endorsement record is worth, Donald Trump very proudly announces on Truth Social that Mike Rogers has won and he was endorsed by President Trump. Now he wasn't running against anyone, but score one for the big guy on that.
No,
he's so proud.
Nobody has a better record against unopposed than I do. Okay, when one of my endorsees are running against unopposed, I win 200% of the time.
My favorite part about that isn't just that they made it at all. It's so when they're doing the template for the endorsement win, he gets to be Gandalf and they've got to be Frodo. Like, why is he so much smaller? He's the guy who won. Why are you bigger than him?
No, because it's always Trump who won.
100%.
Art Guy writes in, John's boundless sarcasm makes the news so much more palatable. Carry on, sir. Teddy Lucy Linda says, if Stevens loses, what will she dream about? Probably the lobbyist job she gets. Teddy Lucy Linda agrees with me that it's a very important election because they write in, I think tonight will be a preview of the midterms. And certainly the midterms are, super relevant here. If you're looking at it from just the Democratic point of view, you could choose to believe me or not believe me, but with my analyst hat on, I think Abdullah Saeed has a much, much better chance of beating Mike Rogers than Haley Stevens. So if Haley Stevens wins tonight, the chance of the Democrats picking up the majority in the Senate is greatly reduced. I mean, you're not gonna survive a general election in a swing state if you're getting routed 95-5 in the debates.
No interviews, no social media, basically nobody knocking on doors because there's no enthusiasm. I think she can probably somewhat match the generic congressional ballot numbers as a candidate. He can potentially tap into frustration on the issue that we've been talking about. He's a dynamic candidate. He can do social media. He can do interviews and all of that. He can outperform other Democrats. I don't think she has a chance of it. We do have updates on two of the other races.
Let's do it.
So in Michigan's 7th, we're now at 44% of the vote, and William Lawrence has gotten back up above 41%.
What is she at?
So Bridget Brink's at 30.1, Matt Mazdam at 28.7. It had been 4 or 5 points closer at 1 point. So he now has a more comfortable margin. And then unfortunately-
and by the way, that race, go back real quick. So this race is almost over. So we're almost at the halfway mark and he's got an 11-point lead. So she's got to win the rest by about 20 points or so. And that's tough to do, especially with them splitting the vote. So that one looks good. It's not over, but it looks really good. Sorry, go back to the other one.
And then you have Michigan's 13th, which 27% of the vote is finally starting to come in. And Tanadar is now up 53.8 to 46.2.
See, that makes more sense. I hate it, but it makes more sense because that's why we're telling you to ignore the 3%, 4% that was reporting. because Tanadar is an incumbent.
Yeah.
For him to be down big in the beginning is very unlikely. The only time I've ever seen that where it sticks was Crowley against AOC. But normally incumbents are very, very tough to knock out. So this is a very close election. How do I feel about 7.6 with 27% reporting? Yeah, doable. Yeah, doable. But
were you familiar with polling on this particular one?
No,
I was not. So I don't know how to rate it. But pretty impressive, by the way. Still, I mean, if that's the final result, so he is. I believe he's a state senator, if I remember correctly. He's a state representative. He's running against an incumbent who's held the seat for multiple cycles.
And Tanadar, right or wrong, is in the press a lot, so he does have
for
big
like tussling with Trump and stuff like that.
Yeah,
too.
So he does these cheesy things where he like puts out articles of impeachment on Trump like way earlier than is helpful. It's counterproductive, but he does it to grab media attention and like, oh, I'm such a tough fighter against Donald Trump.
Yeah,
but he's a corporate guy and he's a weirdo. So if Donovan doesn't win tonight, I hope he runs against him again, because this is the type of thing that if you're really close, then the voters weirdly go, all right, you get another shot,
maybe.
Right? Maybe. Usually, especially against an unpopular incumbent.
Yeah.
Okay, so Dave and Terry write in, I've been waiting all day for this coverage. Really want Abdul El Sayed to win. While we're at it, let's turn Texas blue. Here. Tallarico would be awesome. Oh my God, if Tallarico wins that race.
Oh my God, I lived in Texas for 5 years. You don't know how excited I would be. Abdul El Sayed has opened up his lead slightly. He's up by 3.4, and the lead for Lawrence is now up 14 points with 47% of the vote. We gained 3% right there.
This is my calling hand when I do this. I'm calling it right when it hits the table, but it hasn't quite hit the table. Okay, but we're getting
and it looks like Michigan is starting to give us some balance. Get us some balance. Come on,
Which, by the way, is, let's be honest, a relief since we haven't eaten dinner. Okay,
that's true.
And I thought, look, I'm going to be honest with you, I might have jinxed it because when I talked to the producers, I was like, well, we could be in and out pretty quickly.
I thought it might be like an instant one with the early vote, if it's a 20-point lead or something, but that's not how it turned out.
That definitely didn't turn out that way. Yeah, but
which is why I'm glad I ate my BLT before we started.
Oh yeah, I should speak for myself.
And it was really good. Let me just let you know, it was great.
Wait a minute, I had a BLT. Did you eat my BLT?
I ate my BLT. I don't know, I ate a BLT. Oh no, I ate 2 BLTs actually. I did think it was weird that there were 2 of them.
It's weird because I was told that I'm a secret Muslim fundamentalist. Anyways, Eclectic wrote in the beginning of the night, I'm super excited for TYT election night. If history's any guide, I think John will have 2 mugs of caffeine. It turns out he had 2 BLT sandwiches.
Caffeinated.
2 mugs of caffeine at the ready to keep him awake while typing frantically on his laptop to track election results online.
That's what's been happening actually.
Okay. If we already had the AIPAC Tears mug, we could have had the coffee in that.
Yeah.
But they are up on shoptyt.com, and you could buy them now. But if Abdul wins, then I need you buying him at a significant pace. All right. Yeah, you got something?
So this is Missouri 4th district, 85% of the vote. Jordan Herrera is up by 1.4% of the vote.
Oh, it's so
30.2 to 28.8, very close. Jeanette Cass playing a significant 3rd position role there with 14.4% of the vote.
As it gets, so guys, now you say 1.4, that's super doable, except with 85% reporting, your window is getting narrower and narrower. And so it's super critical where the remaining votes are coming in from.
It's a very split field. The 6th candidate is getting 5% of the vote.
Yeah, so, and I know why, because Missouri redistricted very late and it became a giant mess and people didn't know who's in what district and then everything got jumbled. And so one of the reasons we were hopeful is because the establishment didn't get a chance to get its legs underneath it as much. Usually they'll get some former veteran businessman, blah, 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 right? And then they'll say, oh, this young upstart Hartzell Gray, he's gonna lose the general election. Don't do it, he's a radical, I say. Okay, yeah. So, but they didn't get much of an opportunity to do that. So that's why we were more hopeful about this race. So, but it's a nail biter. So we'll obviously stay on top of it.
I'm just randomly checking because of the time I've spent in Missouri, I've spent most of it in Lee's Summit, Missouri, and they're going for Hartzell Gray. Go Lee's Summit.
Oh yeah. Well, that's obviously your influence. If he wins,
I left a mark there in the weeks that I've been there.
No, there's still buzzing in Lee's Summit. Like, well, Iderola got me to change my whole ideology. So I mean, Gray it was.
This is as good of an explanation as I can provide.
Okay, so we're still 3.4. Oh, now 35%.
35% of the vote. We're inching up. It's still not enough.
Okay, so I'll give you a marker. If we get to 50% and Abdul's got a 5-point lead, then you could start to breathe a tiny bit easier. Definitely not. It wouldn't be over. It wouldn't be anywhere near over, but you would. Start to breathe a little bit easier. Right now with 3.2% lead with only 35% reporting, 2/3 still left.
Yeah. I wonder if we could have had a live view when the vote got down to just like 0.15 and then opened back up. I wonder if James Carville had a heart attack. I wonder. We'll never know, but I mean, this could determine whether he stays in the Democratic Party. So he's on the edge of the seat.
I don't know how deep Carville's guilt by association goes, right?
Yeah.
I'm a partisan party. Not a party for me. Abdul al-Said campaign with him. Not a party for me. Abdul al-Said once talked to Barack Obama. This party's not for me.
I don't know how long, how deep it goes. All right, Nick Forsyth, one of our own, says as the TYT employee from Michigan, I wonder, Nick, if you're the only one from Michigan, but maybe there are others. But certainly he is from Michigan. He said, I texted and called all my friends and family to vote for Abdul, even those that identify as Republicans, waiting on pins and needles for the results to come in. So look, guys, that actually leads me to a point about the general election. So there's another reason why Abdul is much more likely to win the general election in Michigan, because a lot of independents that lean Republican and even some of the Republicans are now very anti-Israel, especially under the age of 50, right?
Yeah.
And so if Haley Stevens and Mike Rogers are a tie on how much they love and will serve Israel, that doesn't really help us in the general election. But if Abdul is saying, let's take end of funding of Israel, and Mike Rogers is on his knees for Israel, I can't imagine that wouldn't pick up at least, I think at a bare minimum 2-3 points just from independents before you even get to leaning Republican or so, right? So I think that could make a huge difference in the general election.
Yeah, so I want to go to something that just prompted me to do this. So I don't remember this on the New York Times in past elections, and one of the things that makes me uncomfortable about this is that their methods behind the scene is opaque, but they have produced how much is a candidate exceeding their pre-election benchmarks in a county by county basis in comparison to the presidential vote in 2024 in different age demographics. And so they don't say how they compiled those benchmarks, and they need more information in a lot of this. But in the 3 areas where they have produced a result,
this is going to be important.
He is exceeding his benchmarks in all 3 of them. In the rural vote, they just took it away in the strong for Trump counties. He had been leading in that, and among younger counties that have more younger residents, he's exceeding his benchmark by 10 points. And so
that's really good news, guys.
He's exceeding in the only ones where they have it at all.
So when I say like folks behind the scenes that are doing work, it's exactly what I'm talking about. It's Brett, right? And Marissa. Yeah. So those are our producers getting us the information that we needed and then we're talking about. So that's super helpful. Okay, that does actually make me feel way better. So grain of salt, usual, yada yada, but that's important. Okay, and gives us some good context. All right, Let's go to Twitch now. Rui Ural says, John is here. Okay, everybody check out Damage Report. When is it? 1 o'clock Eastern every day, Monday through Friday.
It feels like it's been a while since we did one of these. I don't remember the last one.
Yeah, it's definitely been a while.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of reasons why. One of them was that there was nothing that was quite pins and needles, right? Whereas this was super important and we're not sure who was gonna win.
Yeah, you, me, and Anna did one this cycle. I don't remember which election that was. Was it the Mamdani night? I don't recall for sure.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. Anyway.
We should have done it that night, that's my bad. So Gunslinger 6 says, I spent my life voting for the centrist. I'm going to try the progressive this time. There you go. Okay, I love it. It's just Vegas says, Israel's come to me in my dreams. Oh no!
I misread something. Oh no! I misread something.
No! Don't tell me he's down by 10.
No!
In the places
but in the 4th district, with more than 95% of the vote in the same Jordan Herrera 30.2, Hartzell Gray at 28.8. Basically, that same 1.4% margin has held from 85% of the vote to 95% of the vote. And so now there's only less than 5% of the vote remaining for him to make up a 1.4% deficit.
Yeah, that is super tough.
Lee's Summit did their best, but
I mean, it needs a Kara Eastman-like comeback here to win that one.
Yeah.
So because just simple math, right? You got to 20x the deficit. For the remaining votes, he's got to win not by 1.4%, but by 20%. Winning by 20% is not undoable at all in any remaining votes. So that's why it's definitely not over. But with only 5% left, it makes it much, much harder.
It also looks like in none of the counties, well, there's a couple counties that haven't delivered any votes, so we don't know how Hartzell Gray might do in those. But in the ones like this one where they're still got 27% of the vote to come in, he's not in the top 3 in that district, in that county.
Wait, in the one that has how much left?
In Henry County, he still has 27% of the vote to get, but it's so small that it doesn't really count for it. It's only a few votes. I'm like trying to find where the remaining votes are coming from. And it doesn't look like there's a place where he's leading by a bunch for it to come from. Unless it's one of these 2 counties that haven't reported anything.
Let's go 2 random counties.
There you go.
Okay, tell me the counties' names.
St. Clair County and
St. Clair, we love St. Clair, you crazy?
Yeah.
And what's the other one?
Pulaski.
Pulaski, that's a good American name. We're in favor of Pulaski. Come on, Pulaski and St. Clair.
Yeah.
Let's go. Okay, these wonderful people just signed up and make nights like this possible. Abdul Karamat 608, user BB5SJ2UN7S, Adam and Jacqueline Lariviere. So you guys are awesome. We appreciate it. They hit the join button below. And these are super tough times, guys. We're besieged by a lot of the folks that we talk about in the establishment. So if you can help out, that would be amazing. And speaking of people who helped out, Woman AF, Box, Leo Connell Jr., and Adam all gifted 5 memberships as well on YouTube, which is amazing. You can also join through tyt.com/join. Dana Albrecht wrote in on YouTube member section, Abdul Pilled. That's a new one. I didn't know Abdul Pilled, but it exists now. Thanks to you, Dana.
El Sayed Maxing over here. I don't know if everyone else is, but anyway. 2 little factoids really fast. At least as of about a half an hour ago, she was only leading in her home district by 2 points. They've known her for multiple cycles now.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
He was leading in basically all of the rural counties, even though he's the radical and she's the moderate who will appeal to more conservative voters.
So he's up by 3.2%, but now it's 36% reporting. I'll take every extra percentage, okay? And then Nicholas Gersten writes in the YouTube member section, stop the count. Okay, that's right. What the hell? Why are they still counting?
I know.
Well, these are by definition after the election. They should stop counting.
The 7th did just hit 50% in. And William Lawrence has a 13-ish point lead. 51% in now. No. I think he's got it.
Oh, you want to call it?
No.
You're allowed to call it.
No, I need to think in the future, my track record of calls, how will I be judged?
Yeah,
I don't want to mess that up.
I'm not, so that one I actually do care about, okay? And my record is 100%, that's why I'm not calling it yet.
Okay, let's wait.
So, by the way, the reason I care so much about Hartzell is not because he's a great progressive and populist and would be amazing in Congress. My win-loss ratio.
That's the only thing that truly matters.
Of course, right? By the way, I have no freaking idea what my win-loss ratio is, and I guarantee you it is terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, you know why? Because if you're a progressive or a populist, I'm gonna endorse you.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can tell how much I want to wait to gather more data. I endorsed AOC for 2028 like 9 months ago, so I'm way ahead of the curve. By the way, I did note. I'm standing by it. We'll see what happens. I did find it interesting. Mallory McMorrow has crept up from 3.1% of the vote to 3.7% of the vote, which is now larger than the gap between El Sayed and Stevens. And that could continue to creep up. That could be 4, that could be 4.5% of the vote by the time, well, it could be more by the time we get to the end of the vote.
Yeah, interesting. Let's
could actually be the determining factor.
Okay, so I love it when you guys write in from and give us your experiences that help inform us. So I've got a couple of those coming up, but all of a sudden, Nasir Hajjau and Dorota Clifton, thank you guys for joining through the join button on YouTube. We love you guys. Okay, so Jim Huggett says the anti-Abdul ads keep saying that Trump wants him to win because he would be easier to defeat. See, boom, going exactly with what we were talking about earlier. So the AIPAC and all those guys have learned their lesson. They never run ads about Israel. By the way, you know where they learned that lesson? In Cori Bush's first victory, when she was running against an incumbent, they ran ads saying she's not pro-Israel, and people are like, "Oh, okay, great, Cori Bush it is," right? And so they're like, "Okay, ixnay on that. No. Now let's pretend she's racist or something or sexist, right?" So that goes along with exactly the raw nerve that a lot of Democratic voters have. Who's going to win and who's going to help Trump and who's not going to help Trump? So they're pressing on that raw nerve. And by the way, that wouldn't exist if it wasn't for mainstream media basically making up that mythology and repeating it maniacally, even though it's not true. Steve Go Watch writes in, what I'm worried about is how the DNC will choose to tuck tail and oppose these popular candidates like Abdul during the general when the corporate and AIPAC money are going to Mike Rogers. No, he'll be outspent. There's no, that part is true, okay? Whereas, AIPAC would take the election off if Haley Stevens wins because Stevens and Rogers both serve Israel. But if Abdul wins the race, he got outspent at least 12-1. For a while, it was 25-1. So that means, yeah, money's not as relevant. And I'm telling you, that extra amount he's gonna pick up with independents, just by, if we're just being honest about it, just by being, John, I don't mean to offend you, but we're gonna keep a shorthand, anti-Israel. That doesn't mean you're actually against Israel. It just means you're against this government and all the atrocities, and you want Israel to go back to being a sane country that lives peacefully with its neighbors.
My issue was with pro-Israel, not anti-Israel.
Oh, you're okay with anti-Israel?
No, I mean both take
Isn't
nuance.
it the same concept?
Kind of. No, because pro-Israel harkens back to my rage during when I was awakening politically in college or whatever. We're invading Iraq and everything, and some things would get labeled pro-America, and the people in power get to decide what's pro-America and what's not, and that's bullcrap because America's not one thing. No country is.
100%.
But sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. And I told a guy at an airport that recently.
Yeah.
So, okay, so now it's exactly 3 points, and it's 37% of the vote reporting. Yeah. Okay, so we're getting up there. We're inching up near 50%. Okay, a long way to go, but all right, up by 3 with 37% reporting. Not bad. Janky Anchor, which is a super fun handle. Said, watching local news, and an African-American woman said she voted for Haley Stevens because Obama endorsed her. Shake my head. See, these tricks work, right? That person who voted that way, she didn't, there's nothing wrong with her, of course not, right? she just got the wrong information. She thought that Obama endorsed Haley Stevens when he didn't. And where did she get that information? She got it from the ads. That's why they pay a lot of money for ads, because unfortunately it works, right? It works less these days, especially with more media involved. But it still works, and it works on a whole bunch of people. Just because it doesn't work on you doesn't mean that it's not going to work on someone else. Remember, people have jobs. Some people have 2, 3 jobs. They don't follow politics as closely as we do. So they might have just seen an ad on their way to work, right? And they think, oh, okay, if Obama's for Haley Stevens, I guess I'll vote for Haley Stevens.
Yeah.
Right? And by the way, that's why it's so important for media to say, no, Obama has not endorsed her, but you can't count on traditional media, to be honest. So it's not, by the way, it's not to say that no traditional media clarified that. Plenty did, but plenty didn't. SDES Hera writes in, SDE Shira, I don't know, says, I love, this is about earlier in the show, I love that Joe and Cenk have different opinions, referring, no, not you, John. Joe Kent. Okay, that's what I said earlier on the
Say, I have a different opinion about what my name is.
I love that Joe and Cenk have different opinions, but similar things too. And Elliot is so funny. Well, that's awesome that Elliot Morgan was on earlier.
He is very funny.
And he is very funny, you're right. Karma Time 421 basically wants everybody to relax and says he only needs to win by 1 vote. That's true, but we don't know which way the 1 vote's gonna go, so that's why we're nervous. But I like your attitude, Karma Time, and it makes sense. You know, you're a Zen dude who's all about Karma Time. And it's Karma Time 421. I love that handle. Kenny H writes in, COVID brought me to TYT, been a great time. Looking forward to another 5 years of TYT in my life. Thank you, Kenny, appreciate it. Gray Fenrer just joined, so at least we have 1 Gray who's a winner tonight, and hopefully we'll have a second.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. But look, guys, I love that you're joining the Young Turks, and if you like what we're saying, you like some of the things that we're showing you care, you like our attitude, which is honest and unapologetic. You did that, so thank you for allowing us to do this on your behalf. And we're totally independent media. We don't have the billions of dollars that the big guys have, so we rely on you guys, and we're on. You know, we got here on your shoulders. So thank you guys. Yeah.
I don't know where this is coming from, but Brett is saying that he has seen that thus far El Sayed is leading in-person votes by 25 points. Stevens leading mail votes by 25, which is why I've always said you gotta ban the mail-in ballots, man.
No, you can't have it.
Corrupt.
No.
Easy to rig. Also, he points out that if El Sayed did win by 1 vote, that would trigger a mandatory recount.
That's true.
Which is true.
And then we would cover that. Okay, but can I ask the producers to see if they can find out, does Michigan report mail-in votes first? Or are they like California where they take forever to count the mail-in votes? Because that will make a huge difference. Because if they already mainly counted the mail-in votes and Abdul's winning in-person votes today by 25 points, then this thing is over, okay? And Abdul will win. But if they count mail-in votes later, then okay, so that's why it makes a big difference.
I mean, so far he's still in all the areas where they're saying someone is leading the benchmarks. He's still the only one that's leading in these benchmarks.
So still a 3-point lead exactly, now up to 38% of the vote in, okay? So, all right, there you have it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, no, it just
trying
changed.
to find out about the patterns and reporting.
So that says 49.47. To be more exact, it's 49.5 to 46.8, and now 39% reported.
It's still too close. It's
yeah. Oh my God, Rogers won. Man,
that was the Trump effect.
Yeah, it's so powerful. I can't believe he beat uncontested.
There's a lot of his advisors are saying, "Don't weigh in; it could burn you." But he takes the reins.
John Martin says, I want Hong to win governor so bad in Wisconsin. Now we're on to the super chats. Mustafa Job, fun. I have a cousin named Mustafa. Israel may come to her dreams, but inshallah, this loss will come to her in her nightmares. Inshallah, Mustafa.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. Seto Kaiba's bank account says, I'll take anything over Israeli-owned oligarchy at this point. Dave Mill is a solid old school participant. He's got interesting opinions, doesn't necessarily neatly fit into any category as far as I've seen just from the comments. Now we're calling the old school viewers, John, we're calling them alumni.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, so he's a solid alumni, and Dave writes in, socialism is a return to feudalism, the noble few taking care of the serfs. So he's against socialism, okay? Interesting. Well then, good news, Dave, Abdul's not a socialist.
There you go.
And you know I'm not either. And by the way, so look, that's this interesting thing, and I wanna read a couple more here and give you the updates, but just a quick aside on that. So, ironically, between James Carville's opinions and Hassan's opinions on the things that Carville objects to, minus Israel, I'm way closer to Carville, right? So I don't believe in defunding police. I don't believe in abolishing prisons, abolishing the Senate, all that stuff, right? And to be fair to Hassan, I don't know what his opinion is on all of those, right?
I don't either.
Right, and so I think we had a mild debate about abolishing prisons in one of the Thanksgivings, but but just because he has different opinions than me, I don't have to flee the party, and he doesn't have to leave either. So what? You don't like those opinions? I don't like those opinions. Whether it's Hassan has them or Chevalier has them, or now somebody going to Congress has them. The establishment Democrats have tons of opinions I hate. Yeah. Right? And I still didn't leave the party. Do you see what I'm saying? They're such whiny little bitches.
Yeah, that's the thing that bothers me the most about it is, first of all, you're not fleeing. What would that even mean that James Carville obviously has nothing else in his life that he enjoys. That's why he's on TV all the time. And that's fine. He loves politics, he's passionate about it. What's he gonna do? Is he gonna join the Republicans? That's nonsense.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything, you're not gonna do it. It's like Rosie O'Donnell saying that she's gonna flee America if Donald Trump wins or something. Yeah, some people will say that or whatever, but you're a full-grown man. You're not fleeing the party. And we've had to be in this, but they've literally never let a progressive run for president. And we didn't flee the party?
Yeah.
We've never had a candidate. Okay, how much more durability than we have than James Carville?
Well, look, that's why, sometimes people can say, Cenk, are you exaggerating, for example, to use your scandalous defamatory word from earlier? Like when you say the media is lying, right? So maybe they're just, they have a different perspective, blah, 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 right? But wait a minute, there are real facts, right? So for example, it's Bernie cost us the election. Because his progressive voters left the party, presumably in greater numbers than in previous elections. But then the jury came in. We found out that it turns out only 6% of Bernie voters didn't vote for Hillary Clinton in the general election. Whereas when Hillary lost to Obama back in 2008, 12% of her voters switched sides and voted for McCain, okay? So twice as bad.
The Pumas, I think they called themselves. Yeah.
And you know what Puma stood for? Party unity, my ass.
Yeah.
Okay. And so that's empirical. So the establishment people betray the party at a greater rate historically.
Twice the rate.
Twice the rate. There's Washington Post had one story about it. Okay. All of mainstream media to this day continues to tell you the exact opposite. Maybe they're super ignorant and they're like, what am I, a reporter? And look it up? No, I don't know anything, I'm a moron. So I just give me the talking points they want me to regurgitate. Okay, fine. So then either they're deeply ignorant or they're lying to you on purpose.
Yeah.
So this whole idea that we don't support the party enough as progressives, no, the minute the establishment doesn't get 200% of what it wants, they're like, that's it, I'm leaving. No way, I'm not gonna vote for them. I'm cutting an ad for the Republicans. I'm gonna endorse the Republican. Yeah, that's what I thought, because you're not actually on our side. And we should, honestly, there's a good argument to be made. We should have left them earlier.
Yeah, okay, it's very frustrating. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I have an important update from Marissa, our producer. So absentee / mail-in count times. I'm just gonna read this verbatim. about 63% of the vote in the 2024 state primary was cast early in person or by mail. Okay, so a lot of the vote is in person. So the fact that Abdul is winning the day of vote by 25% is not as relevant because of that fact. That means if historical standards hold, only about a third of the vote comes in day of, okay? Less than 24 hours before the polls open on election day, 1.2 million Michigan voters cast their ballots already, okay? Varies by county, but the first vote updates of the night across the states, here we go, tend to be a mix of results for mail, early in-person, and in-person election day voting. So it's a mix. The most populous counties of Wayne, Oakland, Macomb, Kent, Genesee, Washtenaw counties tend to release relatively few results from any vote type in their first vote updates. Okay, so that means it's a wash. So yeah, it's we don't know if it's mail-in votes that came in first or day of votes that came in first.
Yeah.
All right.
Now he at 42% of the vote he's back up to 3.9%.
Okay,
so he's
here we
increased
go.
His lead by about 30% from the last time.
Okay, guys, that's way better. Okay, so we're still very much in the woods. We're not out of the woods, but here we go. Now nearly back to a 5-point lead.
Yeah.
And 42% votes of the votes in is a good number.
Yeah.
Okay, that's definitely a little bit more comfortable.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, I often like the accusations that the media is just like actively lying about things. I think that for the most part, it's usually lies of omission. It's lies of not representing things, only having a certain class of people actually on the news. That sort of stuff is very common. But then there are some cases in which you just, unless you believe that they're the most ignorant people in the world, you can't help but believe that they are actively lying. I mean, you pointed out the thing about the Bernie bros and stuff. They're actively lying about that. They know that that's not representative. They just want to smear people like Bernie. Until he's not running for president anymore, then they'll bring him on to show that they're like hip with young voters or whatever.
Yeah.
But then there's a few others, like when they were reporting the superdelegates as if it was a lead that she had, they knew what they were doing. If they wanted to, by the way, they could have kept reiterating that it wasn't representative, that it was just elite power brokers and stuff. They chose not to do that. And when they refused to ever discuss the polls showing that Bernie was way outperforming her versus Donald Trump, they were choosing to do that. There is no case to be made that Jake Tapper never came across one of those polls. He was never curious. He looked at it and he decided, I'm not going to talk about that. I'm just not going to do it because it doesn't help me.
Here's another dirty trick that is got to be active. So they keep saying, even at this late date, and I mean, Jonathan Greenblatt's been on CNN, I think 400 times, and every time he calls everyone opposed to Israel an anti-Semite, and Jake Tapper and Dana Bash go, oh yeah, the dirty anti-Semites. But wait a minute, 63% of Jewish Americans are against the current Israeli government. So are they all anti-Semites?
Yes.
Now you know that, they know that, right? Maybe you don't know it, although you probably know it better than anybody because I've repeated it like 4,000 times. Because I don't want people thinking this is about Jewish Americans. It isn't, right? It's about the Israeli government and the Israeli lobby. That is very different than Jewish Americans. Here's another fact that they definitely know, that more Jewish Americans support Mamdani than Netanyahu. Okay, that, and by a good margin, right? So, but nevertheless, they call anyone supporting Mamdani anti-Semites. Well, then are a giant percentage of Jewish Americans anti-Semites? So no, this isn't about that. And you're purposely smearing and defaming other people to protect the Israeli lobby. And that is an incredibly strange thing to do and a dishonest thing to do.
Yeah.
And so like they say, oh, well, I want the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I'm an ignorant dumbass and I don't know anything about politics or news. Well, first of all, then you shouldn't be a cable news anchor, okay? And I mean, the brother wrote a book about how no one could have known that Joe Biden was senile. We all knew, Jake. We all knew, right? And so I don't mean to say that everybody knew, but obviously enough people knew. I talked to the ABC News director when I started running. I talked to the CBS News director, and what did I tell them? He's too old, he's got dementia, there's no question about it. I could show you the tapes where he shakes hands with invisible people, can't finish sentences. So what are we doing? They all knew, they chose not to report it until the debate. So what is that? And a lot of it is bias. I know, and a lot of it is the bubble. So it's not black and white.
Yeah,
it's
and we're using Jake Tapper in this particular issue as he's like the symbol or whatever. But when it comes to like how they addressed the 2016 election, it was all of them basically. Basically every single one of them was a part of the superdelegate lie, the electability lie.
I actually, because, and you might be surprised by this, but I actually have a smidge of feeling bad about using Jake Tapper as the example so often, because you're right, he's just an avatar. He's a symbol for the rest of them, right? But he does it so flamboyantly that it's hard not to use him from time to time as the avatar for that. Okay, by the way, Peter Margie, thank you, very generous on Super Chat, and wrote, Cenk and Anna are amazing, you tell the truth without fear. Thank you. By the way, I'll tell you this too. Quick side note here, somewhat related to the election, but not too much. I have never been more warmly greeted in public than I am today. So, it's wonderful to see lots of good folks coming up, telling me, hey, we're behind you and great job and all that stuff, right? And I have never been hated more in the establishment. And so these worlds are diverging like this, right? So that's why it's relevant a little bit, tiny bit to this election, because the voters are saying Abdul El-Sayed, and despite all the money and all the media, and the media is like Haley Stevens, right? They're like, and we think with good evidence that Abdul is more likely to win a general election. If you ask cable news anchors, 95% of them at a bare minimum are going to say Haley Stevens has a better chance of winning the general election based on no evidence. In fact, counterfactual claim to make, right? I say 95% instead of 100 because Chris Hayes exists. I hope Chris would be rational enough, right? And then there's others like Ali Veshi and stuff that are not prime time, but good folks trying to do the right thing. Okay, Happy Warrior writes in, can 60 million get dog poo elected over a fantastic candidate? Will democracy make a rare appearance in the US? Find out tonight. Please, Michigan, please. I need El-Sayed in my life. A win would be a thing of beauty. So that's a good, wonderful, passionate plea, and we'll see if it's gonna work. Can we check in on some of the other elections?
Yes, really fast on this one. There was a super chat from Ali Pick, I believe, who says, MS Now said the Wayne County, which includes Detroit and Dearborn, mail-in votes have been accounted for. That's why Stevens received the bump in her vote count. But I don't know if they're saying that the 26% that we have, I guess would have to be like all of the mail-in ballots and none of the day of ballots. I'm not sure if that's what that means. If that is what that means, then that's very consequential.
Okay,
but I don't know.
Yeah, so now this is getting into speculation and likely wrong. So how's that for a preface? But when she got that big burst, it might have been mail-in votes.
From the most populous county,
right? We already counted these, and we're handing them in, and hence the big bump.
That's what I'm. But yeah, I get that. But I'm saying, is that all of them from Wayne County? So from here on out, the next 3/4 of Wayne County will include none of them, and should skew very heavily towards.
So we don't know
Abdul El-Sayed.
Yeah, we don't know that. So okay,
the only.
Sorry, just a quick update. 43% now, and 3.5.
Yeah.
So back down, see you got almost up to 5, now back down to 3.5. Okay, sorry, you were saying.
Still, it's close. Yeah, there hasn't been much, if any, movement in these other races. 53% of the vote in the 7th. You still have that like 13 to 14 point lead by William Lawrence, which that's looking better and better as that inches up.
What is it, 52%?
53%.
All right, let's see if we get to 60 there.
And then we haven't budged from 27% in the 13th. And it didn't change the percent reporting, but now Jordan Herrera is up over Herzl Gray III by 1.6% of the vote. I imagine that's done. I mean, they're not calling it yet, so.
Sometimes votes get stuck at 98 or 99%, right?
Yeah.
And then you gotta wait till the next day to see what happens, or if it's California the next year, or the next decade. So
never.
Steve Go Watch writes in, John, to your pro-America point, sad part is when I was a 3rd grade kid, it was pro-America to treat/assume everyone who looked like Cenk are terrorists and were personally responsible for 9/11.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'm kind of lucky because I know that's a thing, and I've now actually gotten a lot more discrimination ever since I started opposing the government of Israel. And I would say actually by far the biggest discrimination I've gotten is from mainstream media and politicians and people in power, and vicious radical Zionists online. So like they always cry about allegations of anti-Semitism. If it's real anti-Semitism, then it's not crying, it's real, right? But allegations of anti-Semitism over the slightest little thing, like, hey, it rained today in Israel, you anti-Semite, right? But you go to my comment section on any given day, you cockroach, you should be deported, you're not one of us, you brown Muslim mother, this, that, and you should be crushed, and your family should be ruined, and you should die, and it's just over and over and over again. And that's why media is so upset about it. Nobody cares.
No, it's not.
Like if that happened to like Josh Gottheimer, Jake Tapper would do 48 segments on it, right? If it happened once to him, right? It happens to us. He's like, yes, shut up, Muslim. So that's my perception, Jake, because you never seem to care about Muslim Americans or Palestinians. Yeah, every once in a while they'll throw in a like, oh, well, disproportionate, a little concerning, slightly concerning. Yeah. Although, I mean, I assume they do, I've never seen it.
Yeah, all I've ever really seen is sometimes if there's a particularly repugnant right-wing figure, like a Laura Loomer or something, or even like a I don't know, far-right figure in Europe, the fact that they are Islamophobic will be brought up. So the person who did it sometimes will be identified as that, especially if the person already doesn't like them. But the targets of it don't necessarily get any sympathy individually. Like it's bad to be it, but if you're being hit by it, it's just shut up, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I'm being honest, like I've seen tons of people in the real world be concerned, like, hey, are you okay, etc. I've seen progressives care, right? Honestly, the other day, she said it in confidence, I'm not gonna repeat it, but Taylor Lorenz came up to me and said something really wonderful, and I really appreciate her for it. And so I've gotten that a couple of times, but people in traditional media, I've never seen them care about Muslims, and I've never seen them care about attacks against us, against me for being Muslim, or against Abdul for being Muslim, or I mean, look at Zohran Mamdani constantly attacked in vicious ways for being Muslim, and is there like this giant thing of like, wait a minute, this discrimination against Muslim Americans is outrageous and out of control? No, I mean maybe a mild comment because he's in power now, and so he's more relevant, and has power, right? But overall, they never seem to care about us.
There was a guy on News Nation today that said that, I forget the exact wording, it was something like, he's the head of the Muslim Brotherhood in America and maybe the Western Hemisphere. Just say that as a thing against the mayor. I mean, not a radical at all. Like,
no, people say it all the time. Like they say he's a terrorist. They say I'm a terrorist. It's like the most bigoted thing you could possibly say. Like, and absolutely no one cares. Look, Randy Fine said we should murder everyone in Gaza. He wasn't even censured. It wasn't even a conversation about censuring him. Like no one on TV had a conversation like, wait, why isn't he being censored by Congress? No one in Congress had that conversation.
Lauren Boebert joked about the jihad squad and I hope Ilhan Omar doesn't blow up this elevator or whatever. They censured
Ilhan Omar over the fact that she said about a lobbyist, it's all about the Benjamins.
Yeah.
That's what got a censure for lobbyists. It's by definition all about the Benjamins.
Yeah.
Right? That's the whole point of their existence is Benjamins, right?
Yeah.
Is to get money to go, lobby politicians to get more money, right?
Yeah.
That's literally all they're about, right?
Yeah.
So anyways, don't tell me that you're concerned about bigotry because traditional media doesn't care about bigotry at all. They only use it as a talking point to help the different interests that they care about.
Yeah, I remember when that video was put out, that meme video of, I think it was Ilhan Omar, AOC, in Attack on Titan being assassinated by who's the white nationalist guy? I think he's out of office now. Whose whole family hated him, did the ads against him, and Marjorie Greene.
Stephen King?
No.
In Iowa?
No. It's the other guy. Forgetting his last name.
LePage?
No,
in Maine?
I'm forgetting. I'm gonna have
There's
to
so
Google
many
it.
of them.
But anyway, that meme video came out, and like they so like begrudgingly defended them when literally like their heads were being cut off in an anime video. It's like even the Democrats don't want to stand up against these racist attacks.
Yeah, John, you got to cut off the heads of the Muslims because they're savages.
Obviously. Yeah.
Okay. Here.
By the way,
real quick. 3.7% lead for Abdul, 44% reporting. 44%. Okay.
Yeah, still
getting up to 50, nearly 50. 44. Okay. But remember, we breathe a little easier, not over, but a little easier. 5-point lead with 50% reporting. That's the benchmark we want.
Mallory McMorrow is the exact gap between the two candidates. Just saying.
Man, a lot of people will be blaming her, McMorrow.
She's the hero we deserve, if not the hero we need. I don't know. I forget how that quote goes. Now, in the fourth, something happened. I don't know how this works.
God.
The percentage of vote reporting didn't change.
Oh, wait.
No, it just shifted again back to, they took away votes and then they put them back in. They do that sometimes.
So that's the thing I mentioned earlier.
Exactly, yeah. He had been down by like 9 points all of a sudden. Now it's back to what it was, which is 1.6. It hasn't actually changed in the last 45 minutes or so.
Yeah, that panics me every time.
Yeah.
Okay, Green New Dealer Dragon back to Twitch says California is still counting the 2024 ballots. Black Mage 999 says the paid corporate news actors are essentially a new branch of government dealing with the court of public opinion. They should be treated just like politicians. I couldn't agree more. And Ford County 420 says corporate media wanted Jeb, please clap, as nominee because they love the Bush crime family. NBC literally hired 2 of them, plus a lot of their ex-employees. Yeah, they did hire 2 of them. That is true. And yeah, for all of like, George W. Bush, and was he a bad president, and this and that. And next thing you know, they're like, George Bush. Okay, here's another one. So you can't campaign with Hassan Piker. That's, you know what he said, it's outrageous, right? Kamala Harris campaigned with Lynn and Dick Cheney.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to talk about toxic, you want to talk about outrageous.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, I wonder who's worse, Hassan, who said a couple of bad things, or Dick Cheney, who led to the death of about 1 million citizens.
Yeah, he also shot someone in the face with a shotgun.
Yeah.
Hassan rarely does that.
So Dick Cheney's not toxic. And in fact, it was the opposite. They were like, she's campaigning with Dick Cheney. It's amazing and wonderful. What happened to, I thought he was a torturer and a war criminal and all that, right? So that's why when you look at it in that context, they're not lying. I know the bubble's super thick, and I bet you 90% of them never even thought of that. If you told them, hey, isn't Dick Cheney a little bit more toxic than Hassan Piker? And why the disparate coverage? I bet 9 out of 10 would go, oh.
Yeah.
Well, I never thought about it that way. Would they change anything? No, they'd never change anything, right? But at least 1 to 3 out of 10 is like, yeah, I know. Shut up, anti-Semite. We're trying to help Israel here. Okay.
We're at 46% of the vote, 3.6% gap.
Yep.
We're getting towards 50.
Yep. Well, Irish Fiddle Dragon says, I have to go to bed to get up early tomorrow morning. You mean McMorrow morning? Okay, fingers crossed for an abdully favorable outcome. Good night. Oh, I like that. Abdully favorable. So good night, Irish Fiddle Dragon. I don't know if that's because you're on the East Coast or you're in Ireland, but either way, we appreciate you being with us. And imagine you wake up tomorrow and McMorrow won. It's already surprising how much of the vote she's getting. And okay, can we check back in on Tanadar one more time? Okay.
Not moved.
No.
Michigan is very relaxed tonight for some reason. And by the way, maybe we shouldn't be surprised. That district is also, it's part of Wayne County, or like crosses over with Wayne County, which isn't reporting their votes very much. So that's why that area hasn't helped out in either of these.
Yeah. So here we are on pins and needles, 3.5 hours in. We're at a super close race of now it's 3.5 exactly, with 46% reporting. Some of the elections we suspected were called. Wesley Bell beat Cory Bush. The good ballot measures, the bad ballot measures were defeated in Missouri. Donald Trump with an amazing victory with Mike Rogers beating uncontested. But
he's gonna brag about it tomorrow. Well, I mean, he did already on True Social.
We're close to calling the William Lawrence race. He's got a decent sized lead against 2 establishment politicians, and we're really hoping he gets to go up against Tom Barrett in that seat, which we think is a winnable race. We've got an update. Okay, 47% in, and now nearly a 5-point lead. This race is hard at
almost a 4-point lead.
Almost a
3.9% lead.
Sorry,
but it's it had gotten very close briefly in the reporting.
I don't often make math mistakes, but when I do, it's when I'm drinking Dos Equis. No, seriously. But between my 2 math mistakes today and the New York Times going back and forth, we've had a couple of fake outs here.
By the way, the final vote count in this compared to comparable the last race is it's gonna be much higher. A lot more people are getting involved in this primary.
Yep.
Well, you give them an actual choice.
Okay.
And look, people get involved. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe primaries are a good thing, actually.
Oh yeah, I love primaries. 3.5%, 49% reporting. No, 48% reporting.
We're close.
Okay.
Is Wayne County coming in? Nope.
God, okay. All right. So now it takes 3.5 hours before I run out of things to say. So I'll tell you a funny quick story. I'll finish a thought and tell you a funny story. All right, the funny story is this. I'm at MSNBC, early days there, and I don't yet have the 6 o'clock slot, but I'm guest hosting from time to time, done it a couple of times. I'm on with another anchor at the time, and they tell us during the break, the stage manager says, listen guys, we only got 30 seconds left when we come back, so I just vamp for 30 seconds. And the other anchor goes, what? What are we supposed to say for 30 seconds? And I was like, oh my God, they really are news actors.
Yeah.
They don't know anything.
Yeah.
And I was like, 30 seconds? I was like, I got this, bro.
Well, that actually would be tough for me because how do you vamp for only 30 seconds? That's kind of tough.
I've never fit anything into 30 seconds in my life.
No.
Like, imagine he's like, all right, when we come back from the break, we only have 3.5 hours. I'm like, okay, that could be kind of a little bit of a challenge. He'll throw this story in.
Yeah, I think it's partly a muscle that doesn't get exercised. Everything is so scripted and so packed in. Even if you do have lots of things to say, everything's so tight, so go. Like I really enjoy when I appear on the story is on CNN. I have a lot of fun, but we do a panel. We do 3 topics in like what feels like 3 minutes. It's like there's just no time. You got to go everything. And so I don't know. Some of them I think could do it. They just don't have the time. But yeah, you used to do a solo show for 3 hours.
Isn't that crazy?
It is hard to imagine now. Yeah, the show used to be longer, and it was like not always just you, but a lot of times it was just you. Go on.
Yeah. So I used to do a 3-hour show on the Young Turks and then do an hour show on MSNBC.
Yeah.
Those were, I mean, look, they're all tough days, but those were super tough days.
And the current back-to-backs.
Yeah. Okay, so to finish the story from earlier about discrimination, I was gonna say, actually, I was lucky that when I was growing up, there wasn't that much, I did not feel discriminated against that much, okay? So there was a couple of jokes about Turkey, like, oh, what are you gonna eat your family in Thanksgiving? Oh, you're from Turkey, gobble, gobble. But they're elementary school kids, right? Yeah. And even back then, as an elementary school kid, I thought, they're elementary school kids, right? What are they not gonna say gobble, gobble? It's too easy, it's a layup, right? And back then, we also accepted discrimination as kind of like it was so, in a sense, it was so common that it wasn't noteworthy, right? Back then, I remember they used to sell at the mall these joke books, and the joke books had nothing but racist jokes about black people and Polish people. They had different chapters, like
I didn't know
Jewish people, and so like that was the 80s in Jersey, right? So my gym teacher couldn't say my name, so he's like, nah, we'll go with Chunka Hunka. Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Do we have to?
Yeah. See, you guys, you and Skip both had that same reaction. Back then, everyone was like, including me, I was like, oh, okay. And then he got everybody to do a train in gym class, go Chunka Hunka, Chunka Hunka, Chunka Hunka, Chunka. And we all thought that was normal. Okay. And then that turned into Chunky Hunky. And then that turned into Hunky.
Oh, I thought it was the incredible chunk. I don't know. Was that a popular character online back then? I don't know.
Yeah. But so most people didn't call me Jenk in elementary school. They called me Hunky.
There are worse nicknames.
No, I'm like, I dodged the bullet. I was like, oh my God, I was this close to Chunky.
Yeah.
And I got Hunky instead. So I was just thrilled.
Yeah.
It didn't even cross my mind that was discrimination.
Yeah.
Now, like if they did that, it would be like a 5-alarm fire.
Oh yeah. We're at 50%, by the way.
Oh, 50% is a huge marker.
3.1%. I think we're good. I think we call it. Oh, we have begun to get more of Wayne County. 5% more of the vote has come in. Haley Stevens still has a very big lead. It's going to be interesting to see how that changes as it goes. If there was that big difference between the mail-in ballots and the day of.
So she has a big lead there, and what percentage reporting?
32%.
That's not good news.
And
that's not good news.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, man. Every time we get good news, then we get bad news. And all right, 3.2%. Okay.
Well, that means we might be getting oh, hey, we got some good news.
Hey, there it is. William Lawrence wins. Lawrence for the win. Lawrence of Michigan.
That's awesome.
Okay. Attaboy. Let's go get Tom Barrett now.
Co-founder of the Sunrise Movement.
That's awesome. There you go. Okay.
Okay, so that's
William Wallace Lawrence for the victory in the 7th district. Okay.
We are still getting nothing of the 13th. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the good news there is 27% is too little.
I don't know if they're just reapportioning votes or whatever, but Hartselle Gray is now down by almost 3 points.
Okay.
In that one. They're not calling it, interestingly.
All right. Yep. Yeah. So just to finish that overall point, I got everything in the world, right? So I won a math contest, which turned out to be an albatross around my neck because in 6th grade, because then the elementary school principal said over the loudspeaker as we're doing that, and we want to congratulate our student Sanka Yuger for winning this math contest. Then it went from Hunky to Sanka for like a good 3-4 months, right? You remember the coffee, Sanka?
Vaguely.
Yeah. And so then on the football team in junior high and in high school, again, the coaches are like, this name is not pronounceable. And so they just always pick a different name. So they're like, Unger, Felix Unger. And so if I ran into a guy from the football team today and they never saw me online, they'd call me Felix.
Felix?
Yeah, because Felix Unger from the Odd Couple.
Oh, I don't know that one. That one's before I'm not familiar.
Wow. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, and so I'm Felix to them. But I never viewed any of that as discrimination.
That just seems so wildly lazy. Like, it's not that hard to pronounce. Like, it might be hard to see it and pronounce it that way without being told. But once you're told what it is, it's not a difficult sound to make.
Well, this might surprise you, but back then I was too shy to correct them. I wasn't like, hey coach, it's actually jank, like short for jank.
No, I don't think. Hard. If you were on the football team and you did that, that probably wouldn't go well for you with the coach, I imagine.
A, I wouldn't have done it because I was too shy, but B, they wouldn't have cared.
Yeah. We are to 52% of the vote, now and it's 2.9. Yeah.
3 exactly.
We're up to 42% of Wayne County. Her lead is slipping in Wayne County as the vote goes up. She's only up 13 points there now. She was previously up significantly more. So maybe as we pass 50, 60, 70% Wayne County, maybe he comes into parity, maybe even takes it. It might be a comparatively younger district. There is Dearborn. It is possible that that could flip.
Yeah, so as we begin to wonder how long we can go, Ilidium. And you're the one who ate my sandwich.
Yeah, also TDR goes live in 3 hours. No, I'm kidding.
Ilidium Q36 Dragon says, I appreciate you two keeping the energy level up and being so hopeful for the future. Thank you, appreciate that. It's a member on TYT.com. So is Wedge, and Wedge wrote in, feels like watching Steelers football. We're always either up by 3 or down by 3. It's a close defensive game. You never know who's gonna win. I don't know.
Like with The Odd Couple, I don't get that reference. I've been watching more basketball, not a lot of football. Hey, more good news though. In Michigan's 13th district, as more Wayne County comes in, progressives doing a little bit better. Donovan McKinney is now up 53.6% to Sri Tanadar's 46.4 with 41% of the vote in.
Wait, that's huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
This is the most flip-floppy race of all time. How many Waffle Houses are in this?
That's funny. And that would be taking down an incumbent. A lot of these are a progressive versus an establishment candidate in an open seat.
Yeah, defeating incumbents is more important.
Yeah.
So let's go Donovan McKinney.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes McKinney.
And I believe he's actually, a member of the DSA if I recall correctly.
Okay.
Outside is not, but I believe Donovan McKinney is. Check that, don't just believe me.
Yeah, or we'll get our producers to check it and let you know. But I have this same belief. We did a fundraiser for them. PCCC did a great job with a fundraiser for them recently. So that's Adam Green and Political Change Campaign Committee. And it was William Lawrence, Donovan McKinney, and Abdul El Said. And
awesome.
We did some fun games too. We played like Progressive Family Feud.
Oh, that's cool. Let's see that. Is that online?
I should be online somewhere, yeah. We split up into 2 teams, Medicare for All and Money Out of Politics.
Yeah.
And unsurprisingly, I was on the Money Out of Politics team.
Yeah.
Semper Fire Dog says, good evening, Jen and gentlemen. I've been lurking. I hope the blue wave starts now. Kansas voted no on an important amendment which would have allowed corporations to buy our Supreme Court justices. You know what? Thank you for filling us in on that. Really appreciate it. We can't keep track of every single race and issue. And yes, Kansas, Virginia, and the state of Washington are also had elections today. There's not any prominent elections there, but that's an important amendment that you guys voted on in Kansas. And thank you for that important update. And that's great news. So that's chalk up another win, okay? So far, by the way, other than Cori Bush, we basically was baked in as a loss. Everything's been a win so far.
Yeah.
William Lawrence, all the ballot measures.
And leads in the ongoing races.
Yeah, that's right.
Brett is telling me that game show is on TYT's channel, so you can see that if you'd like to.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Spoiled PD says, all I see are patriotic Americans when I see you, Jank, and Yaz on TYT. Keep up the great fair work. I watch daily for years. Nice. Thank you, I appreciate that. I think that's partly related to the Muslim comment.
And McKinney is in DSA according to Brett. Thank you, Brett, for your research.
And Harry's Hall 3377, thank you for joining by hitting the join button. Matthew Starr gifted a membership on YouTube, really appreciate it. A YouTube member, Leo Connell Jr. said, the Irish stand with the Palestinians, Trump's a pedo effing ICE.
Jeez.
Oh no, Trump's a pedo F ICE and free Palestine. Top of the morning to you, which it probably is in Ireland. And yes, we love Ireland for all of that. I thought, you know what I thought about doing when UK banned me? Jamal Bowman happened to be in Ireland and he texted me and he's like, you want to come here and let's go to the border and do and have them and it was a really smart idea actually.
Yeah.
He's like, we'll do a rally, right?
Yeah.
And we'll have the British citizens come to you.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, so maybe we'll do that another day. If Cenk can't go to Britain, have Britain come to Cenk.
Yeah,
okay, now that's an obnoxious quote, but okay, you know the reference. All right, I'll read a couple more here. Steve Go Watch says, Cenk, thanks for reading my comment. I still feel guilty for joining in on targeting the one Pakistani kid in my school at the time. At that time, eventually we befriended each other. Best thing from being from Michigan during 9/11 is cultural mix, including Middle Eastern. Steve, I love that you wrote that in. Thank you for being honest about it. Thank you for growing and being open-minded. And we're all kids. What do we know, right? We get taught this propaganda. I keep telling you guys, I got taught a lot of propaganda that turned out not to be true. My version of that story is that we had a friend of mine was a Greek kid named Constantine in high school, and in the beginning we didn't know each other, and then we wound up sitting at lunch together, and he was such a great kid because he was one of the cool kids, and he was in some honors classes, so he's some crossover with the nerds like me, and he's a really good-looking guy, and all the girls liked him. But he randomly sat with me at lunch, right? And then we became friends, and he used to call Istanbul Constantinople. And I said, I was like, Constantine, I get it, especially because your name is Constantine, right? But the Turks have been living there for 500 years, right? And we call it Istanbul, so don't you think like maybe you should call it the thing that the people who live there call it? And he's like, yeah, that's a really good point. I'm gonna call it Istanbul from now on.
Oh.
Look at Constantine. Yeah, I love it. And that's what's great about America. You bring Greeks, Turks, Armenians together, and we get this common understanding.
I've always wondered the same thing about countries, why we don't call them what they call themselves. That seems weird to me.
Yeah, well, now Turkey's trying to change that. I'm like a laggard in that, because now all the soccer guys, announcers are calling it Turkiye and Turkiye. The best they could do on it. And now it's starting to stick. The news anchors are saying Turkiye.
That could cut off a few of the gobbles in the future, maybe.
Yeah. And the Turks have always been annoyed by that. I have thicker skin than the average bear, right? Or turkey. Matthew Starr says, Cenk, I think these are super chats and we appreciate you guys. Cenk, I think I'm the only one that heard your McMorrow joke. No, Skip heard it too. Thank you though, Matthew. And he also wrote in, every time someone mentions James Carville, I just think about the movie Old School.
Have at it, Hoss.
To be fair, that's a line, top 10 line that I've used in Young Turks history, have at it, Hoss, and that is from James Carville in Old School.
I don't remember him being in Old School. I haven't seen it in a long time.
Now I'm super mad at James Carville for those comments, but in the past I kind of liked him, even when I disagreed with him.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of honest and cranky, and this got a Bernie vibe to him, even though he's going in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
So I feel bad that I don't like him anymore, but he started it. Right, with that's it, I ban you all, and if you don't leave, I'm gonna leave. All right, well, if you're gonna be a jerk about it.
He occasionally says something that seems reasonable, but like he could have worked to, as he aged, update his ideas, get a sense of where the world is going, try to understand the struggles of new generations, which might be very different than your own. And some people do that, some people don't do that.
Yeah.
Have at it, Hoss.
It's hard to do. I get why some people don't, but that seems to be the decision you made.
Yeah.
We're at 56% now.
56 is a big number, guys. All right, let's take a look at that, okay? Okay, now it is under 3 points. And I have a relevant comment from one of you guys that I gotta read about the election. But it is 2.8. God, that is razor tight, but 55% in.
We're at almost half of Wayne County. She's still up by 13%.
Okay, here's the news on Wayne County as reported by one of our viewers and members. Here we go. Ali wrote in, MS Now said that Wayne County mail-in votes have been accounted for.
Oh, that's the one I read.
Oh, you read that one.
Yeah.
That's why Stevens received the bump in her vote count. Oh, right. Yeah. Now, if that's true, that means that doesn't mean that Abdul would win Wayne County, but it does mean that he would close in Wayne County, and that does mean that we have less to be worried about in Wayne County if the mail-in votes are in. Down, yep, down to 2.6. So look, Napdoon asked, we're also on X. but we don't get a lot of comments from X these because people kind of know about it. Although when we're live, we're usually, if not, we're usually the top show for what it's worth on X when we're live. Sometimes we're second, depending on who comes on. But we don't get a lot of comments. So I like this one. Napdoon says, "Did Stevens lose yet?" No, not yet. So here's the issue, guys. John's got a show in like half an hour.
I'm exaggerating. It's in a while. But 13 hours.
No, but it's in the morning. So it's 1 o'clock Eastern, Damage Report. Check it out every day, Monday through Friday. But obviously it's 10 a.m. here on the West Coast when he does it. And we've got all the crew here. And we thought that this was not going to last this long. So what we could do, okay, and I'm just thinking out loud here with you guys, is that we could call it here or do at least a small bonus episode, and then I can come back and do a live for you guys if we have a winner tonight. One of the things I'm worried about and why I'm considering calling it, because if I thought we were definitely gonna get a winner tonight, I'd stay till midnight. But a lot of times they get up to some number, 80%, 95%, and then it gets stops
for a while.
Yeah, and sometimes it'll be all night, and you'll have it in the morning. Sometimes it won't even be in the morning, and sometimes, I mean, it's not California, but still, there are some states that'll get you the results 2-3 days later.
Yeah,
and especially when it's this close, because if it wasn't that close, then we can say, we have a rough sense of who's gonna win. So like, for example, right now, 55% of the votes are in, right? And if with 55%, if he had a 10-point lead, then I'd say, it's almost over, it's pretty much over, right? 7-point lead, it's not over, but you could feel pretty good about it, right?
Yeah.
2.5-point lead, no, you can't feel good about it at all.
Yeah.
So Wang Jun emailed or wrote in about the earlier topic about discrimination. To paraphrase Dave Chappelle, quote, "Sometimes you hear something that is so racist, you're even mad about it. You're just amazed at how racist it actually is." Yeah, that happens sometimes with me, but it does have to be a little bit over the top. Look, in a sense, I'm lucky that I have really thick skin. Otherwise, we would have melted, right? But I did notice that I recently realized, you know what? It wasn't like the anti-Muslim stuff or the anti-Turkish stuff that bothered me, but it was that all of a sudden I became an outsider and a guy who was, it's a funny way of putting it, but overnight I lost all status and respect. Right, and I was at the bottom of the barrel. And as an 8-year-old kid, you don't process that, right? And you don't understand that, but you feel it, right?
Yeah.
And I didn't realize until I got into my 50s, that's why I have that random insecurity, right? Like I have a chip on my shoulder about that, which maybe, by the way, could have an upside too.
Definitely.
Right? Yeah. All right, guys, we're gonna have to call it because I have no confidence that we're gonna get closer. So here's what we're gonna do. We'll do a quick bonus episode for the members because we love you guys and you guys made this possible and you make it possible every day and we literally wouldn't exist without you. So if you can, hit the join button below. If you enjoyed this coverage or you like what we do, please keep us on air, tyt.com/join. And through tyt.com/join, you could either join or donate. And those donations come directly to TYT, so that would be incredibly helpful. We appreciate it, and everybody's got a different financial situation. But even if you just ring the bell to keep up with the show, that's also super helpful, and we appreciate that as well. And then if you wake up in the morning and Abdul has won, make sure you go back to shoptyt.com and get that AIPAC Tears mug because you're going to need it for coffee in the McMorrow. That one didn't work as well because it should be in the morning, right? Whereas when I did it the first time, it was perfect for tomorrow. Yeah, well.
Yeah, I don't know if it was perfect.
You didn't even hear it. You didn't even hear it.
I heard it, I think. I don't remember now.
Okay, all right.
By the way, I didn't know that he had started using the obsession sound. I'm down for that. I like it.
I just debuted it right now.
Nice.
Okay. All right, guys. So much love. And if it's tonight, I'll come back and do a live video for you guys on who won right here on YouTube. And at that point, God knows how intoxicated I'll be. So, okay. So you have that to look forward to. And at that point, John might let me eat half a sandwich. Okay.
I would be fine, and I think the audience would be fine if you just ate it while talking.
Okay, maybe we'll do it in the post game.
Okay, do that.
So much love, everybody. Bonus episode for the members. We'll see you there.